Live from New Hampshire, it is INFJ Live. Saturday night version, that is, people. How are you, folks? How you doing today? We are live again. In fact, now that we are live, let's see. I'm gonna find myself. Always trying to find myself, people. I think as INFJs, we're always trying to find ourselves. And being that we are, there we go. I'm going to do a sound check here, people. Going to get a little really feedback. Being that we are, there we go. There we go, sound check. I'm going to do a sound check here, people. Going to get a little feedback going there. That's going to sound like a loop going back and forth. Everything sounds good. I got one watching. I started. Okay, and let's turn that volume down here. Okay, we don't need to hear it. That's enough for me. You know what? I got enough people talking to my ear. I talk to myself enough already. I don't need more than that. You know what I mean? Pretty soon it sounds like double talk. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. All that reverb, double talk. Huh? I don't know where I'm getting this stuff. Well, people, how are you today? How are you tonight? It is good to see you again. I hope I left a post on the channel on the community to advertise for tonight's broadcast. So hopefully we get the message that 7 o'clock would be. And if you happen to be just stumbling across this broadcast, well, you know what? You didn't just stumble across it. You found this for a reason. Yeah, it was destiny. Something just led you to this momentous occasion. Okay. I know. It's getting pretty thick here, isn't it, huh? I better get some weighted boots going here, people, huh? So, yeah. So, as I say, INFJ Experience Live. Now, this is a program. This is a channel where we talk about self-help. We try to talk about the INFJ experience. Basically, we are a very rare personality type. We are 1% to 2% of the world population, so we're very rare. So, there's not a lot of opportunity for INFJs to basically bump into each other. It's like finding a needle in a haystack amongst other haystacks, if that makes any sense. So basically, it's just very rare. But now you throw these channels out there. You throw out a live broadcast. You throw out a channel, and it's like ringing the dinner bell. You know, it's like you get a certain frequency going, and we start showing up. Yeah. Now, I'd like to think that this is a safe haven. This is a place of refuge. This is a sanctuary for INFJs and, of course, other introverted intuitive types. Now, listen, all are welcome here. All are welcome to learn and discover who you are. And if you don't know your type yet, if you think you're on the fence, if you're hearing a little bit about this, if you think you have possibly this rare personality type, I want to hear from you, okay? I'd like you to type something down here and let me know, and we can talk it through a little bit and tell me a little bit about yourself, okay? As you know. Now, I'd like to think. Now, this is getting to be a routine for me. I'm usually doing this. This is I think every day this month. Well, the last couple of weeks I've done Saturday Night Lives. Yeah, I think actually I did a Saturday afternoon live. Excuse me. Last week I did a Sunday Night Live. Yeah. So, but I do like these Saturday Night Lives. Yeah. So, okay, we have two watching. Hello there, two watching. I'm hoping a few will join in as time elapses, as time go on. And if you're new here, if you'd like to say hello, by all means. Now, I'm hoping that eventually people start kind of showing up. You know, the little memo gets thrown out there that we're live. We're doing this live broadcast, and yeah, we're gonna attract a few more. So, just so you know, I had a little bit of a busy day today. I had to do some yard work. I had to take out the old leaf blower and just clean out my yard. So, okay, I lost somebody. They don't want to hear about my yard work, do they? Nobody wants to hear about my yard work. That's too much small talk, isn't it? Huh? We don't need no small talk here, huh? But I mean, I'm just letting you know that was my day. But I forgot, yeah, the old stereotype is, yeah, those INFJs, they don't like small talk. Yeah, I mean, they'll tolerate it for a certain amount of time just to get the ball rolling, if you know what I mean. Then they want real talk. I know. You're saying, Tom, What's going on? He's a little bit enthusiastic here. He's all like hyped up on something, man. I don't know, people. Maybe I got some fresh air outside. Maybe I'm just in a good mood. Just trying to really liven it up around here. Just trying to make sure that, we have a decent experience, as you know. After all, this is our experience. Being INFJs, being introverted intuitives, especially INFJs, yeah, our life is an experience because we experience life. That's why I named it that channel. That's why the channel is named what it is. And yeah, now honestly, people though, as you know, INFJs, we have a complex mind, a very complex, deep and deep, intricate mind. We really do. And sometimes it's hard to navigate this mind, especially early in our lives. Now, I'm saying this from my own experience. I say this from my own life. Being a young man as I was, I had no idea what this MBTI type was. I had no idea. I just knew I just knew that I wasn't quite like everybody else. I was a little bit more standoffish. I knew I had more of a you know, I was basically one of those, the shy types, but then there was occasionally I would have a type, I would show glimpses of being outgoing as well. Depending on the right time, I was outgoing. I could be very sociable, but then there were other times where I drifted off alone. So that's what I mean. There's a complex there. Now, as you know, INFJs are known to be the most extroverted introvert. Yeah. Talk about a paradox. Yeah. We're very paradoxical too. We're very polar with our alignments. It's like we have two conflicting personalities in one. Part of us wants to make connections. We want to be extroverted. We want to be out there. But part of us needs that solitude to recharge because we get burned out. People burn us out. Basically, that's what happens. And so, yeah, that's one of the reasons why we just need to we need our alone time. Now these are some of the stereotypes. You listen to any one of those AI broadcasts, and they come up with a lot of stereotypical trademarks INFJs have, and these are some of the things they talk about. You know what I mean? How they always need that, they crave their alone time. So now you're going to hear a lot of that. Now, I can say that some of these stereotypes on these AI channels, they're true, but they embellish things a little bit. They don't quite get the personality type exactly on the mark. Now, I think they make it out like INFJs are these warm, compassionate people that are always giving, always just ready to give, always ready to give their time and be selfless. Yeah. And to an extent that can be true. But then there's other times, we can't do it. We just can't do it. Yeah, we have no choice but to back off a little bit. So it depends. But like I said, these channels have it, but they don't quite have it all the way. They kind of, like I said, embellish it a little bit. They make it sound like we're always on the verge of tears, like we're always on the verge of just losing it any minute. Now there's moments, there's things, we are a sensitive type, emotionally sensitive. We well up on little things. Maybe something like goes on in our mind, in our past. Maybe something that we did wrong, something where we hurt somebody or wronged somebody, and it may just bubble up every so often. We feel it intensely, even if it was 30 years earlier. We might just remember it. It'll hit us again. It'll be almost full brunt. And sometimes we do that. Yeah. But occasionally, sometimes we we are just like I said, we're sensitive, but at the same time, we can be cold as ice too. We can be very, very aloof and very cold-hearted as well, depending on the situation, depending on our level of who we are and who has and what the history is. Okay, obviously, if somebody we don't like, then we're gonna be that way with certain people. Yeah, so we have walls up. We build walls within our character as well. Yeah, we build up certain zones where we're impenetrable in that way. Okay, so Okay, we got some hellos coming on in here. We got the Crown V hello, and we got Blazeskin. Blazeskin TCG. Hello. Yes, hello to both of you. It's good to see you both. I believe I've seen, yes, I've seen both of you. Yeah, and Crown, I've been seeing a lot of you lately. Last couple of weeks, you've been on here quite a bit. Well, welcome on board, people. So that's basically it. We're a mixed bag of things. But being an INFJ, like I said, it is an experience. Now, you could explain this to somebody who's not an INFJ, and they're not going to get it. If you were to explain your personality type to somebody else, and try to tell somebody, try to explain who you are, it'd be like trying to describe uh, an art museum. Let's say an exhibit that was off limits to them, that they couldn't see. All you could do was describe what this was. You were there. You were there most of your life. You spent a lot of time in this exhibit, but nobody else is allowed. Just you. Yeah. And maybe you have other INFJs that know what their own exhibit looks like. Okay, they have their own individual exhibits, let's say, but they kind of know what that exhibit's like. Trying to explain that to somebody, maybe an extroverted sensor, or maybe somebody that doesn't have it, it's kind of like that. It's like describing something they're never going to be able to see. Yeah, that's the only way to say that. The personality pill. Listen, I know who that is. Okay. That is Jethro. Jethro is now the personality pill. For anybody who didn't know that, if you like, I'm going to make that announcement. Jethro, if it's okay with you, Jethro, I'm just going to say that you started your new channel, and it's called just that, Personality Pill. And I forgot you were an hour ahead of me. LOL. Blaziken was the 1,000th subscriber. Oh, Blaziken, you were the 1,000th. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Jethro pushed me over the top too. He actually lobbied a little bit for the last handful of subscribers to last week. Jason, I want to thank you for that. I really do. And just for that, I don't know. I think I was number one. There was one time I was number one, if you know what I mean, on your channel. Okay. Now, we talked about this. We already did. Same here. Blaziken, you were, that's right. You were that's when I said the Horton here. So who? I said that last kid they had to find just to get the last voice out there. Remember that? That's what reminds me, Blaziken. You were that kid, that last voice to push it over the top. Thank you so much, people. And since then, it's gone a little bit over too. Now it is 1.01. Yeah. Yep. Yep, I remember. That's exactly what he said. Yep, I was at Yop. He was trying to decide what to go with, a Yop, a Yip, a Yop. I think he said Yop or Yep. So yes, so if anybody is curious to check out the personality pill. Now, I wanted to ask you a question, Jason. Now that you're out there, I did check out your channel. Now you have a lot of there's already some like you have a playlist. They look like videos that are just funneled through your channel. I wasn't sure exactly what that was. I checked out a couple. I mean, there were quite a few on a playlist, but I didn't see any actual content of yours yet. I'm sure you're probably having to work on that, I would imagine. Of course, yeah, I'm going to make a video at some point. I just want to make the channel so no one would take my title. I made a mistake last week. I think I had a feeling you did it for that. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. But you did throw that out there a couple of weeks ago, about a month or so ago, when you told me. And then after I said that, I thought I probably shouldn't have said that. I don't want to give anybody the ideas. You're right. And if I kind of rushed you along, I do forgive you. Forgive me for that. All right, please, Jethro. So, but bottom line is, yeah, if anybody'd like to check that out at some point. No, it's perfect. You pushed me to get it done. Thank you. Oh, so really? Okay. Now, listen. I'm going to go on record, Jethro. All right. You're going to be an INFJ channel, I take it. You're going to make INFJ content. I'm not sure what your format's going to be, and if you're going to be able to, if you want to use if you want to do the oh, I'm trying to think of that. You know where you can use content? It's the Fair Use Act. Yeah, there's a Fair Use Act. In fact, at some point, I'd like to do that, where you can show tidbits of other people's videos, not the whole thing, and you can comment on it as long as you add commentary to it, as long as you add something to it and add your own. You can use other people's material. Okay, you can do that. So I'm going to listen. I'm going to give you permission to do that. If you want to do that and give the fair use, the INFJ Experience is going to give you permission to use my material. But just leave a link in the bottom where you got it. Just like a little bit of a comment that this is where you got it from. Okay. If you want to go into some of my videos, maybe a tidbit. I don't know if I'm that good. You know what I mean? But I'm letting you have that permission, Jethro. All right. Okay. I just want you to know that. Okay. I'm aiming toward more personalities in general. Okay. So you're not going to focus on the one. You want to be a little more balanced. Hey, that might allow in a lot more, yeah, of an audience, some that are more diverse and things like that. Well, that's good. That's good. Me, I kind of do that. I try to encompass introverted intuitives. I talk about ITJs, INFJs, INTJs, I try to talk about a few. I don't go too much in depth, but I try to say that I try to lump in introverted intuitives because we're similar but different, if you can believe that. You know what I mean? And I'm sure we all know that as well. So, uh, yeah, there you go. I pushed you toward that, doing that. Well, I hope I didn't rush you along too much. I know you were talking about that. So, okay, but it's good to see us all back here, and I'm hoping to eventually, get a few more coming on in here as well. So I was busy today. I had more yard work to do. I was busy outside doing a bunch of stuff. As you can see out my window out here, it's still late. I know it's all trees. You'd think I'd live in the middle of the forest. Now, those trees just divide the next house next to me. But if you look out there, you think I live way out in the woods. I mean, I'm surrounded by just enough trees just to give me that illusion that I'm out in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? Although I kind of am. I mean, my town is small. It's a small, remote town. I do have neighbors that we don't get bothered. I'm on kind of a dead end street. You know what I mean? So it is kind of secluded, which is good. That's what I was looking for. So, but I had to do some yard work today. All right, Crown. How do you know when an INFJ is being poetic or when they are being sincere? INFP. Oh, Crown, are you saying INFP? How do you know when an INFJ is being poetic or when they are being sincere? So they have to be one or the other. Either they're being poetic. Does poetic mean that they're not telling the truth? They're not sincere if they're telling a poem? I mean, I'm not sure where you're getting at that. My personality is INFP. Okay. All right. All right. See, again, I mean, I try to encompass other introverted intuitives, and I'm glad you're out there. Maybe you said that. I couldn't remember, but thanks, Crown V. Uh, Being poetic, I'm not sure I get it because, or when they are being sincere. Now, you're telling a poem. I don't understand what that means, being poetic or being sincere. Um, you make it sound like I said, telling poems is somehow insincere. I mean, but being poetic, you rhyme, right? You're telling rhymes, you're trying to, you know, throw things out there that are kind of like, let's say, you know, your philosophical rhyme that are rhyming, things that are just, yeah, you're using heavy words in there. So I mean, I guess the way I would think of it is if you're, I mean, I think part of it is, see, if you're talking, I don't know if it has anything to do with the way I am right now. I mean, maybe see, I'm just trying to liven things up a little bit. I'm trying to keep the momentum going, trying to just be upbeat. Yeah, see, I mean, that's all. I don't want to be. Sometimes I look at some of my videos. I got to be honest with you. Sometimes I look at some of these lives and Sometimes I sound dry. I mean, when I get on a monologue, I feel like I'm in deep thought. I'm explaining certain things. I think I'm being sincere, but I feel like sometimes I feel dry, like I'm explaining it, but I'm so deep in thought trying to get the right words in that I'm focused so much on that it just comes out very monotone, almost like a resting a hole face, but through my words, if you know what I'm saying. So I'm like, I don't want to be like that. Listen, I gotta jazz it up a little bit. You know, you're on camera here. You know, you're trying to be a little more exciting here. You know what I mean? So, hey, we have Frog Pond School. That is Ray. Ray, how are you, Ray? Saying hi to Crown V as well. Okay. But as far as being poetic or being sincere, I just, I'm not, I guess that's the only way I could sound like is that, just it's kind of a hard question. I'm not really sure how to answer that. Makes it sound like poems aren't quite all that. So, well, we have 8 watching now. All right, awesome. But yes, but bottom line is that's that's basically my take on that. Is as far as that goes. So, well, let me ask you: are you asking that question because I'm a little bit more upbeat because I'm just a little more excitable? I didn't know if that had something to do with it, or if that was part of it, or if it's because of what I said before. I don't know, but yeah. So bottom line is, yeah, we are currently, like I said, I want to thank everybody for pushing us over the 1,000 mark. And of course, things are starting to work out a little bit better. I mean, things are starting to like trend in the right direction. Now, I do have things that I'm trying to work on as far as the channel goes. I mean, I'm trying to, you know, look at how I should come up with thumbnails. Maybe my thumbnails, I got to come up with different titles in my thumbnails. Like they say, there's ways that they say, like if your views aren't really as much as you'd want them to be, you want to increase the views. You got to get people clicking on your views, and you got to get right to the point when you don't just introduce yourself and have a long. You got to get right to the point when you're in your video. So I'm trying different things, but yeah, because sometimes I see the viewership, it could be better, but that's okay. These are things I got to work on. My INFJ friends are very good with words, so that's why I was asking. Oh, okay. One of them said something poetic to to me, but I wasn't sure if they said it that way because they meant it or to be poetic. Um, all right, I guess. All right, I'm glad you cleared that up. I was trying to figure out what you meant by that. Yeah, I see. You're right about one thing. INFJs do have a certain way with words. You're right, and they gotta. There's something about the way their mind works. Okay, being an INFJ, and we can all testify to this. There's something about the language that we speak, whatever language it is. I mean, obviously, we're speaking the English language, but there's something about the INFJ that has again, it's a very intricate mind. But there's something they specialize in speech in some ways that they're very clever with their words, and they have a vast vocabulary. They just do. I mean, instinctively, they just learn words. They hear them, they recognize them, they want to know what they mean, and they stay in their vocabulary forever. And so, yeah, a lot of times also is that INFJs, they speak in such a way that's not necessarily, you're saying poetic. I mean, is it more like the idea of like vernaculars, like having a way of speaking that's a lot of like a lot of metaphors, like a lot of like speech that's just describing, just using metaphors and descriptive speech, I should say, where they're not saying exactly what it is. They're always using an example to give it, and usually they're good at these examples. They're good at things like that. So maybe that's what it is. It sounds poetic. It sounds deep or whatever. So um, I think they're sincere. Maybe this is a lot of times why INFJs can be misunderstood for that very question that you're asking. You're saying, are they sincere or are they poetic? Now, a lot of times that insincerity may come across as being misunderstood. Is they're being, they're being sarcastic or something, or they're not really. See, but they're really trying to just use their own mind, their own deep mind, the way it's processing this introverted intuition, this whole way of describing things, along with the vocabulary that they have, and it just comes out. It's a different way of speaking. It's just a whole way of yeah. It sounds deep, and you wonder how spontaneous it is. It almost sounds like they rehearsed it, but a lot of times it just came out. I do that quite a bit. I'm sure we all do this. So yeah, introvert intuition speech. That's right. Oh, okay. So to speak of things already known, to find no direction to turn, no place to go, no reason to follow, no need to lead. But if you can recognize me, I can recognize you. What garden do you see? Now there you go. There you go. Now there's a poem for you right there. There's an example of your poetry right there, Crown V. Okay. Frog Pond School, who is Ray, just came up with a very interesting poem. Now he's a writer. He's a writer. In fact, he does have poems and things like that. Yeah, and that must be one of his. I'm going to imagine so. But what garden do you see? Now, is that like a question? That's like a whole question involved there too. It seems like. Yeah. Excuse me. Um, um, am an am an FI user. Okay, introverted feeling. They say that it was always there in their mind, but always in their heart. But I was confused by that because though I don't say things I don't mean. LOL. Okay. All right. So that's right. INFPs. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I mean, you're more the perceptive type. I think you have a. I can't remember how exactly. Introverted, intuitive, and then you're the hereditary function is. Can somebody help me out with this? What is your third and fourth functions on that? Okay, what do you like specialize? Is your as your extroverted sensing your third function, and then your next one must be introverted feeling. Is that how that works? Because you're more of an introverted feeler. You know you're understanding your own inner thoughts, your own inner feelings, right? Is that how that works? INFP is NESITE. Okay, extroverted thinking. Okay, all right. FINESITE. Where's your extroverted sensing? I would have thought you had, being that, it's got to be somewhere in there, right? Yeah. So, um, T. Okay, T is for thinking, right? Okay. So, do you know your enneagram type? I haven't done that. No, somebody else asked me that. Actually, I've seen those enneagram type personalities. I do see those every so often when I go onto the INFJ to the MBTI. I see that. I haven't taken mine. Somebody recommended I take that as well, but I don't think I have extroverted sensing in my top four cognitive function stacks. Okay, all right, got that. All right, so um, so your extroverted sensing is more like a sub function to you. It's not even in your top four. Is that right? Really? Okay. INFP has SE as the seventh function. Okay, the seventh function is extroverted sensing. All right, got that. So does that mean that you're really like you're in your head a lot then too? You must be a lot in the mind. I mean, INFJs, it's our fourth function, which they call it inferior. They call it inferior in an INFJ and INTJs as well. Now, how is it that that's a seventh function, but it's not considered inferior? I mean, I'm not sure exactly how that works if that's the seventh function. Not to say you couldn't tap into it, but that's at this point, does that become a shadow function because it's in your seventh function? Because you have to navigate the world. You have to have extroverted sensing. You have to use your senses in order to live your life. I mean, how does that work exactly? INFPs are the most dreamy types. I've heard that. Good point. Very good. I have heard about that. The most dreamy. Okay. I can see that. I can definitely see that. That makes sense now. that it's the seventh that would be the most dreamy then. So yeah, you must be. That's why I said you must be even like very much in your heads. Yeah. So, bahaha. INFPs are always lost, not to depend on me to drive someone without getting lost. Okay, always lost. That's funny right there. Okay. Okay, literally, like you don't know you mean you don't have a good sense of direction if you're driving and you don't have a map or a GPS, meaning you get lost a little bit. You literally mean that? Okay. Everything in the whole wide world is my responsibility. It does not give you but two choices. Okay, everything in the whole wide world is my responsibility. Okay. Well, sometimes I fear does not give me the two choices. Yeah, these are some of your quotes there. Yeah, Ray, you got some deep stuff going on there. I mean, I'm trying to like some of it is kind of it's almost paradoxical. I'm just trying to figure out. You got yeah. I will have a map and GPS and still be lost. It drives my NFJ friends nuts. That's one thing I've always had was a good sense of direction. I read lots of maps. I don't know. I was fascinated with geography. I used to love road maps as well. I would actually study them. Back before GPSs, that we had road maps, and we had, I had a job where I had to read road maps in order to get places. And sometimes I just found myself studying road maps of different cities, different towns. If I knew I was in a town, I would actually look up that road map. And if I knew where I lived, I'd always want to know around me, like the roads, the areas where the ponds were, everything. And I would study like my immediate geography. Always did that. So I always had a good sense of direction. But that was just me. That was just the way my mind worked. And I always had this fascination with all sorts of maps, atlases, and things like that, geography. But that was me, and I got a pretty good sense of direction. Um, 2 years old, know how to get to like three places. LOL. Oh, okay. So you're not very good with your sense of direction. Is it the fact that you think because your extroverted sensing is seventh and you're the dreamy type? You're so much in your head you can't focus, you can't remember where you're going. I mean, is that what it is? Um, See, I made a point to actually memorize. I almost felt like I had this. I remember I made a comment years ago, well before I knew, this was back 30 years ago. And I made a comment to somebody that I felt like I had a map in my mind. And of course, I was working with this guy, and he had this good way of like imitating. He could imitate anybody, and he started just saying, "Hey, I got a map in my mind," and he was just saying it the way I said it. And that became one of his catchphrases from me was, "I got a map in my mind." So faster than an INFP. Okay, all right, faster than an INFP. I had a friend of 25 years who was an INFP and a girlfriend who was an INFP, 15, and they can dream reality comes out and they can dream world, but not have to come out way out. Oh, good gosh. Um, yeah, but that must really give you a good imagination. I mean, you must be great authors and great. Actually, I heard INFPs make very good songwriters, and they because they're so dreamy, they have that talent of coming up with really good poetry, songs, and very heartfelt things like that because of their dreaminess, because of that whole thing. Yeah, I heard they're good. They're really good in that way. So, I mean, I'm sure there's other talents that are really good with INFPs, but I know that one especially. They make good because a lot of songwriters are that. Yeah, and they make good lyricists, I should say. Yeah, not to take that away from any other type, but it's that whole dreamy thing there. I have five watching now. Okay, I was up to like 10. It kind of goes up and down. So now, did anybody have any questions? Anybody have any? So it looks like I got a lot of Listen, I got a core here. I got a core. Some of you were the same ones from last week. A lot of you are joining me again. This is very good. That's awesome. So, um, yeah. So, did anybody have any dreamy and magical? Apparently, okay, and magical. Okay, really, yeah. Um, yeah. See, that's what I mean. That's a variation of an introverted intuitive, but the dreamy one. Yeah. That's that's the dreamy type. But I always knew that the INFJ also was very much in their head. But I think the introverted thinking and the of course this was one of those this is one of those polar, being that the INFJ has a very polar mind, like they have the introverted intuitive, of course the extroverted feeling. So that's that kind of a, it's almost contradicts the each one. But then they have that third one, which is the introverted thinking, which kind of adds to that depth of the introverted intuition. It makes this dreamy mind logical. It gives it that way of balancing it with coming up with of making logical sense. You see what I mean with the TI as the third one. It's so it's kind of like, but that's where a lot of the polar confusion comes up with the INFJ, I believe. That whole going back and forth, like almost like being pulled in two different directions and at the same time, in a sense. So it makes sense. They're kind of clumsy and they're very dreamy. It equals out. Clumsy and dreamy. Yeah. So they're always, if they're dreamy, then they're not watching where they're going. Hey, they say that about INFJs too. I drop things. Sometimes I have to tell myself to get a good grip on things. Like I'll grab something and I'll end up dropping it because I didn't really, I mean, I went fast. I grab something and I end up knocking it down, or I grab it and it slips out of my hands. And I went through a phase where I had to consciously tell myself, like focus on grabbing things. Make sure you don't spill this or drop it. And I think we can be as clumsy as too for that reason. Yeah. So sometimes, like I said, in order to deal with our own extroverted sensing and stay in our reality, we have to make a real conscious effort. It sounds like you got to do that as an INFP. I mean, really focus on what you're doing, especially if you're working. You got a task to do, you got a chore to do. You really got to make sure you put your nose to the grindstone and do it and think about it and try to just, because your mind's going to always try to swirl you away, and you're going to get that dreamy mind. You're going to get that mind that's just going to start going again, always projecting. Like us, we're always thinking of we're always looking at the completion of this job, but meanwhile we have to do the thing that gets us to the completion. So that's what a lot of my thing was. I was always like, I could see the steps I had to take in doing a job. Like if I was doing a four tire job back when I was a tire guy, I already had it in my head what I was doing. Okay, I mean, I'd start with the front tire, go to the back tire, spin the machine around, and then do the same thing. But always factoring in that, I'd always have to factor in the what ifs. What if this machine is old, it's rusty, I can't break the tires right now, they're going to take a little longer, I'm going to have to clean them up. There was always those what if factors. I always had to factor in the uh, the element of surprise. And in fact, that was a way of planning for the element of surprise. There's not even an element of surprise with the INFJ. We're so much thinking of the future, we have to factor that in. We have to factor in the what ifs, you see? And that's part of like the way, yeah, we had to, and that's the way my mind used to always work, especially doing my jobs when I was the old tire guy, that is. Listen, I will be walking and accidentally run into the wall, then apologize to the wall. Oh, come on, can't apologize to the wall, man. I can still figure out if I'm an INFP and INTP. Anyone have any tips to finding out? How many times have you taken the test? I mean, hey, listen, I've always said if you're not sure, I mean, YouTube is a good way of finding different things out. I always said that with people is if you're not sure, even like look at some of the videos and see if you have what you have in common with. If you're on a TP or on the FP, sometimes you might want to just listen to some different stereotype functions, how they act, and see if it sounds like you. And I narrowed it down like that myself because I went through the whole thing. I narrowed down all the introverted intuitive types, and I went through INFP, INTJ. I went through them all because I wanted to narrow it down, and I had mostly aligned with INFJ. So I mean, I went extensively because I didn't know. I questioned it for years whether or not I was exactly that. So I think that's something we do. Okay. So I could suggest that. Or, I mean, like I said, if you're taking the test, sometimes you can't just take one test. You have to almost take one, maybe wait a little bit, maybe wait a day, couple of days, and, and then maybe take it again, you know, and you might have to do like a best of seven, like in the old like championship series, like with sports team, they do best of sevens, or you could do a best of four. Take the whole test and see if you come out INFP 3 out of 4 times, you see what I mean? That might be it. Or maybe, or narrow it down to, best out of 5 or something. You might have to take a series of these tests, okay, in a row and just, but always make sure though, you got to make sure your mind is, you got to like just kind of relax yourself. You got to get to a point where you're relaxed and you kind of just, you got to be at a point where you're thinking about things, but not overthinking things. And you gotta answer everything truthful as possible. And if you have to think about it. Don't just hastily answer the questions. Think about them. Look into your history. You think about it. Look a little. If they ask you a question, do you tend to do you shy away from people, or are you more, and usually sometimes the answer is agree or totally disagree, and they give you these variations. Sometimes you just got to think about the answer, and I know there's a certain amount of time they give you. So yeah, it's just in that. Okay, so you can narrow it down. So do a series of tests. All right, take the test, wait a day or two, take it again, wait a day or two. Don't do them right in a row, because now you're seeing the test all the time. Now you're seeing the same questions come up. Then you're kind of familiar with these questions. Then you almost like keep answering the same question again and again. You got to keep getting the same thing. So you got to give it that little bit of time in between and get your mind settled back. Forget about what your answers were, so you're not fresh in your mind as well. Because yeah, the tests are always the same. You can't do it that way. So that's my suggestion. Okay, to really find out. All right. Lately I have DEF, been driving, been overthinking it a lot. Oh, okay. Overthinking. Right. I have watched a lot of vids, most of them tests, and I want my type to be test or wanting to my type to be INTP or occasionally ISTP. Oh, ISTP. So sometimes you think you might be the sensor type as well. Yeah, whether or not you're an introvert or an introverted intuitive or an introverted sensor. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but not sure that it's accurate. Okay, so it sounds like you've taken several tests and come up with different results. Yeah, so I've taken several tests myself, and I've always come up INFJ. I've come up as an INTJ. Once I did, but all the other times were INFJs. So, and if you don't mind, Blaiskin, how old are you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I wants to know how old Blaiskin is. I think 17. I was thinking in my head, he's kind of young. Yeah, Blaiskin's young. I would imagine you're male, right? I mean, I can't tell here, but with a name like that, I'm gonna guess you're a man. You're a man. I'm guessing. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing that. Whether or not, but 17, I would have said, like, I was thinking early 20s, just from the way you're talking about how you're not sure. Um, uh, wow, my oldest daughter is 17. She's an ENF. Yes, I'm a guy. I kind of figured that. I had my hunches told me that just from the way you're talking, the name too, Blaiskin. That sounds like a masculine name. It just does. The way somebody would have put that in there. Yeah, that explains a lot. So you're 17 years old too, and you're at a time right now. Also, this explains a lot why you're not sure of your type, because you're in the middle of as Alice Cooper used to say when he says, "I am 18, I'm a boy and I'm a man. I got a baby's brain and an old man's heart. Took 18 years to get this start." You see, you basically I'm gonna quote a little bit of Alice Cooper from his song 18. You're right here. You're between adulthood and childhood right now. You're caught right in the middle of that right now. And your mind is still developing. You still have your hormones are starting to go. Your your urges are going to start. Okay. And your mind is now going back and forth. I mean, you still have a baby's brain and an old man's heart. So you're caught in the middle right now. That explains why you're not sure. You haven't settled down yet. You're at this volatile time of your life, and I'm going to tell you, 17, 18 years old for a young man is it's tough, especially with the INFJ. Maybe all us introverted intuitives are like that, because you have so much going on. You're beginning to awaken. You're starting to see reality. You're coming out of childhood. Yeah, you're starting to think. You're starting to be exposed to new things. Maybe you're just getting out of school. Your mind's racing about your career, your future, about your future job. So you got a lot going on in your mind. Okay. So you're trying to take these tests, but you haven't really even figured out. You don't have a lot of history to go back into. So you don't have a lot of, you have all you're thinking, your history right now is childhood memories. Now, I'm not trying to sound, I'm not trying to sound cruel here, but I'm facing your reality. And going through childhood memories, you're still developing, you're still learning about yourself. In fact, you're still forming, you're still in the process of molding yourself. So right now, it's tough to get a proper indicator on your type. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. So again, like I said, you're gonna have to settle down. Again, that comes down to the series of tests, and you know just trying to figure yourself out that way. Okay. So, well, that explains a lot. I hope that explained a lot. But that opens up a lot of possibilities there. Okay, enjoy your supply or supper, Frog Pond. Supper is ready. Gotta go. Okay, Ray. Ray's going to have some supper there, huh? Okay, I usually call it dinner. Hey, that's a good one. Do you call in your part of the world? Do you call it supper or do you call it dinner? I guess it all depends. I call it dinner. I always did. I don't know if it's a Northeast thing. I don't know if it's because of where I grew up geographically. But I think in different parts of the country, different parts of the world, we call it supper. We call it dinner. I guess it doesn't matter, right? But we never have a different name for lunch, do we? Or breakfast? It's always either supper or dinner, ain't it? Okay. All right. I just threw that in there. Yeah. Um, in Montana, we call it dinner. There you go, Crown V. I'm from Colorado mountains originally, the Crown V. Okay. So you got that calling that as dinner. Yeah, I guess, like I said, it's a rhetorical question. It's just, because I always called it dinner. That's all. But anyway, I hope that helps you out, Blaziken, about your type, and that explains why you're so, you know, you're at that age now. Trust me, listen, we've all been 17 once. I mean, most of us have, and that's, you know, your mind, like I said, your mind is going through things. Not only are you going through changes, I mean, we go through puberty, we go through our whole hormonal changes, we start going through our, many different changes in ourselves. Things are awakening, and during that, your face even changes. I mean, certain things are. That's why people at that age, you're more prone to acne. Oils in your face are coming out. You're getting clogged pores because things are starting to change. So you're going to tell me like that that's going to affect your mind as well. So you're not going to get that accurate reading just yet. I have to close my window. Okay, now I'm seeing it got dark here. Hold on. Give me a second, people. Give me a second. I gotta close the blinds. Okay. Yeah. Well, it was when I started this, there was still some daylight out there, if you remember. So, but it got dark, didn't it? And if you're in the central or mountain time zone, or I should say Pacific Coast time zone, wherever you're from, you're probably still a night, still daytime where you are. But being that I'm on the East Coast, I see nighttime faster than most others. Yeah. So uh, okay, so we have 8 watching. No, but that's interesting then. That is interesting. Bottom line is, don't be too preoccupied on your type right now. Now, it's good that you are understanding the MBTI type, and it's good that you're into that now, and that you're curious about that. Now, just the idea that you're drawn to this, just the idea that you're actually have a draw to the MBTI type at 17 years old. I mean, again, it's either something you were exposed to in school, or at some point you must have stumbled across it. Maybe there was a course in school where they talked about this MBTI type. I'm not sure how exactly, but the bottom line is the fact that you're interested tells me that you want to understand yourself, though. You have a certain mind that you want to get a more of a grip on. Okay, you want to get more understanding of your mind. I mean, I wish I could have understood who I was at a younger age. Whether I would have listened at that time, I don't know, because I remember. I mean, I wasn't really paying too much attention, but then again, I had a lot on my mind. So okay, okay. So well, we have 7 watching. Hello, 7 out there. Is anybody new to the channel? Anybody new would like to say hello? Is anybody out there that has stumbled across this channel that has not introduced themselves? If so, say hello and let me know. And just tell me your name and tell me where you're from, just to break the ice, okay? And we can talk a little bit, okay? I have never heard the MBTI until about a year ago when I saw Frank James videos. Ever since, I have been super obsessed with MBTI. Okay, and the Enneagram. I watched a lot of Frank James as well. He's a fascinating dude. He really is. Have you ever seen his earliest videos are the ones that where he seems, he you could tell he studied up a lot about it and he knew a lot, but he uses his own experience as well, his own mind and his own way of thinking to process in order to describe INFJs. And he's different than he is now. I mean, now he's more polished. He's very professional. I mean, the guy's like, he's got his own studio, green screens, and he's very very well versed on his 16 personalities, of course. Yeah, but I did watch a lot of Frank James too. But I mean, I actually enjoy his early stuff, the ones that are 6, 7 years old, where it looks like he was just starting out. And but he's got that look in his eye, like he almost looks like he's not old. He's still young. He's still trying to figure himself out. But he it's hard to describe. But he's got that look in his eye. He's just like he's younger, a little bit more naive. But then he changed. He changed, and he blossomed into his channel that he is. Yeah, yeah. He's definitely seems like a very knowledgeable person. Yeah, well, he read a lot about the MBTI too. He knew, and plus he seems to have understood a lot about how just how all the different personalities think and everything. I mean, he's basically 16 personality types, but he's clever. He's so clever because he comes up with scripts, and it's like he'll be like, what are the 16 personality types in a box of crayons if they were colors of crayons, and he'll try to describe certain colors for certain types. I mean, he just does this off-wall stuff. Well, what are like the 16 personality types getting an anonymous love letter? And that was one of his newer ones. I just saw that. It's fairly new. But he comes up with like funny scenarios like that. And yeah. And he must work up a script. I mean, his script is very entailed. Yeah. So, but I know what you mean. I did watch some of those. I watched personally. I what my first one was Wens. I've told this story before. Wens was the first one, so I started watching her, and then I started just watching. There was ones that was it was one that was called Mind Nation. I don't know where that channel went, but the videos were great. They were AI videos, but they were so brilliantly spoken. I mean the so they had a I didn't know. I thought it was like it was a woman's voice, but she had such this incredibly proper pronunciation of English. It was masterful English, and it was like a British accent, but it was like perfect. And she just had this way of flowing, describing INFJs like very precisely. And again, at the time, I didn't even know what AI was. I thought it was her voice. I thought she just had a magnificent way of pronouncing everything. It might have even been AI. But the thing is that that whole channel disappeared. I mean, it just like all the videos went away, and they were like, it seemed like there were hundreds of them. They were all INFJ videos, and I spent a bunch of time watching these, consuming it the way it was described, and then I lost sight of whatever happened to that channel. It just went away, and it was my favorite channel. I don't know if anybody's happened to see that. If anybody remembers, it was called Mind Nation. Does that ring a bell to anybody? Um, let's see, the Entagram. Yeah, somebody else has talked about the Entagram to me. Now, let me ask you something. As an INFJ, typically, if you take an Entagram test, if you're an INFJ, would you come up with another result that's similar with the Entagram, let's say? If you know what I mean. I didn't know if that had something to do with it, if it would all be like a similar result, if you have a certain personality type, or if it's different, if this variations are different. I guess I'm gonna have to look into it sometime. But by the way, I've been really enjoying these live streams. Thank you for answering my questions. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, being that I mean, I still do live streams. I don't have a massive audience. It's not like I have 50 to 100 people on here at any given time, and that's scrolling up. I mean, I've seen some of these massive live streams where they have hundreds of people on there, and there's sometimes the thing scrolls up so fast you can't even read the comments. But with me, it's a small, intimate scroll here, so it's a tight knit group. So I'm able to address everybody I can. I'm able to, provided I look over here and get some answers. That's all. So, but yeah, but like I said, I mean, it's good that you're interested in that. But why is it that? Let me ask you this: if you're 17 years old and you're into that, and you said you saw Frank James, now what is it that drew you into the MBTI in the first place? Was it just the fact that, I mean, you're on a YouTube generation? I know that there was nothing like that back in my day. I mean, gosh, I'm 61 years old. I know I probably don't look it. I'm I'm sure I look much older than that. And but when I was 17, it was in the early 80s, and yeah, there was no. I didn't even know what the MBTI was. Had no idea. I don't even think it was even really in the mainstream of anything. I don't think it was used, especially not YouTube. YouTube didn't start till like the 2000s. So of course there was none of that. It was, yeah, I mean, there was psychology. You heard about basic psychology. You knew about it, but it wasn't like it is now. So you had to go to the library, and if you wanted something to look up, you didn't just grab your phone and hit Google. You had to go to the library and go find an encyclopedia, and you had to look up that topic, or you had to find out, go to the library and find a book, and you had to read about it. Yeah, that's how you did it. I mean, you couldn't just find a channel on TV. You didn't have that. So things have changed in that way. Now you got the internet and everything. So, hey, where's everybody going? I got three now watching. All right. So, oh, but okay. So, but if anybody would, okay. So what do you got? I'm not really sure why I was so interested in it. I just found it fascinating and kept wanting to learn more about it. And I found out it was fun. Tried to guess people other types. Oh, okay. So it was just something that fascinated you. Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe it was something you were drawn to. Yeah, okay. I can understand that. I could definitely see that being the case. Now, uh, so are you spiritual? I mean, sometimes I think I'm not sure how I if you are an INFP, if you think so. I mean, I would think being dreamy, is there a spiritual connection or is it more of a metaphysical contact? Now, usually I know INFJs are tend to be have a more of a metaphysical kind of that woo-woo thing. INFJs are known for being more of the type where they get signals. They seem to they get signals from, let's say, um, their own mind. They think that things happen for a reason, like they're being sent things. Now, for example, I mean, we might think that, INFJs, that is, that sometimes we have certain times we're supposed to find things in our life. And I mean, I went through most of my life thinking that way. I've kind of backed off a little bit because I think I've gotten more settled down. Um, Naturally, the old saying is, we're always looking for that soulmate. You're always looking for that perfect girlfriend, let's say, or you think your wife someday is just going to appear. You think it's someday, fate is going to happen. You're just going to bump into that perfect somebody that's going to be who was meant for you, who was, made for you. That's one example. And you're thinking it's just got to be the right time, the right place, and the stars have to align just a certain way, and you bump into your certain somebody. I spent most of my life thinking that was going to happen. I really did. I mean, I ended up getting married for 20 years. I thought I found her, but turns out it wasn't quite it. You know what I mean? But I didn't know if like INFPs had a similar idea, like with spirituality. I know that typically introverted intuitives do, but being that they have a different alignment, I didn't know if you were geared that way or not. So okay, but just curious, just curious. Um, all right. So, but all right. I'm not really sure. Oh yeah. Okay. So you weren't sure about that. I'm just reading some of the comments here. All right. So, okay, gotta go too. I won't be able to catch up until about 2 weeks from now. Bye. Well, okay, Crown took off. Yeah. All right. Yeah, okay. I'm just reading some of these. Yeah, so a few kind of blazing. That's kind of easy, freely. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm actually trying to think of a few ideas for a couple of new videos um, in the future here. I actually sometimes when I'm working, sometimes I start getting these ideas for videos. Like, a lot of times I'm still into just the chat ones where I come up with a monologue. I like to talk, And now one of them was, basically thinking nobody really cares. Now, here's something that happened to me, if you're still out there, Blazkin. Now, back about 5 years ago, no, about little over 4 years ago, I should say, is when I finally found out what the MBTI was, and I stumbled across a video here on YouTube, and I started watching YouTube INFJ videos, and I started trying to figure out my type, and since then it's kind of taken off in me. To me, it's just something that I was fascinated with because um, it finally answered so many questions to who I was. Being the INFJ type, I spent most of my life confused, very lost in ways. I went through bouts of deep, deep depression and sadness and loneliness and emptiness through most of my life. And I think, listen, I mean, I think this is common with all of us. As INFJs, we go through that. This is something that we go through. We're a suffering type. Even Carl Jung said that uh, introverted intuitives suffer the most internally, spiritually, in their soul suffers. And INFJs out of that bunch suffer the most. So that we're a very suffering soul. And these are the things that resonated to me was when I heard this was being described as our proclivity to depression, loneliness, and sadness. In fact, so many times INFJs, being that we're introverted intuitive and we have that introverted thinking. So but we're also longing for connection. So there's always a draw. There's always a draw for somebody. Okay. It's like it's that whole confusion of wanting to find somebody, but when you're with somebody, you find them draining you. You find that you can't be with them very long. So then you need introversion. You need that solitude, but then so you're being tugged back and forth. This fascinated me about the type. Okay. So, but after saying that, that's one of the draws is that's what kind of roped me in. Now, I made it a mission to figure out what that was. Okay. And I knew that there was something that there was something that had to be filled within me. So I basically just started to, you know, just look in and realize I had nowhere to go. I had nowhere to run. I knew I had to face this pain somehow. I mean, I've exhausted every other avenue. Nothing else externally was going to fulfill me. There was nothing left. And even Carl Jung said during the awakening, when we change in our awakening, we go through this where all of a sudden our entire we change. We go through these changes in our as we authenticate. And things that we were geared to like, things that we were programmed to like, let's say, just certain hobbies, certain music, movies, let's say, even just, anything, video games, certain people, certain anything. They lose their appeal. Now, like I said, so most of us think this loss of appeal is just that we're getting bored. So we always try to go to something different. We think that we're having a midlife crisis. Now, in fact, on my last video, I had steered into that. Each and every one of us goes through a change. We all try to authenticate. It's not just one type. It's not just one type of personality. Human beings are meant to authenticate. We are all supposed to strive for something deeper than ourselves. We're a spiritual being first. Bottom line is we are spiritual. We are in the image of our Creator. Okay, our Creator made us with a spirit, with a soul, to reflect who He was, and He gave us all the input. He gave us His mind, He gave us his intellect, and He also gave us His spirit and His heart. But depending on how what proclivity we have, how we steer ourselves, how we authenticate is when we find all of these our true selves. And we're supposed to be basically in the image of our Creator Himself. And this is a true form of authentication. Okay. But my point is that now, typically, like I said, we're all supposed to find this. Now, being that we're introverted intuitives, we have a tendency to we're inside, we're internal, we're geared spiritually because we spend so much time there. We spend so much time alone. We're isolated. So we have no place to go. We're already in our mind. Most of the time, the real world isn't really offering us much. But now you take the extroverted sensing type. Let's say you got the ESFJs or whatever. Let's say the other types, extroverted types. Now, they all have the same things. We all want to authenticate. We want to change. We're going to gear toward that. There's a calling within us. But certain other types may not be as introspective. They're more on the idea they're extroverted. And so when their calling happens, they think of it more on the extroverted side. They may start reaching for things that are more external. Now, they call this, now I came up with this and said, this is like the midlife crisis, I call it. Now you've heard of that. Everybody goes through the midlife crisis. Why is it that, people, we enter our mid-40s, maybe our early 50s, we go through that middle time of our life, and all of a sudden things start changing. Yeah, we want to start living again. And how many times you hear that these people in their midlife crisis, yeah, they start buying things, start taking trips, start spending their money, start going on vacations. You hear about the people that are getting their motorcycles, their muscle cars. They start doing these reckless things. Maybe they start jumping out of airplanes, whatever it is, because they're trying to live a life. Something happens, a midlife crisis. These are authentication callings. These are actually what they are. But these types, these extroverted types, are not answering them with their introspection. They're not looking to the soul. They're not looking that way. No, they're looking for the extroverted outer uh, stimulation. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I mean. We all have this, but some of these other types. Now, not to say an INFJ couldn't do that. I mean, it's almost like they're starting to integrate their shadow. And part of it is the integration of the shadow, integrating the whole. That's part of the authentication, is that we start integrating. We start uh, finding our true individualization. Okay. So we start changing in that way. So as we change, as we start going this direction, um, yeah, we as INFJs typically we might do it internally. We're going to do it in our own heart the way it is. We might suffer. We might go through the whole authentication phase in not indulging in these outer stimulations. We're going to probably look at it internally and suffer through it because we're extroverted. Our extroverted sensing is inferior. We don't get a lot of stimulation from our outer world. Okay. Meanwhile, these extroverted sensing types do. So they start going on these extravagant vacations, or they start buying their cars. They start taking their trips, and sometimes you even hear about these midlife crises where they start having affairs. They could have been happily married for 20 years, raising their children. Now their children are grown. They reach a certain age. Now they start having infidelities. You hear about these as well. This is where they're geared. They're gearing their authentication, their individualization, and their integrating of the shadow is becoming, yeah, they're going to their shadow zones. So they're changing. So they're integrating their shadow. They've gone through their changes. So this is their version of their authentication. But it's gone sideways. It's gone like astray. Yeah. But the way society is, the way culture is, this is encouraged. This is like the next step. People are trying to question what's up. They want to change. Something's calling them. And of course, they listen to peer pressure. They listen to other people say, well, take a trip, go to Mexico, go to the mountains, do something. Take a camper and take a ride around the U.S., whatever it might be. Get a motorcycle. This is their way of authenticating. This is their way of changing. Yeah, that's what it is. So that's basically what's happening. But the introverted intuitive authenticates usually internally, and most of us, that's how we see it. And but I guess my point is that that was my point, is that, I mean, it just kind of hit me as to the fact that we're all meant to find that, and all different types and different people do it in their own different way. And sometimes it's they're being led astray. They're being led down the indulgent way. They're not introspecting. They're just reaching for more stimulation, reaching for more extroverted feelings, extroverted sensings, I should say. Excuse me. And so that's where they channel their change, their authentication. Okay. But being that, I think that's one of the things is that introverted intuitives, why we introspect in, and that's part of our whole suffering package, is that if we started going down these routes, if we start reaching for things that are external, it conflicts. It's like rubbing sandpaper on against the grain. It's just something that doesn't feel right. When you take that planer and you rub it against the grain, it skips. It doesn't go smooth with the plane, let's say. This is what your soul is doing. See, a lot of times I think that's what happens to us, is that we know something isn't right because it conflicts with us. I'm talking about introverted intuitives. It should conflict with everybody. It really should. I mean, like we're taking this authentication process into a whole other area that doesn't belong. In other words, you're going down that indulgent, pleasurable. You're looking for pleasure, stimulation. When, if anything, these things have to be actually basically subdued. These pleasures, the world that we're in, the way we've been culturalized, the way we've been brought into the world, the way we've been indoctrinated, and the way we've been formed by what culture has made us has to change. By just going into these whole indulgences is only keeping you further into the world thinking. So you're never authenticating. You're not changing. You're just becoming further into that whole inauthentication, thinking you're getting better by just reaching for more things, spending more money. See what I mean? Um, but it's all about. But bottom line is that it's an interchange. It's an inner spiritual process of actually killing the ego, subduing the ego, of restraining it, of actually of taking that away and bearing the pain of our change. Carl Jung did say that the individualization and authentication process was painful. He said it was all about facing your inner demons. It was about facing the pain and letting it be there and letting the soul suffer. This was all part of it because that suffering is actually what brings us the strength. It brings us closer to our spirit, and it actually opens up, let's say, channels into our our mind, in a sense, not just our mind, our spirit. We open our spirit. We allow the window to be opened, in a sense, into the world of our spirit, our creator's world, in that way. That God code, as I've talked about before in other videos. So that's what it's all about. That's what the whole individualization should be. Okay. So I don't know if anybody's still, well, I have 6 watching. So, so I just went on a little bit of a tirade. But this is something that I just kind of discovered. This was something that I stumbled into, I'd say, just a week ago. I just started recording a video, and then all that came out. Basically what I said, but you know, again, this is just unrehearsed. This is just how I spoke it out. So, but that's one of the things that we have is introverted intuitives tend to find the authentication in that way. Okay, we tend to anyway. All right. Okay, so I have 5 watching. Okay, so all right. I noticed the chat has kind of stayed a little quiet, but then again, I went into a monologue. We have 5 watching. Anybody new? 7 watching. Hello there. If there's anybody brand new, welcome to the INFJ Experience. My name's Tom Omega, and I am the host of this channel here. And if you'd like to introduce yourself, please do. If you're brand new here, okay, let me know who you are. All right. And if you're hanging around, just want to hear what I'm talking about, um, I'm glad you're here. Now, if you have any questions, any kind of input, listen, I like to jump down rabbit holes too. And what I mean figuratively, of course. You ask me a question, I'll do my best I can to answer your question as well. All right. If you have a concern, if you have an issue going on, I'd like to do that. Now, I just so I know, in the future, eventually, I'd like to get some other software so I can actually speak directly to you, as far as like through a phone line. Maybe I can hear your voice, maybe through a earpiece or something like that, or maybe through the speakers, maybe hear your question or something like that. We could talk. Now, this is going to be stuff in the future I got to do. Right now, it's still just a matter of typing something right now. As I get more situated, as I get the funds to purchase these items, I'm going to do all these things. So I do have some particular things I'd like to do in the future as far as that goes. So, okay. All right. So we have 5 watching so far. All right. And so I'm just checking something here, people. But yeah, if you'd like I said, yeah, ask a question, let me know anything. We will chat, okay? But if not, I'll just okay. I'm just trying to find the live again here. Oh, all right, where are we? Excuse me, just a minute here, people. I'm trying to find my live again. I just was looking at. Here we go. All right, back to the screen. So yes. But I've been here pretty much. It seems as though Saturday nights, though, I've been doing these live chats. I might make this a regular time and place, and something that I'd like to do more often. I can't guarantee that yet, but I seem to like these Saturday Night Lives, though. Okay, no pun intended. Saturday Night Live, but that's basically what we have here. So, um, but yeah, I'd like you to join it a little more often. Like I said, I'd like this to be kind of an advice line as well. I'd like to think that we could offer some kind of insight and advice and just some communication as far as that goes. Just some kind of just concern line as far as that goes. Now we talk. I just was talking to somebody about understanding their type. I mean, things like that. I mean, I'm going to do my best. Listen, I'm not any, I just, what I have to offer to you is, is my wisdom, and my experience as somebody that has lived their life and lived a full life. There's been some ups and downs in my life, but I've lived a life, and I think I've seen a lot of things. I've seen a lot of different things, and most of my life, I'm an INFJ, and I didn't even know what it was until almost 4 years ago. So I've lived the majority of my life unaware, living this particular personality type through my life. And now I find out this is what I have. This is who I am, and so this is what I have to offer as far as experience. And that's what the experience is all about. That's why I call it that. So that's where I would like to think that I can offer some kind of insight into this. Okay. Okay, we have three watching now, five watching. So, but anyway, that was some of the ideas that I had. Now, here's something else I wanted to say to anybody out there. If anybody happens to be out there now, listen. Maybe if you've just found out now, like for instance, Blaziken or whoever you might be, uh, if you all of a sudden find out your type, let's just say, like for me, now this is something that happened to me directly. Let's say you find out your personality type. You find out you have INFJ personality. And now this is a difficult one to navigate. This is a complex personality, as you know. And you might decide after you find out to finally reach out to your family, maybe your siblings, your friends, your parents, anybody that you knew growing up. Because there might have been a certain instance that happened in your life. Maybe people had commented on you being a little bit weird, a little bit out there, a little bit eccentric. And now we've been called this through most of our life. We seem to be, it's a stigmatism that just is who we are. It's the way we talk, it's the way we are. Maybe we're the standoffish type. So we're introverts too. In fact, we go into, sometimes we self isolate. Now, people might see somebody starts isolating for a month or so at a time and then they reemerge. Now, that can be weird to a lot of people that somebody has to live this way. This is our life. This is where we're led to be because this is how we cope with life through our life. Now, you might be tempted to say, reach out to your family. Hey, I just found out about the MBTI. And then I just found out I have this very rare personality type. It's called the INFJ. And you might be tempted to tell people, this is what happened. This is why I'm like that. This is the reason remember that time I was 11 years old at my birthday party and I had to leave my own party because I just needed to go lay down and I didn't know why. And people wondered where I went. And they were all asking, was I sick? Yeah. So I'm just saying that there could be, you might think that you have to reach out to people and let them know about what happened. Like, okay, I have this type. And you might think all of a sudden they're going to see something and finally a light bulb goes off. The way it is with you, you're seeing a little bit more. Now, understanding your type and understanding your INFJ is not a cure. It's nothing that's going to miraculously cure you from what you have. All this is going to do, it's going to help you to understand. It's going to help you to understand your vast mind and how it works and how exactly you are, how exactly you're thinking. and why you did certain things. Now, maybe things happen. You might want to reach out. Hey, tell your friends, tell your family. Hey, I'm an INFJ, and this is why I do things the way I am. This is why I make word things differently. This is why I might be a little bit weird. People, I'm going to here to tell you right now, they're not going to care. That it's not going to be the same for them. You're going to think they're going to have the same. Oh, really? Oh, that's your answer. Well, I'm glad you told me that. They don't care. I tried this way back when. I tried to reach out to people, tell them, hey, you know what? This is what's happening. Okay, this is what I got. And people don't care. Okay. I mean, like put little like some of these memes on Facebook, let's say, some of my friend groups, you put these memes about about this type, and crickets. Nobody thumbs up, nobody comments, nothing. Yeah, but then you throw a meme out there about about the Simpsons or something, and 15 people thumbs up and crack up, just dumb stuff, right? But you want to say, hey, this is what this is a personality. It's crickets. So I'm here to tell you right now, it's not going to be met with the same way you are going to meet it. This is something for you individually. I stopped telling people. I don't even say it. The only people that are going to care or going to actually have any kind of concern, or maybe here on YouTube, just people that you deal with on a regular basis. This is the only group you're going to have that's going to have any kind of concern of any kind. Bottom line, yeah. So just so you know that's what you're going to be met with. Okay. I mean, you might have a diamond in the rough. You might have a friend that might say, "Oh, really? Wow," and want to know a little bit more about it. But they're going to be rare. They're going to be far and few between. Far and few between. You might find somebody, but for the most part, you're going to think everybody's all of a sudden going to understand you. And if anything, people are just going to be more confused and more misunderstood. Still, again, you're just going to give them one more reason to misunderstand you. Oh, all of a sudden that he's got an excuse for why they are the way they are. He is the way he is, you see. So Blaziken, pretty sure I have repressed INFP types. Now you've repressed INFP types. Okay. Now, what do you mean by that? Like, now listen, I know INFPs. I don't know how rare that is. I'm not sure if it's quite as. I mean, I know INFJs are like supposed to be 1 to 2%. I would imagine INFPs got to be like maybe 2 to 3% of the population. It's not that much. It's still that's another rare personality as well. I don't think it's really common. But when you say repress them, you mean like on YouTube or like on chats like this? I mean, because a lot of times we don't know too many people in person that have our particular type. Not typically. Not typically. We don't do that. I mean, I'm sure you could. It's possible. Anything's possible. But now, when you say repress, meaning you don't like to talk to them, what do you mean by that exactly? But you repress them. So, yeah, INFPs is pretty rare. By repressing, I mean I have hidden the emotional side from people and leaned into logic instead. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. All right. Okay. So that's fine. I mean, you want to be more sensible. You sound like maybe the more sensible type. Yeah. Maybe that whole dreamy part that you're stereotypical about with INFPs, that whole, yeah, the dreamy and they're lost in their head kind of thing. Yeah, you don't want that. Maybe you're trying to be a little more down to earth, a little more, mature, which is fine. And at 17 years old, I mean, yeah, okay. You're not going to get into the whole little imagination. You want to stay in the real world. Now, listen, there's nothing wrong with that because I try to stay as rooted in reality as I can. I know the tendency of where my mind goes. I know the tendency of where I could be led. And I spend a lot of time trying to make sure that I keep my inner world, of course. Yeah, that's basically our life is that inner world. But we also have to make sure that we maintain a sense of reality and that we stay rooted in who we are. And we still have this world to be in. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. And plus you want to make more logical sense. Now, hey, Vamp Fox just came on in here. Hello there, Vamp. How are you? It's morning, evening, Tom, and INFJ's Experience crew. There you go. Good to see Vamp just came on in here. Okay. Okay, not really. Now I want to be in the imagination more than the real world, to be honest. But in the past, I focused on logic and sensory experience in order to distract myself from the pain. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I see what you're saying. It was a way of coping. Now, when you say the pain, I mean, yeah, okay. Um, that must have been the pain of, yeah, just your whole conflicting thing. Yeah, yes, I get it. Especially you're at that age now as well. You're at that 17-year age, and yes, very confusing time of our life. I don't care who you are. I don't care what type you are. I mean, some seem to handle it better than others. I mean, if you remember going to high school, there was always the popular kids. You always had the ones that just seemed to be popular in high school, and they were always the ones that had plenty of friends. They never looked like they had issues. Although sometimes, if you notice though, when we're in our teenage years, I know I had a lot of friends, and we had substance abuse problems going on. Even at 16, 17, 18 years old, in my town, and back in the early 80s, everybody was smoking something. Yeah. And on weekends, we all found somebody to buy our liquor, and we'd party every Friday night. We'd get cases of beer, or we'd get a keg, and we'd go up and we'd party in the like up in the rocks. We had the place where we had party spots where we'd party up. I got through some of that. I mean, I was trying to fit in. We all went through that. So a lot of times we were escaping that pain by just trying to escape into each other, with our friends, and just try to live a typical life in the 80s. I mean, I think. But because if I didn't do that, I mean, honestly, I mean, when you spent time alone, that's when the pain kept in, because all of a sudden you had to face those things. And if you were alone, yeah, that's when it came in. Uh, Perp 13. Hello there. We have Perp for 13. There's a brand new name out there. Blaziken, hello, Vamp. Vamp, you're very popular. Yeah, I got a certain, in fact, there's quite a few that are, the name comes up, yes. And Vamp Fog, hi, Blaziken. Any chance you and a Pokemon, a Pokemon name? Oh, is that what it is? Is that where that comes from? Okay, so Perp 13, I'm INFJ. Hello there, Perp 13. I'm going to say hello and welcome. I've never seen that name. I'm going to welcome you to the INFJ Experience, and my name is Tom. And if you'd like to talk and have any questions, I just want to ask, just where you're from. Just a country, a state. Nothing's too particular. If you'd like, you go. Just let me know you're from. I'm from the state of New Hampshire. I'm from the Northeast of the United States. You can tell by this awful accent I have right here. I'm from that part of the world. But if you'd like to let me know a little bit about yourself, if you'd like to talk, we're Arizona. Okay, Arizona. Yeah. Anywhere near the Phoenix. What are some of the major towns? Obviously, Phoenix, Yuma. Yeah, I know there's a few out there. I play a lot of TC. Oh, okay. Oh, Blaziken, I'm from Georgia. All right, Georgia. So we got Arizona and Georgia. Awesome, awesome. And Vamp is she is from the land down under. Yeah, Australia. Aussie. Okay, I'm not going to even try to imitate an Australian accent. It is a unique accent. I mean, it has that British twang in there, but it's also got its own unique flair. Kind of like here in the United States. Different parts of the U.S., we have our own individual dialect up here as well. So I think a lot of times they talk about the Boston accent, the New England accent. It's got its own unique flair about it. In fact, it's a very prominent one. I grew up in the Boston area myself, but I'm in New Hampshire now. So, oh, nice. I used to. Oh, okay. We're talking about Yes. Yeah, so we're talking about playing Pokemon then, huh? I never played Pokemon. That was a little bit, I was a little bit old for those kind of things. I mean, I must say, I remember my nephews playing that, but I don't remember. I was just a little, that was a little before my time, I guess you could say. So, um, yes, yeah. So I guess, like I said, just we're just talking about personality types. I mean, we could discuss a few things. If you have any questions or concern, and listen, if you happen to see a video of mine, if you happen to have a question about something I might have said, maybe something, a concern about something, let me know and I will clear it up a little bit. If not, we can even, talk about something else, maybe a concern of yours. I can imagine that through the course of our life, whether you're an INFJ, INTJ, INTP. Now, obviously, we're introverted intuitives, and this is what it's not necessarily that, but yeah, we know we have a very a confusing life, okay, and we try to navigate through it here. We try our best to just talk it along. All right. And I can honestly say that there is peace at the end of the road. There is a feeling of peace. Now, when I talk about peace, to an introverted intuitive is finally being alleviated of the of our mind being tugged, of our heartstrings, of feeling like we're deeply alone, sad. Then bouts of depression. I mean, because a lot of times INFJs feel very much alone in their own head. In fact, we can feel alone amongst other people. And now, part of our life, most of our life, we go through bouts of this where we feel that way. But I'm going to tell you right now that there is a moment where you will reach your moments in your life, pinnacles of your life, where these things will go away. I hope they do. But I can only say that it's not an easy road. Now, listen, we already have a not so easy road. We're already geared to the pain that we feel in our heart, the loneliness that we feel is never going to quite go away. We may try to divert our divert things every so often. We might try to escape into things and even use our shadow functions. Now, that's a lot of times. I mean, it's known that INFJs, we drift into our shadow zones, our functions, and we start, let's say, we start being a little more extroverted, a little more spontaneous, okay? And then we do things in our life that, well, we start going off the path, let's say, and we might start doing reckless things. We might start partying a little more. We might start being promiscuous. We might enter certain phases in our life where we think we're trying to end this pain, and we think we're going to have to go through the whole idea of escaping into the world, into our senses, in order to feel this, in order to escape it. But as INFJs, I can tell you from experience. Yes, now I'm saying this from experience. I've done these things. I have done these things where I've tried to find things to fill me, thinking that things would soothe me. Now we're always alone. A lot of times we're alone a lot, and so we might think that we need to find somebody in our life, like a girlfriend, a boyfriend, whoever it might be. You might find somebody just to find out that, yeah, all the what you put into the relationship, we're built a certain way. We're so conflicted even with that a lot of times running into somebody else's arm might be temporarily. It might feel like love, but if it's not the right love, if it's not a healthy love, if it's unhealthy, it's going to grate on you. It's actually going to burn you up. It's going to burn you out. It's going to drain you very rapidly, and you'll find yourself even more empty. You'll find yourself actually having to retreat back into your solitude again, just to heal from these relationships. I've gone through these. I've gone through these several times, and I'm just saying, because we think that's going to save us, but then the whole confusion is you find somebody that you're trying to have a relationship with, but somehow something's still conflicting with you. Like all the love, the energy you're putting into this, the emotions that you're putting in is just draining you. Yeah. So yeah, we go through bouts like that through the course of our life where we might start looking for things. But my point is that eventually you reach a stage in your life where you realize there's nowhere to go, and your authentication will start take over. Okay. And I talked about authenticating how certain other types go through their midlife crises, and they start going into these shadow functions in order to find, like new life. Okay. They authenticate their shadow sideways in a sense. Now, INFJs, we've tried that. At least I know I have. It got to the point where nothing nothing could work anymore. You try certain things, you try to go down certain avenues. Maybe you try smoking premium cigars. Maybe you start drinking, good wine and a cigar, thinking that's it. These things, they eventually they don't save you. I mean, they're just stimulations that nothing seems to fill. Nothing will seem to fill, but the only thing that's going to fill you eventually is facing everything that you have within you. Okay, eventually you have to come to grips with the pain. You actually have to face it. You actually have to go through the dark night of the soul. Now, this has been something that is talked about. Okay, and they call it the dark night of the soul for a reason, because it's just that. It feels like your soul is in darkness. You feel like you have to go through a moment of awakening. This is part of your awakening. It may feel like you're dying. It may feel like you're more depressed, you're being vapid, but this is a test you have to go through. This is the strengthening test. But if you endure this test, I can only tell you that on the other end of this, you'll find peace. Eventually, peace will fill you, and you don't feel empty anymore. You don't feel alone anymore. You don't call for anything. Your mind settles down too. Your mind gets a lot more tame and subdued but the thing is, people, you have to endure this. You really do have to endure these dark souls. Okay. But that's where our peace is found. And I'm telling you, this is, that's what had to happen for me, but I had nowhere else to go. Like I said, this is the reason why my channel is what it is. It was after this whole dark night, this whole whatever, this change that I had. I didn't even know quite what the authentication was. I didn't quite know who Carl Jung was. I kind of knew who he was. I heard him. I didn't know. But then I started reading a little bit more and watching a little bit more videos based on some of the Carl Jung's teachings, talking about these integration of shadows. And I thought, oh my gosh, it's like things that I had just gone through instinctively, naturally. I just went through these things on my own and thought this is what Carl Jung said was what we had to go through. But this is a way of authenticating, becoming real, becoming who we are intended to be. Okay? So we have to unlearn what we have learned, as Yoda said. Remember that? Remember Yoda said that on Star Wars? When he said to Luke, you must unlearn what you have learned. Basically, he was trying to say, in order to become a Jedi, he was trying to teach him to be the Jedi. Remember that? He was on his back like a little backpack, and he was talking in his ear, one time he said, you must unlearn what you learned. Basically, it's kind of on that idea. We have to authenticate. We have to change. And these changes come from within our soul. Now, INFJs, we have a proclivity to do that. And but this is something that I can say is that we have no choice but to go through. Bottom line is, after you re-authenticate, once you go through this dark night, though, now it may take weeks, months, it may even, but it's nowhere to really go but just face what's in you. Okay, let the pain be there. Sometimes you are confused. You may not know if you're on the right direction, but not knowing something, by being lost in your soul, is not a bad thing. It's not. A lot of times, that's what people are afraid of. They start feeling that darkness. They start feeling the vapid of their soul, and it's so painful to feel like they run back into their comfort, only to prolong it, only because it's never going to go away. That's all you're doing when you run back in these comfort zones, is you're only prolonging the inevitable. Okay, because these comfort zones that you escape into will only mask it temporarily. It'll just be a band-aid. So, but yeah, I'm just saying that it is there. authentication it's not an easy path. But I'm going to say that, like I said, I think I even had a video where not knowing where you are is not a bad thing, because we're intended to know these things. But sometimes being lost, being like not knowing the answers, not knowing, and actually feeling like you're out in the ocean without a, drifting on a raft, let's say, without a rudder in the middle of a storm, you know, it's not a bad thing. At the moment, it feels like that. It does. But these are tests that we have to go through. But you have to take this as a positive thing. When you feel like you're vapid, your soul is vapid, and you're going through your dark night, you have to understand that um, this is you being forged. This is the test that you're going through. Your soul has to authenticate. You're authenticating by by basically changing from what you were, from what the world steered you into be, from what you were changed into, from what you were indoctrinated into. You have no choice but to unlearn that, what you have learned. Like I said, yeah, you have to undo what society did to you. You have to get rid of all the pleasures that once saved you, that thrilled you, and you have to become you have to kill the ego. It's almost like you starve the ego in a sense. But at the end of this, you'll just, it'll dawn on you one day. It'll just happen that the conflict is gone. You'll feel as though something, just like a ray of sunshine, took over. You'll start feeling like it's gone. I don't feel confused anymore. I don't feel alone anymore. In fact, my mind is much more sharper. It's not pulling me. These these draws, the need for somebody, the whole need for your heart to be filled with somebody else, the need for companionship, for the need for love. No, not to say it's a bad thing, people. No, sir, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you don't crave it anymore. It's not that's going to define you. So many of us were defined by our need. We think somebody is going to save us, only to be disappointed time and time again. We have to find this authentication first within us before, and then when we are completed, then that right person will come to us. Okay. Our Lord did say, "Seek ye the kingdom of heaven first, then all else will be revealed unto you." Okay. Something like that. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. What I'm going to read some of your comments. I get into a little bit of a tirade here. Hello, Genesis. Oh, we have oh yeah. Hey, Genesis. Hey, Justin's out there. Hey, I was on a big old tirade there. And I see you came in. The experience is nothing working where I seem to be right now. The experience of nothing working is where it seems to be. I've had spiritual rough patches before, but this seems different. Oh, hey, really? Okay, so the experience of nothing working is where it seems I am right now. Nothing working. Listen, I just said that. You're going to feel lost, okay? You're going to go through bouts in your heart where you feel vapid, where you feel empty, and you feel like more empty than you've ever been. This is the tempting part to run off the path. These are times you have no choice but to endure this, okay? Yes, hello, Vamp. That's no good. I hope it clears good here. I hope it clears soon, Genesis. Now you're talking about spiritually, yeah. If that's what you're talking about, if you're on that now, how's everything going now, Justin? In this, are you now tell me a little bit about things. I mean, are you in a spot where you're feeling these things, like you're feeling vapid, you're feeling like you're lost? Is that what it is? Uh, I do feel lost and empty. Listen, that's not a bad thing. This is not a bad thing. Listen, you have to let that be there. This is all part of your moment, okay? It's not that you're craving something, because what's going to fill you? What are your options? You got to ask yourself, what are your options? Okay, when you feel empty, I mean, we have physical options. We could shovel a pound of ice cream in our face. We could go out and eat everything on the menu. But is that going to fill you? It might fill your belly, but it's not going to fill your heart. It's not going to fill your spirit, right? So you have either two options. You could dive into the extroverted sensing world, but that's not going to fill you. This is spiritual. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Justin, is that it's all spiritual. This dark night of the soul is something you have no choice but to endure. Okay. And all I can do is encourage you. Okay. All I can do is tell you that you stay on this course. Okay. And you might feel like you're gonna cry in the middle of the night. Listen, you know what? About a year and a half ago, I was doing night service. I was doing my night job, and this started happening to me, and I knew I had nowhere to go. But this is what led me onto it. I had nowhere to run to, and I was out in the middle of my job, doing my job, and luckily I work alone, and sometimes I'd start welling up. I would start like looking around, thinking I don't want people to see this. Luckily it's nighttime and I'm alone right now, and I can let this stuff go, and I can wear my hood so nobody can see my face, but knowing that deep down I was going through something while I was in the middle of my job. Yeah, but something told me to press on. Something said that there's nowhere else to go. But then I started hearing different things like that's typical. The more empty you are, that's part of your cleansing. Okay, like the Lord did say, is that when he described how to put the new wine into the new skins and not put new wine into old skin. In other words, like he was talking about the New Testament, like clearing up, like completely eliminating like the teachings of the Old Testament. And now he was rewriting the Testament with the New Testament. And he was basically saying you don't put new wine into old skins, meaning that the Old Testament was had to be relived, what had to be new. I think part of that is that we're being renewed. Okay, we're completing. We're being drained of our self, our old self, our false self, because the self that was like I said, that we were programmed into, the self that we were um, conditioned into. Okay, yeah, indoctrinated into. We need to be. That needs to die, and that needs to die away. Now, also too, this physical changes too. I mean, there were times I would get a lump in my throat. I mean, like a painful lump, like when things were changing. All right. I mean, certain aches were happening. Do you know that things start aligning different? I mean, the way you've lived most of your life, you might have hunched over a certain way, you might have walked a certain way that was different. Your alignment of your spine was different. You might start going through physical changes as well. I mean, because maybe when you change and you start authenticating, you're even gonna your stance may change, your posture, even the way your body reacted to the way your whole body reacted a certain way. You reacted, into internally, especially INFJs. As you know, a lot of times we feel pain. I mean, obviously, we feel empathy. Sometimes we take on other people's pain and other people's emotions. This is stuff that we're used to. Now, as you start integrating your shadow, I mean, as you start becoming more authenticated, you start becoming more individualized. Okay, you start living more for yourself. You don't go out of your way to accommodate as much because you're trying to authenticate. You're changing. Okay, so all the pains that you felt, all the stresses that you absorbed through your life are now going to deflect out of you. You're not going to absorb them anymore. You're going to handle these different as well. Now, you're going to go through these physical changes. Maybe you're going to start not eating as much. You're going to eat different foods. Maybe you start drinking more water. You're going to start standing a different way. You're not going to absorb these things. So now all of a sudden you have a detox physically as well. Certain toxins that were in there, certain when you released certain cortisones from the stress that you had, and it built up in you, and you had your body was getting used to these cortisones, so you reacted to these. Now, as you soothe down, you calm down, and as your body starts to, your spirit, your mind, your body starts to settle down, you're going to go through a physical detox as well, because yeah, you're going to react to things different. You're not going to let things fester anymore because you're changing. So it's a complete change in many ways, physical, mental, and spiritual. Yeah, it's all part of your whole awakening. It really is. But all I can say is, Justin, man, you have to hang in there. You have no choice but to face it. Okay. Now, listen, that's all I can do. All right. And also at the same time, listen, as much as I'm encouraging you and as much as I'm here to like guide you along, don't get caught up in what I'm saying. In other words, don't rely on me to fill that void as well. You still just understand that I'm trying to help you, but don't take it as a way of like I'm filling anything. Don't get caught up in what I'm saying. If you know what if you know what I mean. I'm not there to I'm only there to guide you. I'm just saying you have to stay with it. Okay. But I'm glad you're going through this. I really am. All right. This is something that has to be part of our process here. Okay. Let's see. Yes, I'm giving less to people who don't reciprocate. I don't have the energy for it anymore. Hey, that's part of it. You're integrating your shadow, whether you know it or not. That's part of it. Yeah. And you're not going to be less apt to absorb emotions anymore. You might detect them. You're still going to detect them, but you're going to be more of a wise empath, where you're going to detect them. You're going to know. But you're not going to absorb them anymore. Yeah, you're not going to react to them because you're changing. Just like I said. Blazing, according to the tests I've taken. Oh, all right. You're right. I can keep using old. You're right. I can't keep using old wineskins. Okay. What type? Okay. What is your type? I have felt the same way lately. Blazkin. Okay. I have been fighting it for a long time, but now I know I have to learn to accept it. I feel lost and empty. Okay. Yeah. Again, these are just that's all we can do. Like I said, that's all part of who we are anyway. Justin, if you're an INFJ, we're gonna feel lost and empty. We go through most of our life feeling this way. We really do. Listen, I think part of our life, just part of our early life, the fact that we lived this life, the fact that we suffered our whole life with this loneliness, with this emptiness, anyway, has somewhat already forged us along to the ultimate awakening, to your ultimate moment of the dark soul. Okay, you spend your entire life already going through these small tests, these subtle tests of suffering in our soul, which we can't escape. All right, our bunker zones, our whatever it is. I mean, we're always confused, like I said, with being pulled in so many directions. So we already have head bouts. It's almost like a boxer, like what's a whole boxing match? You got round one, round two. And then guess what? The funny thing is when you get to round 8 and 9, remember, they used to be 15 rounds. I remember back when as a kid, there were these heavyweight bouts would go 15 rounds, right? And by the time they were getting into the 11th, 12th, 13th round, 14th round, if it went that long, that is, if these two ones were slugging it out. You ever want to see some good fights? Look up on YouTube, look up Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. Look up I think it was called the Thriller in Manila. Now, I guess my only point is this: is that think of this as a boxing match, and the first couple of rounds is early in your life. You get duped it out a little bit, but you're still young. You're energetic. You might get a little jabs here and there, but still, you're able to keep going. But you keep going round after round. These are your early forging parts of your life. Okay. I mean, not to mention the training it takes to get into that round for 15 rounds. They spend 6 months training just to go 2 hours in a boxing match, 15 rounds or 10 rounds, whatever it is. They spend months training just to go into the ring, just to duke it out. Okay. But my point is that these early rounds, you still have energy, but as you drone on later on, you get more exhausted. You see the fighters are getting tired. They can hardly hold their arms up. They can hardly guard themselves, and they're bloody. They're getting black eyes. They're beating the tar out of each other. Listen, this is your forging moment. When you start getting into these rounds, these heavy dark nights of the soul. This is the later part of your boxing round. Let's say these are your 12th, 13th, 14th round. Yeah, you might be now you're beaten and bloody and everything else, but you're gonna get through it. Eventually you're gonna get through it. Okay. I don't know if that's the best example. That's the one I was trying to come up with, because it's an enduring thing. That's a lifetime. Think your lifetime is what's leading you up to this moment. Okay. So you got to take it as that. Now, Blaziken, another thing too, you said you're 17 and you had a lot of angst going on in yourself as well. But again, like I said, a lot of this happens to do with the fact that, we're at a crossroads in our life. And I don't know what kind of school system you went through. I mean, typically, sometimes schools do a real number on us, kids nowadays. They do a devastating number with the things that they propagandize into our kids nowadays. And some of the things that are being indoctrinated, you almost have to keep a certain sense about you. Hopefully, you have somebody that can kind of undo with a lot of what the teachers are doing in the schools. Now, I don't know if that has anything to do with that, Blaziken, but a lot of times kids go through their parts of their school life is trying to figure things out, being all like full of indoctrination and what they've been pumped into. And then you get just hormones, like I said, puberty, change of life, everything's going to start happening. So you got a lot in your mind. I've said time and time again, that's the hardest part of our life sometimes is that age, 17, 18, 19, the late teenage years, in your 20s. So you really got to watch yourself. How many times you hear about, even around here, sometimes I hear about these kids that they get their fast motorcycles. And even in like my state, you always hear a couple of times a year, like some of these kids, they race around, they end up killing themselves on their bikes, or they race around and they die, because they raced. Or you hear sometimes these kids make stupid mistakes in their life where it costs them. Okay, I don't want you to end up like that. Hey, there was some things I did in my life that could have cost my life. So it's a very pivotal time too. We make irrational decisions sometimes with our life. So we gotta make sure we survive our teenage years and into our 20s. Okay, and like I said, but Blaziken, I'm talking to you right now as well. You're young. You're young, and I always try to address younger people out there. It's imperative that you just you stay careful, okay, and don't get tempted to the wrong crowd. Trust me. There's people that are going to try to steer you down the wrong path. Taking alcohol, taking drugs, just getting into if things in your heart tell you it's sketchy, it may seem tempting. You know what I mean? But ultimately it's not going to be the right decision. It's going to just put you down a path that you're going to have to correct yourself later on in your life. It's just only going to prolong you're going to have to correct certain paths that you go down. Okay, I'm definitely giving less. Okay, gotcha. Blaziken, I'm guessing you are too, or an introverted at least. Yes. Their training is incredible. My brother used to be a boxer. Oh, yeah, your brother used to be a boxer too. Hey, did he ever box a kangaroo? I couldn't help it. I couldn't resist that. I used to see. Was that something they did down in Australia? I don't think they do that now. But they used to throw a set of boxing gloves on these kangaroos. And I guess the thing is they're tough. They're tough. They can actually balance on their back tail, and they can kick with their feet, and then they can throw punches like a boxer. I guess kangaroos are tough to fight, and they used to do this stuff. They used to box kangaroos. I know down in Australia, that's what you got down there. We don't have them anywhere else, but down there they're common. So I didn't know if he boxed a kangaroo, Blaziken, vamp. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, Blaziken is a INFP or an INTP. He's not sure right now. That's right. He did say so you're definitely sure you're not the INFJ then, huh? He's definitely sure of that. Must be something in there. He doesn't align with the INFJ then, huh? Okay. But he's one of the other two. He's gonna have to figure that out. But like I said, he's got so much going on in his head. He's got a lot to think about. He's got to settle down a little bit to get a true. It might take a little bit of time there, Blaiskin. I am too attached to this world. I believe the Lord is taking me through a process of detachment. There you go. Wow. Or you could call it repentance. Absolutely. He could be a lot harder on me if he had wanted. Well, that's all part of it. Now, Carl Jung, he did talked about the authentication. You know, now if you look at some of the teachings of our Lord, and you look at some of what repentance is, and about changing, and about being born again, he talked about being born again. You know, um, of course, remember when he said something about in order to attain the kingdom of heaven, you first must be born again. And of course, they thought, I think the first reaction was, I think one of the Pharisees said, "Oh, are you trying to suggest that we climb back into our mother's wombs and come out again?" They took it literal. And he was using that as a metaphor, being born again. It's heard about born again Christians. Talked about being rebaptized. It's supposed to be, originally we're baptized in water, but then eventually we're baptized in spirit. Okay, that's being born again. Of course, we're born physically from a mother, but we're supposed to be spiritually born. And that's the same thing. I'm going to tell you, it's the exact same thing. Authenticating, individualization, and being born again. It's whatever way you want to say. It's basically the same process. It's all one and the same. Absolutely, Justin. Okay, so if you're being led down this path, and that's where you're going, yeah. All I can suggest is you got to stay there, man, and endure the pain. Tom. Oh, wait, let's see. I want to say I have had a lot of depression. Okay, wait. Let's read some of these. Um, okay. Okay, talking about that, I could be an INFJ or maybe even an INTJ. Not sure, but you're definitely one of the introverted intuitives. What you're getting out. Okay. Honestly, I have a lot of depression before, which I think has skewed some of it. That's exactly what I said before. Now you say depression, I think being 17, yeah, there's so much going on in there. Yeah, you're depressed. I was depressed. I had a lonely childhood. I was very alone. In fact, I ran away by myself when I was your age. In fact, I told this story before. I don't want to get too much into it, but I ran away to San Diego looking for my dad, and I was out living in the streets for months in San Diego. And during that time, I was by myself, and yeah, I was greatly alone and trying to figure things out. Of course, I did stupid things. I was smoking, and I was doing smoking weed and taking whatever drug I could find just to kill the pain a little bit. I was doing dumb stuff. That's what I mean. I hope you don't do things that might jeopardize your life, which I did. That's why I say that. Okay. Um, but yeah, it sounds like you got some bouts of depression there. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with just part of it. It could be a personality type. You're not introverted, intuitive, maybe I know whatever it is, along with just your hormonal changes in life. Everything's meeting at a crossroad right now. Everything's starting to happen at the same time. Okay, Vamp Tom, but no, but he did try a bird. That was territorial when we were crossing a car park. Made me laugh so much. Was it an emu? Emus are the second largest land bird on Earth, next to the ostrich, which is African. I do believe you have emus in Australia. Was that what it was? Or was it gosh, you have a lot of large birds down there in Australia as well. Is that what it was, the emu? I mean, you got a lot of very interesting animals down there, Vamp. But you say that he made you laugh crossing a car park. So he actually, like, the thing attacked him, and he kind of fought this bird. Oh man, that's funny. Uh, I was gonna say it had to have been a large land bird. Like I said, was it the emu? Yeah, that thing's massive. That thing's very, very big. Hey, by the way, do people eat emus? I know people up here, we eat ostriches. I mean, I never did. but I heard ostriches are actually, there's farms now, and there's people growing ostriches, and they have the meat. They have it available. Like there's certain stores, like specialty stores, you can get ostrich meat. I don't know if I never heard of emu though. Maybe emu doesn't taste good. I don't know. I don't know if they eat emu down there or not. Okay. Okay. So look into those last two functions when you want to. Typically, perceivers see time as more elastic and less static than judges. Whoa, see that? See, there you go. Listen, Justin's deep. See, that's what I mean. There's so many very he's smart. Also, too, INFJs are very future oriented. Okay, when they're always making plans. Do you make a lot of plans, or are you more spontaneous? Are you just kind of making up, making plans up for that moment, and you're not looking into the future as much? You see what I mean? This is a way of telling perceiver types versus judger types, especially introverted intuitives and judges. You'll know that you're seeing deeply into future possibilities. You're always, looking years ahead, and you might be even looking days ahead or hours ahead. You may have many different plans going on in your mind. All very, that's something I've learned about myself. In fact, that's something that I had just said recently, is all the different plans I have. Long term, short term, intermediate term, very short term, almost like immediate, within hours. Even down to, like I said, what I'm going to eat for dinner, how I'm going to prepare a sandwich, what I got in everything. I mean, there's so many plans. We take them for granted, how many plans are going on. That's a good way to tell if you're a judger or a perceiver. Now, obviously, the thinker type versus the feeler, you have to ask yourself too. I mean, do you have a sensitivity? I mean, and if you are, do you think you're empathic? Do you pick up emotions? Do sometimes your emotions change and they confuse you? Sometimes, I mean, depending on whether or not you're a thinker or a feeler, and depending on how your alignments go too. I mean, you might, because typically introverted intuitives are mostly empaths. Now, I think the most empathic is the INFJ. I think other INs have a sense of empathy, but not quite as much. Although I don't think TJs are very empathic, are they? Can anybody tell me that? They're definitely more of the thinker types. They're the logicians, the INTJs, that is. Okay. I don't think I don't think there's much empathy in there. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe somebody could tell me that. But anyway, these are some ways of telling though. Okay. Okay, we got their Blazkin. We're trying to figure out, he's trying to figure out his personality type. He's not quite sure. He's definitely thinking it's one of the two. So you got to ask these questions. Hey, got Jethro back in the vent. I hear acting like hidden harp. LOA, not just playing some Halo, relieving some stress. Oh, by the way, if anybody's not, does everybody know that personality pill is Jethro? I don't know if that's his. Does anybody know that? Did you tell everybody? You might want to let some. I would hope we all know that by now. Okay, so this is his first time on a live. He's got a different name and a different picture there, different profile. Okay, and by the way, he's got his new channel. He's got his new channel calling Personality Pill, and yeah, he's going to put out some content. I'm interested. I'm going to check it out. Okay, I'm definitely going to figure. I have a friend that is an INTJ, and we get along really good. Okay, but I didn't think he was weighed down with excessive feeling. LOL. That's a good point about the future planning, Tom. I'd like to know everything move I'm going to make before engaging in something. Okay, so it says, I like to know. Okay, yeah, that's right. Now, Justin, now you said you're an INFJ, right? And you say you're always in the future. You're always planning. Yeah, now this is something we have a very strong planning thing. And I didn't start, like I said, until I started discovering this and I really started watching and studying my mind. Like I've told you before, I just put a video out about really watching the mind. In fact, I wondered if we're all like that, but this is things I've learned on my own, is the judging factor and how the plans go and the multiple, I mean, the many plans that go on simultaneously. Yeah. And when one's met, they're always being re-updated. They're always being, new ones are being thrown out there. We never reach a point and stop. We're always coming up with new stuff. Okay. New long-term plans, new 3, 4, 5 year plans, new 6-month plans, all of them. And there are all many of them. This is me. This is the way I see it. Okay. And again, now, if I don't do a plan, if I kind of put it on the back burner and I keep thinking about it, but I don't have a time, it bugs me. It bugs me until I do it. It just won't let it, it just keeps gnawing at me till I do it. That's another thing that happens too. I can't get away from it because I think a lot of times, being that we have extroverted sensing and we tend to, sometimes we have the plan going on, but actually executing that plan is another thing. Actually putting it into motion, depending on what it is, we might just keep putting things off, putting it on the back burner. And I do that, but it bugs me. It just keeps gnawing on me. And in fact, sometimes I just do it just so I stop the gnawing. That's how much it gets on me. Yeah, and it's like, I gotta do this because I'm never gonna forget it. And it just bugs me. Personality pill. Okay, so wait, what do we got? Hey, Jethro. No, I didn't. No, I did not. No, I didn't. I was being like hidden harp. LOL. Uh, Hi, congratulations on your new channel. Yeah, you got a new channel there. INTJs are not feeling types, but they are having introverted. INTJs are not feeling types, but they have introverted intuition. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. They're not really very empathic. I knew that. That's why I said I thought most introverted intuitive types are empathic, but then I thought about it. Wait, TJs are not like that. They're very, very logical. In fact, they're probably one of the most logical of all personality types, is the TJs. Okay. But are they long term? I think they are. They're planners as well. They think long term. They have future prognostication. They have the same fourth function as extroverted sensing. But the main thing that flips, it's they have the introverted thinking as their second function. Is that right? While we have it, it's extroverted feeling is ours, and their third function is it introverted feeling? I think it's introverted feeling or something like that is their third function, not extroverted feeling. It's introverted feeling or something like that. I see. Again, maybe somebody can help me out on that. I know it's very similar. In fact, they're very close, except for that one thing that throws it off. That's it. I wouldn't mind being an INTJ. That would be kind of cool, just for a day, you know. Just imagine. I might start tinkering around with something, start inventing stuff, you know what I mean? Maybe I'd finally figure out and make my electromagnetic engine, you know, my electromagnetic generator that I get this whole scheme in my mind about this electromagnetic generator, but I never get around to getting to it though. Hey, Hidden Harp. Hey, somebody was just talking about you and you just showed up. Did you know? We must have known. Somebody was mentioning you. We knew that the Breakfast Club was almost in house. I think most of the Breakfast Club is on in here. Hello, Hidden. Yeah, how are you, Hidden Harp? Okay. Let me tell you guys about the Inferior SC episode I had today. Okay, got that. I had a really good home cooked food I brought from home to work, and after I microwaved it, I dropped it all over my clothes and the floor. Oh, jeez. So you get your food out of the microwave and you spilled it all over yourself, huh? Oh, that's you know what I was talking about. Sometimes we're clumsy. Sometimes we do that stuff. I spill milk and hey, let me ask you this, Harp. Do you have the Führer complex? I call it. This is something I've called it. You know, where sometimes the Führer, just comes out randomly. When you spilled that food on you, did you say, "You stupid idiot," to yourself? And I mean, you just got mad for a second. Maybe you blurted out, maybe what that expletive came out. That's the Fuhrer complex. I mean, I came up with that as a funny short. You know what I'm saying? Just curious if you lit out, if you blurted out at yourself, you know. Because then I'll hit that because the Fuhrer did that. Remember that he had that short temper and he would yell and bark out orders and he would yell and he was always muttering under his breath. You know, those are some of the things the Fuhrer did, you know. So that's why I called that the Fuhrer complex, because I do stuff like that. I'm always muttering under my breath, and it's usually about me, you know, stuff I do like that, you know. Let's see. So we got surprise. I'm still having a good day. All right. Surprisingly, I'm still having a good day. Hello, Harp. Yep, got that. Hidden Harp. That would have been a terrible. At least that's a plus. Okay. Okay, Justin, I'd change to INTJ if that was an option. Yes, I would too. That sounds like a cool one, actually. You know, being like so devoid of emotion, almost like Mr. Spock. Well, I would go for that. That would be so. I mean, I think we have that ability anyway. Because we're balanced, man. You know, we have that ability to be that. We can detach, but then of course we always have that soft spot. You know, that sensitive part of us. I'd love to just, I don't know. So what else do we got here? Hidden Harp is out. Hidden Harp is here now, and it can be in the shadow. I'm coming back. It's here. Um, I'm coming back, LOL. I do that sometimes at home, but I have more composure in public, LOL. I curse bad sometimes. Yeah, see, yeah, I do that too. I think we all do that. Well, we just, because we gotta, it's even said that, we have a certain little bit of a rage. I see it come out all the time, and it's fast too. It's like quick and rapid, and it comes out, and it can, and as fast as it comes out, it disappears. It doesn't hold. Like quick bursts of rage. Yeah. Hello, everybody in chat. I have the Fuhrer complex, I believe. Haha. You too, so you too, Justin. I. That's just something I call it. Okay. I don't know. It fits. It fits because we all blurt things out like that, and that's the Fuhrer complex. See, That's part of like I try to come up with these catchy little catchphrases and ways of describing certain things, and I got to come up with my own ways of, you know, because that's what it is. Here's some things about INTJs. They're actually much more emotional than we are deep down, and they're rationalizing things more, having logical consistency. Yeah, because they have introverted feeling. They're deep down and emotional, facing themselves. They look at their third function, isn't it? Introverted feeling. We have extroverted as our second. Their third is introverted feeling. So they're emotional. Basically, they'll think about something that affected them. They're thinking that, but they're logical, yes, but they might remember things in their past or remember things that affected them and what caused them. Meanwhile, extroverted feelings are more like we're picking up the emotions of things, of people, other people, like because it's our second function. So we're only in tune to other people's harmony, things like that, right? While the TJ is more themself, introverted. But that's a good point there, Hop. Very good point. Yes. And what else do we have here? The person that I've been listening, Hidden Harp. Well, you've been listening, or you just popped in. Yes, that's me now. Kind of just popped in, but was listening a little beforehand. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, just ensuring so. Don't get my confused. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Okay. See, things are starting to liven. Yes, listen. There's always reaches a point in these broadcasts where things, kind of ease up a little bit. The tension's there. I noticed that when I first start the monologue, I don't see a lot of people come in, and then I see some of the regulars, my old the Breakfast Club. Then all of a sudden it starts kind of it eases out. I get put at ease when I see all you talking like that. It eases me out. I got to tell you. Okay. So INFTJs have more ground-based results type from thinking than independent thinking, in my opinion, and their emotions are the driving force behind it. Okay, for INFJs, that is not the case. Okay. Also, I get along with INTJs very well for the most part. Yeah. I do feel like I'm going to die sometimes in this awakening process. Ha ha. Oh, okay. Justin, yeah, yeah, it's really getting to you, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, you know what? You're gonna feel like that. Yeah, you're gonna feel like you're dying. Yeah. Like hey, you ever heard that song by the Allman Brothers, "The Whipping Post"? It's an old song from the '70s. You know that song? Oh Lord, I feel like I'm dying. You know that song? Yeah. Oh, you're gonna hear a whipping post by the Allman Brothers. If you haven't heard that, it kind of reminds me of that. It's basically about how a woman wronged him really bad. He had a girlfriend that basically messed around, she took all my money. She smashed my new car. Now she's down with one of my good time buddies. She's drinking in some crosstown bar. Sometimes I feel I've been tied to the whipping post. Oh Lord, I feel like I'm dying. Oh gosh, you got me singing Allman Brothers now. I should break out my harmonica. I used to play harmonica a bunch. I haven't for a while. I'm out of practice, but but that's what I mean. It's gonna feel like that, Justin. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, the dark night of the soul. If you're going through that, listen, you got to face it. That's all you can do. Okay, you got to endure it. You have no choice but to endure this as much as you can. Okay, that's all. And like I said, things may seem uncomfortable to you. Things may seem like they're unbearable in some ways, but yeah, you hear that rumble? I think my neighbor just started up his truck. He's got pipes. I know that. Hey, you're a guitar player. Of course you. Hey, listen, Justin, yeah, you're a guitar player. You must have heard that. Yeah, the Allman Brothers. They were actually, the Live at the Fillmore East was one of their best albums. And I think that's where that song came from. I think that's where Whippin' Post was on that album. I think that version, I don't know if it was a live version, but they had a very concerty sound. I mean, when they did that. And that was the old Greg Allman. Greg Allman sang that too before he died young. He hit a peach truck. Now how Greg Allman, he was basically the lead singer. And he I guess what happened was he was speeding on his motorcycle, and he went through a stop sign, and there was a peach truck crossing an intersection, and he hit the thing. He just hit the side of it, and just I don't know how fast he was going. I can only imagine he was going full speed, whatever, and it just killed him instantly. Yeah. So then one of their albums from the Allman Brothers is called "Eat a Peach," and they actually show that peach truck on the next album, the one he died in, because he was from Georgia. Hey, somebody else is from Georgia. I believe there's a Georgia Peaches. Yeah, because that's where the Allman Brothers are from. They were a Georgia band, Southern rock. And yeah, he died. He hit a peach truck. So anyway, a little bit of trivia. My brothers taught me stuff. My brothers always had that taste in music. Let me see. I'm going to start reading some of these. What do we got here? Genesis. Okay. The personality pill is Jethro. Yes, that's right. Okay. Oh, I thought I said that. Yeah, you knew that, right? Yes. Yes. That's his new channel, by the way, Harp. He's got a new channel. I subscribe. I think I was number one. Hey, by the way, Jethro, remember that? Yeah, we had a conversation. You said there was one subscriber, and you said it was that you. And I think the last time I checked, you had like 4 or 5. I think you had 4 anyway. So you picked up a few subscribers, but I think I was the first one for you. That's good to hear. I have good news for Tom. I have good I have good news for Tom and chat. Everyone in chat. Okay, yeah, I thought I heard the bass kick in. Oh, yeah, that was the okay. You heard that vamp. Yeah, that was the pipes. Okay. Uh, okay. I had something similar to an injury, and I need X-rays, and my referrals got approved a few days ago. What happened? What do you mean you had to get X-rays? What kind of X-rays? Something internal in your body, and what do you need X-rays for? Tell us. Okay, well, let me see. Hidden Heart, what's up? Taking steps to get better. That's good to hear, Harp. Okay. You were number one. Hey, hey, as Rodney Dangerfield used to say, always look out for number one. Hey, but don't step at number two. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'll tell you. Step at number two, you know. I used to love that quote by him, you know what I mean? Uh, my cousin was living in Georgia. He claims he saw Greg Allman on his motorcycle the day he died. Really? Yeah. Now, this was back in like 1973, or it was in the early 70s. So I'm going to say your cousin, I mean, your cousin's got to be older then, right? Is an older cousin of yours? Because I mean, you got to figure. I mean, if he saw him, your cousin's got to be, he's got to be in his 70s by now, right? Late 70s? Is he that old? I'm just saying he's got to be if he's because he died back in the over 50 years ago is when that happened. You know, I can't remember the exact date that happened, but it was around that. But you think he saw him riding the bike that day, huh? That's possible. Yeah. Uh, that's amazing to hear. Some ribs are you dislocated some ribs, Harp? Oh, I'm taking steps to get better. Oh, all right. So what happened? What happened? Did I miss what happened to your injury? You said you had to get some x-rays. What'd you do? Would you get into an accident, Harp? What happened? You had a similar thing. Oh, wait. Are we talking about a bike accident? Hitting a peach truck? Is that what you meant? Did you did you get into a bike accident, a motorcycle accident? What happened? And now you're saying you had to have your gosh, that's too bad, man. I hope things work out for you, man. And if you do have some cracked ribs, do whatever you have to do to heal those things. And you might not be going to the gym for a bit, okay? And it might be a good month because once those cracked ribs, man, even breathing can, you can't even hyperventilate because the expansion of breathing is going to keep those things in. You're going to only open up them cracked ribs. You're not going to heal them. So you got to make sure you're not overhyping anything. And you got to kind of breathe easy. You can't take full breaths of air. Yeah, you got to be careful with them. Now, listen, I've never cracked a rib, but I've heard how it happens. I've talked to people that have cracked them. So, man, make sure you heal yourself, Harp, okay? All right? Serious. My cousin died last year at 73 years old. Oh, he just died at 73. I was gonna say he'd have to be in his 70s. 73 then, huh? So he must have been young enough to have, but he says so he had the story. He saw Greg Allman on his bike the day he died, huh? Well, imagine that. Okay. That's too bad. Oh, okay, that makes sense then, huh? Not sure exactly what happened, but my chiropractor will fix it. I thought you chiropractor, aren't they mostly to realigning spines? I mean, mostly, right? But I think I know the rib cage has something to do. Is it something toward the back? But if you have cracked ribs, you have to let those things heal. I think there's no chiropractor can't heal up a cracked rib. You have to let time do that. You got to make sure they stay set. That's all. Uh, he just needed to see exactly how to do it. Okay. My mom has siblings about 20 years older than her, so few of my cousins were nearly as old as my parents. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I would imagine so. Yeah, it sounds like that. Yeah, you definitely had some well, I would think so. Your parents would be in their 70s then, huh? That's about right. Um, my oldest brother, it's funny you mentioned that. My oldest brother, Fred, he was he passed away 10 years ago. He was just turning 63 years old, but he would be 73 years old this year. Yeah. my oldest brother Fred. So that's why I figured, he was born in 1950, 53 or something like that. Now, if you're born in the 50s, you're in your 70s by now. Yeah, anybody born in 1956 is 70 years old this year. Yeah. And then, see, that's all my brother's age. My oldest, like I said, my oldest brother was 73. I got another brother who's turning 72. And I had another brother that passed away. He'd be 68. So, I mean, I'm all in that range. So all my brothers were all that era. And me, I'm born in the mid 60s. My grandmother is 1953. Oh, your grandmother's from 53, Hidden Harp. Okay. Yeah. As old as my oldest brother. Yeah, my brother Fred. Yeah. I kind of miss my brother Fred. Listen, my brother Fred, he had he grew up in California during like the height of that whole hippie revolution, right in Southern California. And they were heavily into that. California led the whole way in that whole psychedelic movement, the hippie movement, the whole freedom, live freedom. And, he was right in the heart of that. He grew up that whole hippie child type. So yeah, he did a lot of things and everything caught up to him. I mean, he used to take drugs and smoked and he did things. Eventually caught up to him. It eventually just all caught up to him, and it probably took 20 years off his life anyway, just when he passed away, all his lifestyle. So it's unfortunate. It is what it is, but okay. So yeah, well, anyway, so it sounds like we're talking about our days today, huh? So now that's the point now. Now we get to talk about our lives here a little bit, about what we're doing. That's good. That's good. Well, anyway, hopefully everybody's doing well. It sounds like, yeah, see, it is turning into like the Breakfast Club, because if you notice, we're starting to kind of tell about our lives, tell about our days. We're talking about things that, that are heartfelt to us right now. I guess that's what the Breakfast Club's all about, right? Yeah, we're kind of bouncing off each other as far as like talking about what's bugging us here. Yeah. Meanwhile, okay, so we have 7 watching. Okay, I'm not sure who was that before? Who was the IN? Is he still out there? Hey, I didn't know we had a new listener out there. Sometimes people pass in but they don't stick around. So oh, Blaiskin. Hey, is Blaiskin still out there? I wasn't sure. If Blaiskin was still out there hanging around or not. My mom passed away last year on January 11th. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. My cousin who saw Greg Allman died the day after her on January 12th. My mom made it to 77. Oh, that's too bad. Hey, breakfast, lunch, and dinner club. Oh, yeah, because we're on yeah. Well, we're all over the world here, so it could be any time of day our meals are. I get that, It's getting to be nowadays from when I'm getting to be like a midnight snack. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. Hey, see this? That's a funny one. I don't eat midnight snacks, but that's what it's starting to be right now. Dinner's over a little bit. It's almost going on 10 o'clock. Yeah, but yeah, okay. Well, that's something. So the day, so at least your mom lived to be 77 years old. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're at an age now too. The older you get, that's one thing I've noticed is that's just part of life. The old saying, death is part of life. I mean, we're supposed to see people that were dear to us pass away, and I mean, as brutal as it is, it's supposed to happen. We're supposed to bury our own parents. Yeah, my parents both passed away. And that's just part of what we do. I mean, well, a parent should never bury their own child, though. I mean, that's when it comes to where you don't want to see that happen. But occasionally that happens too, unfortunately. But we're supposed to. So it's all part of life. People, like I said, sometimes, like, that's what I mean. Some of these introspections help me realize that. Like when my mom passed away, I tell you, I mourned for like almost a year and a half, 2 years. It just seemed like it kept bubbling up. I couldn't believe my mom died, you know? And for the longest time, it was like that. And I mean, finally, you never get over it, but you come to terms with it. You finally just, it settles into you that it happened. And now enough time has passed and you just deal with it. You deal with those kind of things. But yeah, that's all. Indeed, we had a breakfast, but sometimes I have lunch, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Yeah, but it's just that's just the only name I can come up with it because that's what it reminded me of. You know, like I said, bunch of misfits, but they all had something in common. You know, they were the kids in detention. You know, and but they all started being friends in their own way, and they started relying on each other. And they yeah, but that was the whole moral of the story. That's why it is what it is. You know, so um, yeah. Now, moving forward, people. Now, listen, I'm actually getting close to the 3,000 hours of watch time. It's not yet. I'm going to say it's going to happen soon, but I'm going to start being able to get into the partner program, which means basically I can start doing things like, I can start doing like like club memberships, things like that. I could take like I can even say like people can like give me tips and cups of coffee and things like that, little donations. And I'm just saying that. I think I can actually have some ad some ad revenue. I think I can even allow sponsors to approach me. I've actually had a couple of them, actually one or two. I left my I left a an email address on my description page, and I was approached by one of them, but I didn't take it yet because I don't want to get in trouble by YouTube and say, okay, I'll start doing these sponsors when I'm not in the program. I could lose the channel. There's certain things I can't do right now, but after 3,000, I think I can. I'm gonna have to look more into that, but I'm just letting you know. Hopefully in the next within the month, I'll be able to start doing that. Now, also, I may even have be able to do merchandising. That's another thing I might be able to do is merchandising, and I want to start getting into that. You know, and there's an idea. I mean, I could even just say, how about? I mean, I could call a T-shirt company or one of those hoodie companies, and I could come up with things where I could have like certain logos, either like this, something, I could have, are you experienced or something? I could come up with certain things for the channel, mugs, coffee mugs. I think even refrigerator magnets. I'm not sure what exactly. There's little things you can merchandise. How about one say, something about the Breakfast Club? I just had that idea. Whoa, that would be cool. Something on the idea of like that references that, be part of the be part of the B Club or something. I don't know if I could say Breakfast Club because that's already a copyright. I don't know. Maybe if it's said in a different way. See, things I have to know, but maybe the B Club, and it would just be an in thing. Are you part of the B Club? INFJ Experience or something, or are you experienced in the B Club? I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas. It just came to me just now. But I'm just saying, I mean, eventually I can start doing that. And yeah, maybe I'll like certain lives or something. I can even wear a T-shirt or something. But then it'd be one of those things. Again, a lot of things I have to learn how I got to do that if I want to go that route. But little ideas, just marketing things. That might be interesting. Maybe some interesting things in there. Maybe. Yeah, I've had a few freak outs since my mom passed. Oh yeah, so you did too, Genesis. Yeah, I love my dad, but it was way more soul crushing when my mom passed. Yeah, yeah. There's something about losing mom, isn't it? Yeah, it's now listen, there was some things I did. I mean, I didn't have a perfect relationship with my mom growing up. In fact, there was some times in our life. In fact, all my brothers clashed with my mom in so many ways, and I did. I had clashes with her. I think I came to terms with her the best I could, but yeah. But bottom line, she's still your mom, though. She was still, still the one who raised you. Bottom line. My mom and I don't have one conversation without an argument. Yeah, Hey, I clashed many times with my mom. Sometimes I didn't, not always, but there were times I did, especially when during my younger years, I clashed with her. In fact, sometimes I think my mom got very, she got to a point in my life when I was younger that she did a lot of yelling. She used to raise her voice a lot, give me those eyes, and she'd yell. And she got to a point where she raised her voice a lot, you know. I think she knew I was intimidated early on. When I was younger, I never liked that. I never liked the energies. I think she could tell it affected me. It kind of drained me when her energy she threw out at me, and I think she knew it, and I think that was her way of intimidating me, keeping me in line. And I think she had a way about her. I think she used that, because she had to have some kind of authority, some kind of fear in me because my dad was gone. You know what I mean? So, and early on, even my other brother, she did that too when they were younger. But then, of course, we got bigger than her, and she wasn't as effective as she got older. you know. My mom and I do okay. Have one conversation. Do you have any tips for deciding what to do in this world? Whoa, Blaziken, he wants to change the world. Do we have any tips of what to do? You mean as far as like changing the world, making it a better place, kind of thing? Just make it a little better place. That's something that we've been looking for an entire human history, haven't we? We've been trying to find a better civilization that functions well, don't we? All right. Now listen, I'm gonna say that. Okay, my mom and I have become a very lot closer for the last 9 or so years of her life. Very thankful for the time. I may also have the merchandise. I may I may buy some merchandise from you, Tom. Hey, well, that's what I'm thinking. You know, I'd like to throw that out there. I mean, naturally, I'd like this channel to eventually be able to. I'd like to be able to make a little bit of something. I mean, that was the whole idea. It wasn't just the whole. That wasn't the main idea. I mean, part of me wanted me to give back. I mean, it wasn't all about that, but part of it is because I mean, it was all part of a long-term goal that I had. Maybe entering into like I said, like retirement, and it helps to subsidize things a little bit. Now, we had an interesting. Any tips for deciding on what to do in this world? Listen, I think the world is a crazy place in so many ways, and I think it's. I think the human race in itself. We keep seeing things happen over and over again. Certain levels of government take over and crumble. It seems. Now, listen. I think so many forms of government have been tried and failed. We've tried monarchies. We've tried. Egyptians they used to worship pharaohs. I mean, they basically made these gods out of these kings, right? These pharaohs, and they looked at them as God. Now, that's something wrong with that. We would indoctrinate people well, no, excuse me, thousands of years ago. In fact, there were monarchies, and plus we had Führers, we had dictatorships, where everybody regards a deity, a god. Okay, now I'm gonna answer your question. You got me into thinking this. You just got me in a rabbit hole. Okay, a little bit of human psychology here, and what I see is what happens with the human ego and how we are pulled into certain things. Okay, now the human animal, as we are, we have something in us that is malleable. There's a certain part of us that are malleable. Certain types are more malleable than others. In other words, we can conform. Some of us are actually conformist in order to, let's say, believe pretty much everything and just be malleable to a certain ideology, a certain type. Now you see it all around you. You see certain types that just eat up the world for what it is. Whatever they've been brainwashed into, indoctrinated into, formed into, whether it be through um, education, political ideologies, culture, things like that. We have a way of molding, of shaping. So human beings have a way of going against the grain. They can forget their inner code. let's say. As I've talked about the God code, we have a code that we are guided by. I think we are spiritual first, okay? And we are governed to be listen to that inner code, our conscience in a sense. And we are supposed to derive our sustenance, our energies from that code, from God, basically. But the human animal has a way of taking that away, transferring that code of God from within us and transferring it into, let's say, either somebody, an ideology, let's say the Soviet Union, or the state. The state becomes the God in a sense. And a lot of too many times through human history, civilizations, empires have been based on this whole idea of worshiping the Caesar, the Führer, the king, the queen, the pharaoh, and in some cases even an emperor in the imperial Japan. You had Tojo. You had the deity of worshiping somebody. In other words, a person, whether it be a man or a woman. Typically, it's a man. It's a monarch or something. Typically, but bottom line is, we can be changed into that, taken away from the idea of our God and transferring it into somebody. We're going to worship something, but we're changed. We are changed into that. Now, in our case here, we have the whole idea of the United States was the fact that we have a president of the United States, and that he was supposed to be humble, that we would not worship. He was not a god. He was not a monarch. The whole idea was Washington wanted to be humble and said, "Call me Mr. President. I am not your highness. I am not your honor. Okay, I am Mr. President. I'm a man." See, that was instilled by that. I think a lot of the founding principles of the United States, I think, were the most noble. I still stand by that. I'm still a patriot at heart. I still believe that the founding documents were the most authentic form of of freedom that we ever seen on the face of this earth. I honestly believe that. I think it's been transmogrified. I think it's been corrupted. I think I think over the course of 100 years, 250-year history, I think we've seen administrations and we've seen forms of government twist and taint and try to change it. And but bottom line is, I think we have to listen to our conscience. Our soul has to be pure. We have to find the true inner code. We have to be inspired. We need to have a system that inspires us to understand our code, our individual, unique code. And I think it's an individual code. But governments like to have us herded up in masses. They want us thinking a certain way so we're controllable. There's something in the human ego, something in the human spirit that needs to have everybody thinking the same way, everybody reacting the same way, herded in a sense. And but I think that form is evil. Okay, basically, I think communism, socialism, it falls right into that. And certain monarchies, certain monarchies. Okay, I think we need to get away from that. That has to be gotten away from. I think we need to educate. We need people to be educated from within. We need to encourage more of our individual code within us, and we need to derive from that. Too bad we didn't have a system that we gravitated to that. We encouraged that. But bottom line is, we have so many twisted, toxic people that are always trying to pull us down to the dark side, pull us into shadows, pull us into darkness, and that's the human race. That is the whole part of the failure of the human race. The whole, let's say, fall of the Garden of Eden. When it all came down to that, it all happened with the fall from grace in the Garden of Eden. I mean, it may be a fable to some, but it's all part of that. We're a fallen being. We're not a risen ape. We're not an evolved ape the way they try to teach us. We're a fallen being. We were created by God, but we have a fallen side to us. We were tempted to be God, basically. Think about it. That was the temptation in the Garden of Eden, was to eat of this apple, eat of this fruit, and you will see that of God. You will have the mind and see that of God. In fact, God doesn't want you to take this because you will surpass him. That was the temptation. So that whole temptation is part of our twisted ego that came out of being God, playing God. Okay. And this is the fall of our civilization. This is the downside of who we are. So again, we need to encourage the individual spirit, the individual um, uh, code within us. Yeah, we need to bring forth what that is. I mean, by meditating, by praying, by sitting quiet, by sitting still. What we did, what INFJs do, we're very internal. We're introverted. We do this instinctively. That's what we are. That's what I mean. Introverted intuitives have this way of seeing it. Okay, and we're very rare for a reason. I don't know what we are. But bottom line is we need to find that inner spirit within us and we need to be guided by that. That's what I think would make the world a better place is if we encouraged that, nurtured that. Okay. Instead of trying to tear it down and this, but that's unfortunately what happens is the fallen human ego, the fallen human that wants to be worshipped, that wants the state to control, always takes over. And we see that time and time again. Cycles of civilizations crumble that way because it falls every time. And this is the part of the human ego, the human spirit that falls every time, and it's always follows that same path. If you notice, okay. Well, I could be adding on to that. That's basically what I think. That's basically I think would make the world a better place. But we'd have to change our hearts. Literally, we'd have to all change our hearts individually, and we'd have to encourage that. Tom, have you ever read any C.J. Chesterton or C.S. Lewis? C.S. Lewis, wasn't he the Alice in Wonderland and look through the Looking Glass? Was that C.S. Lewis? But I haven't read J.K. Chesterton. No, I never have, actually. But I do believe, like I said, C.S. Lewis. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he the author of Through the Looking Glass? But I did listen to that audiobook, Alice in Wonderland. I mean, because I have always been curious. I just happened to pop it in an audiobook. I listened to it. So I'd buy some merch. Okay. I have an emotional breakdown with parents passing away over seasonal stuff. So I like to keep my mind busy during the holidays. It's the best thing to keep me busy during okay. Well, that's good. So right around the holidays, Vamp, you start thinking about your parents. Did you lose both your parents, did you? I think most of us might have lost. I mean, we might have lost one or the other, but sometimes we're always going to lose them. Yeah. Blaziken, just kind of in general, even with jobs and stuff, I'm lost what to do. Oh, you mean we're just? I went into a whole spiel thinking I just went into the whole idea of how we cure the human race, and if I could do it, what we need to do. And you just see, I just mean a job guy. I just mean, what kind of job can I do? see, I know I tend to go a little deep, don't I? Hey, that's what we do. That's what we do. Blaziken, okay, so in general, what kind of job and stuff? Well, Blaziken, let me ask you this. What do you like to do? Listen, I'm going to tell you something, Blaziken. You're 17 years old. Listen, each and every human being on earth has a certain individual talent. You have a talent that is uniquely you, okay? You've been gifted with something, whatever it might be, whether you're great with your hands, whether you have a great mind, maybe you're a great mathematician, maybe you are a great inspirer, maybe you're a great orator, maybe you are a great visionary, and I'll bet you maybe you're good with money. Maybe you could find ways of making money. You got to find your talent. What are you good at? We all have a great talent. First of all, and I wish I would kill to be 17 years old again and try my life over again. Maybe not necessarily this day and age, but I would like to do a lot of things differently. So take it from somebody that's already lived most of their life who regrets some of his decisions. But first of all, what's your talent? What do you want to do? Let me ask you that, Blaziken. What do you want to do? You're asking me, but what is your best attribute about you? What is your best talent? That's all. I'm not super talented person as far as I can tell, but maybe there's something else out there. No, I appreciate. I want to help make the world a better place. Yes. Oh, Vamp, you have both your parents. Okay, you do. All right. Maybe I thought something about Lewis was Chronicles of Namie and Screwpoint Letters, many other great books and essays. I gotta say, no, Justin, I haven't read any of them. But basically, whatever I said must be reminding you of what I talked about. Maybe. Okay. Blaze, can I agree that we think a lot about how messed up the world is, it seems at times. Okay. Tom, Tom, when I meet Eve in heaven, I'm gonna show her my belly button and say, look what you did to us, girl. Oh, yeah. Well, the whole idea was is yeah, woman, because originally woman, Eve came from the womb of a man, from his rib. Hey, speaking of his cracked rib there, he got hit hard. Yeah. God put him into a deep sleep and took out a rib and made woman. Yeah. As Archie Bunker once said, yeah, he takes out the rib of the woman there from Adam, makes the woman, a cheaper cut. He was a chauvinist, remember? And he said that was a cheaper cut, Archie Bunker. Remember that show? Cheaper cut there, meathead. I can't help with the impressions, you're bringing it out of me. Um, yeah, but anyway, so Blaiskin, you gotta ask yourself what your talent is and what you want to do. You gotta really ask that question. You might be at a age. Listen, when I was 17, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I mean, I wasn't too sure. I mean, there were certain careers I thought about, but I did not want to. I didn't want to settle on just one. But for one thing, you got to get yourself a job. You're going to probably getting out of high school. I mean, you're close to it. If you're 17, you're probably a junior or a senior in high school by now. You're probably ready to maybe graduate this year. Are you getting close to graduating this year or next year? But bottom line is, you're getting close to where you need to make a decision. Now, I don't know if you have an entry level job now, maybe a after school job, maybe working at McDonald's, making French fries, making Big Macs and big patties. Did I mention I made French fries? That's how I won the presidency. Did I mention that? No, I'm only kidding. I'm sorry. You see the chameleons are coming out now. I'm just saying, yeah, McDonald's. Um, but you got to make sure that you do you got to figure out what you want to do. Now, you might have to just get a couple jobs to get yourself out into the workforce, even if they're entry level jobs, even if they're just basic jobs. But bottom line is, you have to think about what you're going to be good at, what your talent is going to lead you to be. I mean, are you physical? Are you good with your hands? Are you good with building things? Are you more mental? Are you good more artistic? Are you good speaker? You got to ask these questions. You got to look for your talent. Find your inner talent and figure out what it is and grow from that. Build on that. Okay? But at the same time, you got to still survive while you're looking for that, okay? So don't just get lost in what you're trying to do and meanwhile never get a job. So you got to take care of yourself, okay? I wish I could be a great at making music, but I also don't care enough. I don't care enough about anything to put in the work to learn, as sad as that sounds. So you wish you could be, listen, there was a time I wish I could be, hey, what kid didn't want to be, like George Harrison and play the guitar for the Beatles? You know what I mean? I mean, everybody saw the Beatles and they wanted to be the Beatles, and and then 1,000,000,001 bands came out from that, right? Wanted to be the Beatles. But listen, it's going to be, how do you sing? Do you have a good singing voice? Can you write lyrics? Do you play a musical instrument? You got to ask yourself what your talent is. I listen. I had a chance to be a singer in a rock band when I was in my early. I grew up in Lynn, Mass. Okay, I told you that before. It's a town just outside of Boston, just north of Boston, and I had a friend of mine who was a guitar player, and he had a band. He had a rock band, right? And I had a pretty good voice, but you know what? I mean, I was kind of like really influenced by Jim Morrison of the Doors, And of course, I kind of like the Doors. I like the music, but you know what? I didn't like the whole idea that he died young. At that time in my life, as confused as I was, and I had a proclivity to go off the deep end, let's say, I kept thinking I'd end up like Jim Morrison and I'd die at a young age if I started singing in a rock band. I kept thinking, I don't want to do that. So I deliberately didn't want to be a rock singer. I didn't want to be in the band. I kind of sabotaged myself. In a sense, I sabotaged. So I didn't want to go there. Deep down, I knew I would probably end up going off some deep end and end up like Morrison, dying when I was 27, or Kurt Cobain, or any of that 27 club that we see, Boulevard of Broken Dreams. So, but Genesis, hey, there you go. Genesis, he's a guitar player. I talked about playing guitar. Now, you want to talk about music? We have Genesis, Justin in the house, and if you ever look, if ever get a chance, check out his station. He's just channel. He's got some guitar riffs and stuff. I actually looked at his channel. He's a guitar player. He can help you out a little bit on that. I did hear a little bit of his guitar riffs. I think he had an acoustic guitar. So yeah, there you go. Uh, so Genesis, if you're young, maybe you just find something you can commit to and make money at it. If you have the desire, work in side projects. Yeah, there you go. You just got to find something to keep you busy. I'm not too great at singing and don't know any instruments, but have been inspired a lot by music in the past. Okay. Now, when you say inspired, like listen, that's another thing too. I think typically introverted, intuitive types. I know I was like this. I was influenced. I had certain bands that spoke to me that actually told the story of my life. Okay. In particular, I used to listen to The Who, their rock albums, Tommy the Who, Quadrophenia. Have you ever heard the album Quadrophenia by The Who by any chance? That's like it's a double album, and it tells a story about, the mods and the rockers, and it's, just about a kid that's in turmoil, growing up during the whole 60s in England, and basically, he ends up, he was going off the deep end, and it kind of reminded me of my life. Bottom line is, it connected to me because it reminded me of my life. Yeah. Now, this kid was a very troubled kid, Jimmy Walker from Quadrophenia. And also, I get into Pink Floyd. I used to get into Floyd because Floyd always talked to me too. There was something about Pink Floyd's music, especially Pink Floyd The Wall. I couldn't wait to get that album, Pink Floyd The Wall. And I'd listen to it over and over again, the albums. And somehow it connected to me. Now you think of the whole rock opera, Pink Floyd The Wall. It's about a burned out rock star that does what? He all his traumas in his life, his mother being overprotective, he lost his father, the school system was indoctrinating him. He built walls to protect himself. He built walls. He isolated himself. And on the second half of the album, he literally built a wall. And I thought how much that connected to me, because I always felt like I isolated myself. In fact, if anything, you want to hear a lot, that's a story written by Roger Waters and INFJ. So, but before I even knew what that was, this connected to me. This inspired me. And I always thought that these are a couple of bands that inspired me as well. So sometimes maybe you're inspired by the fact that certain music, lyrics, and bands connect to you. They're telling you a story. I think sometimes we do that and we relate to them. And that's what inspires us. Personality appeal. Blaiskin, worry about the committing to yourself and figuring something out that hasn't to do with something or work and ready to have a saving. You do. What do you create? See, you got some other helpers trying to help you out with your decision there, Blaiskin. I feel like it's a life worth living. I need to do something to impact others' lives. So you have a need to want to impact others' lives, huh? Oh, okay. See, that's kind of yeah, that's definitely yeah, you definitely have that introverted whole wanting to impact. You want to leave a legacy. You want to inspire others. Yeah, okay. But you got to find out what you want to do. How are you going to do that? Are you going to do that by singing songs, by creating music, or are you going to do this by um, influencing them. I mean, uh, okay, yeah, it's what I have felt. The band's telling my story. I was deeply inspired by Switchfoot and Owl City in the past. Now I haven't heard of them, but that's what I figured was going on. Is you had somebody telling your story, and that's how you got inspired by it. Hey, believe me, I told you about two examples of mine. Now, I'm an old school guy. You got to figure I'm talking about the Who and Pink Floyd. Those are 70s rock bands. I mean, they're all retired now, but yeah, at the time that was the music we were listening to, you know. Generation X, boomers. Yeah. Um, I still want to call you Jethro. I do. You talking about personality pill? Yeah, of course you do. Personality pill psychology could be interesting. Uh, yes, I think Jethro's going to be. I'm very curious to see his content when he's putting that out there. I mean, well, so it sounds like okay. You know what? Listen, Blaziken, I want to take you under. We got to take you under our wing, there, son. Listen. We have a Blaziken. He's 17 years old. He's found this channel. He's not sure of his type yet, but he knows he's an introverted intuitive. He wants to make a difference. He wants to know what kind of work to get into. Like I said, Blaziken, first of all, you just have to make sure that you stay independent. Keep yourself clean. First of all, make sure you don't get tempted. Don't do drugs. Don't do that. Don't do drugs. Please trust me. Keep your mind clean. Keep your soul clean if you can. I know this is tempting in your life. Hopefully you're not, you know, hopefully you're not geared toward things like that. Now, listen, you might have an occasional beer here and there. I'm not saying you got to keep yourself completely like, but don't get into like hard drugs. Don't do stuff, stupid stuff. It screws up with your head. Okay. Trust me, it's not good for you. All right. You might get frenzy of the gaslight. You say, oh, it's no big deal. Smoke a little weed here and there. It gets you gets you dreamy. It's gonna make your mind dreamy, but you're already if INFJ INFJs we typically it kind of almost like exacerbates what our mind's doing. It actually intensifies our mind, and it can spiral us a little bit. You know, I mean, our mind is already twisted and we got abstract things going on in our mind a lot. We got images going on in there. You put drugs on top of that, and it really twists and distorts your perception of reality. Okay, you want to stay in reality. Secondly, is yeah, just you got to have a good work ethic. No matter what you do, even if you do an entry level job, if you have to get into construction, maybe start. Even if you have to just haul and make deliveries. First of all, you're going to have to get into entry level. You don't want to stay there, okay? But unless you think you can get your foot in the door doing a job, I mean, it depends on what you want to do. But if you really want to impact people's lives, and that's where you want to be geared, um, at this point here is, I mean, there's got to be something you can do. I mean, just, sometimes depends on how you want to impact people's life. Do you want to do it in a broad scale, have an audience like this, have a YouTube channel and talk to people and hope to connect with people that way? Or you could do it on an individual. You could just be a really good friend. Maybe like have a group of people that you're a really good influence on. You have a certain chemistry about you that, so one thing about INFJs, INFTPs, you can influence people subconsciously just by being you, just by your aura around you. If you have something infectious, something stoic about you, you can actually positively influence people by just being you. Your aura will change people in a small group. Okay, but if you want to, you see, so it's all about maintaining your character. Okay, now at an early age like this, I mean, I know you're going to still want to sow your oats and everything, but you maybe these things are going to sink in eventually. Maybe they're not going to sink in right now as I'm saying them, but eventually you're going to hear these things. They're going to finally take root. Okay, let me ask you this: that how do you have a good relationship with your father? You have a good dad by anywhere? Um, it just Blaziken, you have a good dad? Okay, let me see. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe becoming an electrician or something. Hey, electrician, there's good money in that. There's very good money in electrician. Okay. I want to, Okay, I want to help others, so I'm going to go through my YouTube channel. I completely understand wanting to help others. That's kind of like why I'm on this YouTube channel as well, is I'm hoping to reach other people. Yeah, I mean, I've told you the whole story. I mean, I don't have to say it again. You know me more than a lot of people. This club right here, okay? You know how I think. I think you're getting to know me a little bit, and that's why I'm here as well. Okay, um, so maybe an electrician then, huh? Yeah, you got to do something that's going to be, now that's a good trade though. You got to, and if you're going to get into something, make sure you get into a good hands-on trade. There's good money in that. There's good money and that's good potential there. And yeah, there's no doubt. We can always use electricians out there. There's no doubt. Vamp, your parents are still around. Uh, uh, Introverted and towards, introverted already make us high. Yeah, the old saying is, hey, that's true, Harp. The old saying is, INFJs are like being on drugs. Hang around with them long enough and you feel like you're tripping out or like on drugs. Just something about their aura. Yeah, yeah. In fact, that was the first video I've ever seen. That was Wentz. Why is INFJs like being on drugs? That's right. It's a good point there. Okay. Personality pill. Yeah. Hidden Harp. Yes. Well, okay, yes, my online name will always be Jethro. I'm actually at some point going to back to Jethro. My channel name will remain the Personality Pill. Yeah, you can always make your channel that. Not with me. I mean, my handle is Tom Omega. I mean, that's what I got down as that. Yeah. But I wanted to make sure that the name of the channel stayed as the Experience, which it is. So I had to change that around midstream. I did change it, but yeah, my dad is pretty good. Okay, so you got a good relationship with your father. Okay, that's good. I never really did, but I think it's important to have a good dad. So now, do you ever listen to him? Is he are you inspired by your dad? I mean, does he have anything? He must know you pretty well. Does he have any suggestions as to what you can do? I mean, where you should go? Um, you know? Yeah, but also, Blaiskin, remember too, you get a whole lifetime to live. You're starting your life, okay? You're just entering into your life. You're becoming your own man, okay? I would say person, but you're becoming a man, okay? Now, don't think you have to do everything right now. Don't think you have to, I want to do this. I want to make an impact. Let things unfold in your life. Try to find good paths to go down, first of all. Make good decisions now. Make rational, good decisions. Get into a good line of work. Like if you want to get into, like I said, if it's electrician work, awesome. Do that. But don't think you have to do everything right now. Let things unfold. Get some maturity. Get some wisdom. Get some work hours under your belt. Save some money. Above all, too, don't be reckless with money. Make sure you're good and frugal with your money. You earn it and make sure that you put it aside. Maybe get yourself a house someday, but not right away. But make sure you're good with money. And don't get into credit card debt. Don't run up any credit cards because that's an endless pit. I mean, so you make sure that you don't, you're not reckless with money. So these are things I would tell you. All right. But don't think you have to start saving the world right away. Let things unfold. Find out who you are. And your calling may not be till you later on in your life anyway. I've been seeing some of these videos that say a lot of times we don't start having our awakening and our calling till we're in our 40s and 50s and 60s. You have your whole life ahead of you. You really do. You just have to set your roots down, work hard for a living. You're young, learn a trade. Learn a trade and work hard for it. Okay? And if you want a side gig, whatever it is, think about it. Find your talent. Okay? Really. Okay? Let's see. Blaiskin, if you have a chance to be an electrician, you should probably go for it, unless you want to try something else. Hey, it's really not a bad choice. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that. To be honest, lately I have been thinking about philosophy and religion than in practical matters. Yeah. See, this is why you're drawn to this channel. Hey, listen, you know what? Some of the things you're talking about right now, philosophy, religion, practical matters. Yeah, I can tell you're a thinker. You're introverted thinker, and you're thinking about things even at a young age that you are. You know, um, like I said, right now it's good that you're. It's good. I mean, keep your thoughts and your dreams going well, but understand that you're going to always have a calling. Something's going to lead you, and if you're thinking about philosophy, religion, yeah, then you have something's leading you. Something higher than yourself is leading you. Maybe that's a good thing. I think we should be. I think as who we are, especially NFJs, I think we feel like we've been led. And that's why I always like to talk about the spirit on this channel, because I think that's so ingrained in us. Now, whether or not you are INFJ or whatever, you're not even sure exactly what type you're at. Maybe you've had a different couple of tests, but whatever way you're being geared, I mean, listen to that. Listen to that. But um, all I can do is, make sure you're always growing to that light. Okay, but again, you have a lifetime too. You know, but you're going to have a proclivity. But if you have a proclivity towards spirit and toward philosophy and toward that kind of thing, then yeah, just let that. For right now, gain your own wisdom. Don't think you have to go teaching everybody. Or like right now, live your life, but always keep that in the back of your mind. Start get a good job, set your good roots down there, have good work ethics. That's all, and all these things will just unfold before you. Okay, yeah, things are going to unfold, but bottom line is you got to make sure you're on the right path. Now, listen, you are a human being. We are human beings. We may make mistakes. We may go down bad roads every so often. We may fall into those dark shadow functions, and we might, trust me, we might deviate. I did many times. Listen, I did, and I made very, very bad mistakes. But everything unfolded for me later on as I mature, as I got older. Okay, I was a late bloomer, and you might be a late bloomer too, maybe. Uh, okay, Blaiskin, gotcha. I'll check it out. The Story of Philosophy by Will Durant is a good outline of how we get to where we are today. Hey, there you go. You see, listen, Justin's a reader. You can tell he reads a lot of books, and he's got a lot of suggested reads. Yeah, see, yeah, Justin's definitely he's interesting. He's got some interesting stuff going on there. I'm gonna make a playlist for random personality stuff on my channel that people can watch till I start making my video. I noticed you got random stuff on there. I did see the playlists on there. Okay, before you start making videos, I had the private my personal playlist. Okay, I got that. Nice. To be honest, lately I have been thinking more about. Okay, yeah, I got that. Fam, I believe a lot of us are late bloomers. Oh yes, absolutely. Of course we are. Yeah, I think that's one of those things. I noticed I didn't start really developing until my mid 20s. It seems like what I was always catching up with whatever my friends were doing when they were 16, 17. I wasn't doing until I was in my mid 20s, it seemed like. Yeah. Like I was always shy and introverted, didn't have a lot of girlfriends until I was like maybe in my early 20s. And then all of a sudden I just started meeting girls and I had a lot of girlfriends for a time. Then I had my string of girlfriends. Yeah. And then things, then I just started remembering, like when I reached 30, I remember thinking like my intuition started really kicking in. I remember like things like started taking off, even like my wisdom and things. Yeah. I seem to remember when I was starting to get heightened like intuition and actually foreseeing things. Yeah, they all I remember being able to have premonitions most of my life. But yeah, but especially when I turned 30, my empathy started coming to life too. Yeah. Blaiskin, I've never had a girlfriend before. Not sure I want to get one. Listen, yeah, there's a lot of peer pressure. Maybe this. Hey, it's funny you said like this day and age. Nowadays, back when I was growing up, it seemed there was a lot of peer pressure. We had this whole stigma that a man was not complete unless he had a girlfriend. That was going to make or break him. And if he didn't have that, then he was only half a man. That was the way we were indoctrinated to think that we needed a completion. We needed a woman to complete us. Now, this day and age, the way there's a lot of red pill content out there. I get into this sometime. I mean, you look at the way modern women and modern girls are. They've changed. I think radical feminism has gotten so out of hand, and it's just they come out of school with this entitlement, and they have a certain list of demands from men. They have to be over 6'2". They got to have six-pack abs, a 6-inch, you know what, and make a six-figure income. You see what I mean? You got to have this perfect, guy, or you don't qualify. You know what I mean? Anybody under 6 feet tall is too short for them. You see, so a lot of times you hear about all these demands, and usually, usually women these days they're all. Now, I'm not saying anything about you, Van Fox. I'm saying in general, a lot of them are never wrong, always never accountable for anything, and they want the man to do everything and pay for everything. They expect guys to pay their rent before they even married. They're like 3 months into a relationship. Hey, I want you to start paying my bills. I mean, you hear about stuff like that. So listen, as far as Blaziken goes, yeah, if you can stay single as long as you can, get wise without that. That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to rush into that. And but you hear a lot about even this young like Gen Z. You hear about these young Gen Zs. Young men are just they're not willing to get involved because of things like that, because of the way they've been raised. They're always taught that men were like predators and men are like always out to they started believing that. Women told them leave them alone, never approach them, don't hit on them. It's all patriarchy. So then men started backing off. Then you see these TikTok videos where women don't like it anymore. Now they want men to start coming back to them. But it's too late, isn't it? Yeah, it's like they went too far, it seems like. All right. Basically, the unrealistic expectations just be a yeah, exactly. Unrealistic expectations. Yeah, yeah. But I can also see some upsides, Blaziken. Okay, the person. Okay, that is what I'm thinking too. I hate the idea of getting married and becoming a conformist. I'm at a point now I can never get married again. I tried it for 20 years, and I'm at a point now in my life. I'm an older guy anyway. I mean, I've kind of lived my life. I love my house. I love to live alone. I love my solitude. I love my peace. And it's almost more comfortable being at peace than me thinking about getting married, even having somebody living with me. So, hey, listen, I think I should plug my phone in. I might have to do that. I don't want to lose the signal. My phone's been doing this for 3 hours. Excuse me, 3 hours in. I can't believe it's been 3 hours. People, give me a second. I'm going to just I'm going to unplug the microphone. I'm going to move this, and I'm going to plug in the phone. All right. Okay, I think we're all done. How we doing? Everything well? All right. Listen. I got to do another sound check. I just want to do this anyway. Everything well? All right. Listen. I got to do another sound check. Sound check sounds good. All right. Now I'm onto the phone microphone, but I'm just going to pull this a little closer. But at least I'm going to have my phone charge up. Okay. I'm going to pull this a little closer so you can hear me a little bit. Okay, let's X out of that. Okay, let me get caught up. What are we talking about? Genesis, there's nothing wrong with that. My partner is where are we? Blaziken, if you date young, you'll have a hard time understanding yourself. Be kind, smart, and patient, unapologetic to yourself. Tom, I had a phase where I read a lot, but definitely not a super well read. Not really, huh? So you went through phases. Yeah, but you're listing up a lot of different books and stuff, you know? I went through phases too. I used to read a lot of books. I haven't done much reading in probably the last 20 years, only because I started getting, I started falling asleep. I'd read a couple of chapters and paragraphs that would put me to sleep, not because I was bored. There was something about it. And not only that, it was hurting my neck. I was bending and it just started hurting me to read for too long. So I had to stop reading. I got into audiobooks and I did read into audiobooks for a bit. Those, if I was going to do that, pop in an audiobook. So that's what I used to do. All right. Okay. The personality. Okay. What was worried about me? I feel like people my age will distract themselves with romantic stuff and not fully understand. Boy, there's some good wisdom you got there. Because exactly that's what's gonna happen. You start getting involved within a relationship, and your whole life will turn into just um, that. Okay, and if you don't play your cards right, listen. I'm going to tell you a little bit about women. Women, now listen, not to cut all women down, but women have a certain way with men. Okay, as you know, women instinctively know how to. Uh, they know how to deal with us, and a man that is not wise to this can be taken advantage of quite easily. Women instinctively know how to push our buttons. They know how to just say things to get us to sway us. They can gaslight us too. They can just put ideas in our head that somehow the way we think is just isn't right by gaslighting, and they're very good at that. It takes a wise man to understand not to let that happen. Okay. Um, Sometimes I think with the way women are nowadays, that's exactly what they want. They kind of know this about themselves. They know feminism has taught them that women have this certain advantage over men, especially young, and they want these things to be used to their advantage. So yeah, they're very narcissistic. They're never wrong about anything, and usually they're going to try to just bilk you for everything you can. This is the way it is modern women. Now, again, I don't think every woman is like that, and unfortunately, the good women out there are being harmed by the bad ones, by the toxic ones out there. The ones you see on TikTok, all full of themselves, and you know what I'm saying. You see them all the time. But you look at TikTok. If you ever want to learn about women's psychology, just look at some of the videos, some of the toxic women on there, and they'll teach a lot about, what kind of women's to avoid, what kind of women to steer away from and not get involved in. I mean, we're talking about the real self, the real self-absorbed ones, and they are out there. Um, Again, I mean, so, but it takes a man a long time to get some wisdom in order to not not let that happen. But if you want to remain your own man, if you want to, you really have to make your own decisions. And sometimes just being single, being at peace with yourself is the best decision you can make, really. So, especially, but I think we live a good life. I think men are starting to discover, um, especially these days, that they're living good lives without relationships, without having to find the obligation of being in relationships. All right. And again, I'm quoting a lot of red pill content. I watch a lot of I watch Taylor the Fiend sometimes. I watch Cosmoverse every so often, and they're showing all these TikTok videos, and yeah, and they basically bring it right out there, and they explain how it is nowadays. So it's not that bad an idea. You know what? Be a single man, make your fortune, build your life, be the best you can. You'll have more money in your pocket if you stay single. Build your fortune, build your empire if you can, and then guess what? The right girl will come to you. The right woman will find you, and once you know you're right, and if you jive with her, then that's fine. That's fine. I mean, but you don't have to look for it. Maybe that's a good thing. You know, it's a good thing we're not having to rely on that. So be yourself is that way. All right. See, Blaiskin, you're getting a lot of advice. So, everybody's kind of telling you. I'm 44 and still a late bloomer. Oh,
Oh, Justin, you're 44. Oh, at Vamp. Oh, wait. Oh, Vamp. I see. At Vamp. I see. Tom, I had a phase where I read a lot. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. My partner was in with that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, what I was worried about, I feel like people my age would who distract themselves with the romantic stuff will not fully understand themselves at some point. Yeah, so you're basically saying, yeah, Blaze can, yeah, if uh, they're distracting. You're basically saying you see the distraction. Maybe you've had friends that got involved in relationships, and you see the distraction. Yeah, and you see like where it leads us. And yeah, sometimes when you're in a relationship, what you think is love and romance turns into just confusion and entitlement, and you just being told you're wrong all the time. That you're the way you think is always screwed up when you know that's not true. Yeah, if we stop believing the gaslighting we're in, when that happens, man, we're cooked as a man. You can't let your mind get twisted like that. And sometimes you see these men that have been married for many years, and their wives are always just, yeah, they look like they're not very happy anymore. Look like they're just trapped in a marriage that they can't get out of. But they're, yeah, okay. My That sounds nice. My last search was in 2019. I've dated and met a girl, and really since, but nothing steady. Jenna. Okay, so that's with Jenna. Justin, 2019. Seems like a lot of stress and pain to follow down a path. And especially being an INFJ, especially being an INFJ man, take my experience is that it's even more so. I've always felt drained every time I got into a relationship. All the tension that went along with it was so draining to me. I always felt myself wanting to, isolate. I was always finding myself drifting. Drifting away. I'd start ghosting. I started ghosting a lot of my girlfriends because I just needed to have time away from them. And eventually, these relationships all just completely drifted away. And I've told that story before. Almost all of them. In fact, all of them. Not almost every one of them. Because I'm not in one right now. I'm happy like right now, not being in one. But I have so many other things to think about. All right, I got other things that I need to focus on, and I'm happy. That bottom line is I'm at an age in my life. I'm happy. Okay, and not only that, I mean, I feel like I don't need it anymore. Not to say I would ever rule it out, but it would have to be on my terms. I mean, I would have to be very much my peace is more valuable than any relationship that I don't need. In other words, I'm not going to sacrifice my peace just for companionship. You know, I think that's a point and the level we need to be. All of us have to be like that. Not just men, women too. We all have to be that point where we're self-contained, we're content in our heart before we let anybody else in our life, right? Some people are meant to meet young and marry, and others are not. It's wild out there. It's all I know. Okay, yeah, sounds nice. Oh yeah, that's right. I see that. Like my brother's married his childhood sweetheart. My brother Paul, he married his sweetheart. They met in junior high, probably back in like the late '70s, in a cafeteria having lunch. I heard the story a few times, and they just dated, and they've always been together. They ended up getting married in the late '80s. Yeah, so they've been married 38 years, maybe 40 years, something like that, close to 40 years. And I mean, they've had their ups and downs. They've had fights and whatever. I mean, it's not perfect. I'm not saying it's not a perfect marriage, but they're still together, you know? And so not everybody's meant for that life. It dawned on me someday, as much as I wanted that, I realized that it wasn't meant for everybody. I was meant to be somebody else. All right. I was meant to be a lone wolf. I was. And being that we're all lone wolf personalities, sometimes that's just our destiny. It's our default mode. And sometimes you just have to have that acknowledgement and accept it. this is another thing too, accepting who you are. See, I think there's certain stages we have to find out as INFJs, and accepting that we are lone wolves and we're meant to be alone, and we're meant to be have a different solitary path, an introverted life that we have. It's just that was our destiny. Okay, not to say we can't have anybody, but we're seem to be more geared that way. All right, it just takes over your life. All right, that's what it is. I think I've had a couple of shorts where I've described that, how just being a lone wolf and maybe reaching the sigma state in your life of having basically being completely independent and not having any need for validation. It takes a lifetime. It really does. All right. I appreciate everyone's advice tonight. I'm gonna head out and get some stuff done. Might be back in 30 minutes if you're still streaming. All right. Well, Blaziken, take it easy. All right, go get some stuff done. 30 minutes. Yeah. All right. Oh, I don't expect everybody to hang around like me. I know. I mean, I'm pretty much on the channel. This is part of I have to be here if I want to have if I do a live stream, this is what I do, right? So, well, I think the live streams are taking off. I really do. I mean, I still think it's a tight-knit group of live streams. They're still small. They're still intimate. I keep thinking I'm going to start growing them, but they seem to be just they stay small. You see, that's good. I mean, I see people come in and out, but the thing is, I got we got a tight knit club here. I love this. There's a tight knit group right now that just is here. That's what I love about it. Is we got this too. So we really clicked though. There's something clicking here. So. Jenna, I met a young girl that I really clicked with in 2023. We were both musicians and I got along great. After a year, she didn't want anything serious, so I stopped communication. Very painful. Oh, all right. Didn't want anything serious. Yeah. You don't think she told you that just to see if you'd chase her, do you? Sometimes, sometimes I see these little stories, these little cartoons where you got women saying, I think we need a break. We should break up for a month and not talk to each other. I need to find myself. And then the stoic guy says, oh, okay. All right. Then she's like, what? You're not going to chase me? What? You never loved me. And then all of a sudden you find out, I was just seeing if you'd fight for me. It's like, you ever see those little clips? Sometimes these little scenarios, like women try to test you. They'll throw the little comments out there. And just to see if you're going to fight, and no, don't leave me. No, please. Why are you leaving? I love you. That kind of thing. That's what they're looking for, right? But usually a guy says, all right, well, I'm not waiting around. If you want your space for a month, then we're done forever. We're just done. Sometimes you hear these stories too. You know what I mean? Like women will just try to test you. Makes you wonder though, Justin, if it was like that. I mean, you didn't, beg her back? Did she try to say she was testing you, or it was just kind of drifted off? No, it might have happened though, too. I mean, maybe she monkey branched where she found, maybe she found a different guy and then she was, she found somebody else and went there. That's a good possibility. She didn't say it, but who knows? If she didn't want to get serious with you, maybe she moved on. I mean, you got to figure that. That was kind of her reaction. Shock, LOL. I can only act of what she said. I mean, did you do that and just say, yeah? And was she like, aren't you going to fight? Why aren't you fight? Like that, right? So it sounds like that's what happened. I mean, if you just say, fine, okay. I think she got attention from a lot of guys, so one wasn't enough. Yeah, that's that's the way a lot of modern women are doing nowadays. Yeah, they get rosters of men. That's another reason why men aren't taking it serious. They're not going to commit to women that are just all over the place. They're getting phone calls and having dinners from multiple guys. What's the point? You know what I mean? Here you want to be just, you want one girlfriend, then you find out she's seeing 3 other guys. And that's not right, I mean, my Okay, Vampfox, my partner who I'm dating now had a situation where ex were friends beforehand. Actually one invited me to his parties and he's overseas. Oh, okay. So Vamp, sounds like you've been with somebody for a while. The same guy? Sounds like you got the same guy. It sounds like, huh? Uh, so she said, I don't want to talk. She said, you don't want to talk to me anymore? Question, question. Uh, and we just talked. Oh, okay. Um, yeah. Well, maybe sometimes what did you think she was just wanted you as friends? Did she throw the well, we can just talk and be friends, like keep you in the friend zone? Yeah, you hear about this too. Like they want to break off the romance, keep you in the friend zone, just keep you as a backup. You know what I mean? Like you're holding on for nothing. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, um, I don't know. Like I said, bottom line is it's just yeah, the dating world is definitely a difficult one. I was actually thinking too, maybe just if I ever start another channel, what to do? Maybe come up with one of those relationship channels, where you just talk about, how like what we're talking about now, just talk about how the world has changed and how the dynamics have changed. I mean, I know there's plenty of them out there. In fact, there's hundreds of them out there. I mean, there's probably more than there are personality types that cover that, but it just seems like it's all over the place. It seems kind of easy. Like you could easily even like show those videos through show them and comment on them, show the TikTok videos. Yeah, I don't understand that ex-boyfriend would do that to me. Friends. Oh, so you had that happen to you? You got friend zoned, did you? Yeah. Yeah, I usually don't do the friend zones too well. Yeah. In fact, yeah, I tend not to I tend not to gravitate to too many friends. I've always been like that. I think it's just part of who we are, you know. I think a lot of times INFJs aren't very we're just like that, but would want a relationship. Yeah. Yeah. I thought you were in a relationship, Vamp. Didn't you say you had a partner? Yeah. Oh, but would want a relationship. You mean like being a friend zone, like be friends with benefits, as they call them? I am no. Oh, I thought you said you had a partner before. Didn't you say my partner who was my dating now knew my situation with my ex? But you say no. But it says your partner who you're dating now. Um, so that's why I thought you said that earlier. So I wasn't sure. So I know. Oh, so I don't know. Oh, so you're not like in a committed relationship, just seeing somebody right now? You say you got a partner. You keep saying partner. Yeah. So I guess I'm a little confused. Yeah. Okay. But gosh, I've been here for 3 hours. So okay. Well, all right. I want to check something here. I just need to check. I need to check the. Let's see what we got here. All right. Oh, still 10:18. Okay, I didn't get no subscribers yet. Not from this broadcast. That's okay. You're not always gonna get subscribers. Sometimes people subscribe when I'm on. Sometimes they don't. They don't always necessarily. I guess That's all right. So we're back. I thought I put a picture in. I thought I put a photograph. Like I loaded one up earlier for this, and it's just a generic one. Maybe that's what's. I thought I did for some reason, but now I don't see that. Okay, that's okay. I could have sworn I loaded up a different one, a different photograph for this, but it must not have happened or something. But going back to the live. All right. And then some girls are just pretty in real life. I am. Oh, I am. This is what. This is what. Oh, when I was. Oh, but when I was single. Okay. That's when you were single. Okay, man. I get it now. All right. I've also been catfished by two girls on the dating app that makes themselves prettier and slimmer in the picture. Oh, I hear about that. Yeah, they put the fillers on and they put in all these filters, and then you meet them in person, and they look nothing like what they say or what they show. Yeah, like they almost like false advertisement. All the filters. I hear stuff like that. Yeah, I haven't I haven't been on a dating app in a long time. You know, after I got divorced, after I was like separated with my wife, I went on a couple of dates, and they didn't really lead very far. And I had this one girl I was dating, and I told her I didn't want to see her anymore, and I kind of broke up. And then I didn't hear from her for a while. Then she started contacting me again, like months later. Then she invited me over for dinner. So I hadn't been over there for a while. So I thought, oh, okay. So I hadn't seen her for like months, and I went over there. So I was looking forward to her dinner. I thought she was going to cook dinner, Guess so she made this dinner, right? She took a pumpkin. It was like a regular sized pumpkin. It was probably the size of a cantaloupe. It wasn't a real big pumpkin, but there were two of them. She had her pumpkin, she had another one, and she scooped out all the seeds and all that, the stringy stuff in there. And then she filled it up with like shredded chicken and like asparagus, carrots, and then she baked the whole thing together. And then it was like that was dinner, right? So you had to eat the pumpkin with all that. It was not very good. At one point, I got a piece of a carrot. It was still crunchy. I'm like, oh my gosh, this was awful. Now I ate it. I was cordial about it. I was nice about it. I ate it and thought, what but I didn't feel like I liked it very much, but I ate it anyway. Because that's the way I am. I didn't want to say, oh, this is bad, but I thought so. And so I left. And then ever since then, she kept asking me like why, I could, because she'd call me up again. She was kind of chasing me down a little bit, kept wanting to meet up with me and always hinting that she had yard work to do and gutters to clean. And I'm like, oh, is this all I am? Is she trying to hint that she wants me to clean her gutters and yard work or whatever? So I just always had an excuse not to go over. Finally, she said, why am I never good enough? What happened? And then I said, well, if you want to know the truth, the last time I had dinner over your house, you made a pumpkin that it was awful. I said, if you cooked a better meal, maybe I would have come back. I said it just like that. And then she's like, yeah, I can't believe you said that. You didn't have to say that. Well, you know what? You asked for the truth and I gave it to you. I basically told her right off. I mean, if you cooked a better dinner, I'd come back. And then finally I told her I didn't want to talk to her anymore. And that was the last thing. And then she unfriended me from Facebook and never called me back. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, she just kept hounding me. She wouldn't let me go. And I told her, I said, yeah, I told you 2 years ago that I wasn't interested. And you keep coming back. But I don't know. Learn to cook. Listen, I'll tell you, if she cooked a nice dinner was tasty, and I would have been back. I told her that too. You throw a pumpkin in there and just hollow it out and throw a bunch of like vegetables in there, and then it was not good. I gotta tell you the truth. I was eating it thinking this is bad, and I ate it though. I grinned and bared it and ate it. Okay, I went through the motions. She had one too. It wasn't like she just made me that. It was both of us ate it. She seemed to think this was like fine. It was awful, awful. You know. And I told her that if you cooked a better dinner, I would have come back. And I told her it's just no way. What's the old saying is, I know it's kind of a chauvinist saying, the way through a man's heart is through his stomach, right? The old saying, yeah. And it's true. You want to turn a guy off, cook a bad dinner. I know that's the old chauvinist talking in me, isn't it? Hey, but it is true. It's just the way things go, So. Yeah, we have 5 watching. We have the core of the Breakfast Club still here, I would think, right? It looks like. It looks like we have the core. I can't believe it's almost 11 o'clock. I started this at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, going on close to 4 hours. Going on a 4 hour broadcast here. I usually go 4 or 5 hours. Van Fox. So she's laughing through his stomach and through the piece of his mind, LOL. Yeah. Genesis, learn to cook. Uh, Let me see. I met one girl older than me who woke up with no makeup or very little and was beautiful. Oh, really? So she was better looking. Yeah. So it sounds like Justin, you're going on a lot of dates. Sounds like you're still playing the field, huh? Well, yeah. So well, hey, you're maybe going through your Chad phase a little bit. Yeah. Hey, I did that too. I'm not too much now. I mean, yeah, I'm. I don't. And some girls are just pretty in real life. Yeah, of course they are. That's right. Yeah, yeah, that's something else, huh? But Vamp Fox, I don't wear makeup. Okay, that's priceless. Oh, you're talking about the story, the pumpkin? Yeah, I still remember that too. That was one of those things I never forgot. Was the pumpkin? I only told a couple people that. Of course, like I said, she wanted to know why I never came back. Why I just never like I called and say I wasn't coming back. She wanted to know. Like I would have kept it a secret. I wasn't going to tell her that, but she wanted to know. I'm telling you the truth, and she didn't like to hear the truth. What do I don't sugarcoat. I told her I'm not going to sugarcoat this. You want the truth? That's why. All right. You cooked a crappy dinner. I never came back. Um, yeah, but like I said, I think she just, you know, she was kind of toying with me. She didn't want to. And then she had this story about some guy she dated, in between, and boy, she painted the guy out to be a monster. She said the guy poisoned her cat, or she thinks the cat died, and he did all this stuff and went back to Arizona. I thought, it probably just sounds like character assassination. Probably a bunch of, made the guy out to be the biggest villain, man. I tell you, should have. I didn't believe it. I just thought about that. I hope Lish comes in at some point. Oh, Lish. Yeah, that's right. Hey, where's maybe Jason? Jason's usually out there too. I haven't seen Jason from Wales. That would be something else if we saw Jason. But Lish is another one. Yeah. Who else? Yeah, we got most of us in here right now. Yeah. Yeah, there's some regulars that always seem to make an appearance, no doubt, right? Yeah. For some reason, though, I haven't drawn in. This has been kind of a subdued chat. Now I have to find out a way, like how to. Maybe I got to put the advertising down. Like I said, eventually I'd like to get the microphone and get the iCam and plug it into the computer, so I don't have to run through the phone anymore, and then just have it, and then just do it all through the phone. I think I can have a little bit of a better way of setting things up that way, maybe. You know, maybe the others are just busy. Oh, of course they are. I hope Lish comes in. Yeah, I'm sure they are. I mean, not everybody is, you know, doing what we're doing. Everybody's not always watching YouTube with bated breath to see if see if somebody goes live. I mean, people got to, we got things to do. So, but I'm sure that the people have got other things doing there right now. Huh? So, uh, well, I think we've covered a lot of ground today, people. I think now we're kind of just talking about stuff. Like I said, if anybody else comes in, I haven't seen too many new people coming in. I mean, I see them come and go. They stick around and they go. So, Tom, all this dating was from about 2021 to 2024 on the Hinge dating. I've been off it for a few years now. Oh, okay. So you're not doing this currently then. This has been since 4 or 5, so a couple of years ago, from 21 to 24. Oh, okay, got it. Hey, during the whole COVID thing, then, huh? That was that whole isolation lockdown. Remember that? Yeah, yeah. Remember that they made us stay home and couldn't work, or they had, you know, I had a job where I was essential personnel. I didn't lose my job, luckily, but couldn't get a haircut, couldn't go to the restaurant, couldn't go to bars. You know, you, you could go to supermarkets only certain times a day. Yeah. Oh my gosh, what a disaster that lockdown was. And that was worldwide. Yeah. Yeah. Now, Vamp in Australia, let me ask you this. In Australia, did they make like vaccines mandatory in Australia where everybody had to? Because they tried to do that here. Remember the mandatory vaccines? Biden tried to pass them. But Congress said, no, you can't do that. You can't force people to get an injection. But I think some countries did though. Tom, on my first date with my partner, I sneezed and boo booed Pearl. Oh, shot out of my nose, and it made my partner laugh so hard, and apparently it made him fall in love with me more. Oh, so you snot rocketed out as you sneezed, and he laughed so hard he loved you. Yeah. Hey, that reminds me of a story. I got a story for you. This is a story my mother told me. This is an old story about my mom and my dad. This is well before any of my brothers were born, when they were first dating. It's funny. I got a story. My mom told me that something happened. They were on a date, my mom and dad. I think they were still dating. And I'm trying to remember what happened. My dad had to pick up my mom. He helped her up. She slipped. She fell on ice, or I can't remember the whole gist. But something happened when my dad had to pick up my mom. And he cradled her and he picked her up. But as he did, she farted. I guess she let out a rip while my dad was helping her back up. And of course, you know, I think she just said she was all embarrassed. And my dad just kind of looked like he pretended it didn't happen, or he commented, boy, that must have been a bad fall. Like, in other words, he was trying to be cordial and still gentlemanly. He didn't want to laugh at it, I think, but he tried to play it off. But I mean, it didn't affect anything. But that was a story my mom told. My mom had a lot of stories, from well before I was born, and this was early on, back before they were married. I think when they were still dating, you know. But I still remember that. So my dad picked my mom up. She slipped. And as he did, she ripped one. I don't know. Just an interesting story. You reminded me with that not rocket story, what you just said, what I remember too. So, oh yeah. Okay, the lockdown helped see the agenda, especially for us INFJs. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah. Um, I think it was almost like they wanted to mass inoculate everybody. I mean, sir, I know Canada allowed these masses. The truckers had to do it. Remember, they were trying to, nobody could get a job. You couldn't work unless you were vaccinated in certain countries. I know certain countries did that. I think you had to if you wanted to work. In the U.S., I know certain um, jobs you had to, like if you want to work in a hospital or as a police officer, certain occupations you had to be vaccinated. I'm not sure if it's like that any now, but you had to. But I didn't know if in certain countries, if Australia was like that or not. Okay, so uh, Tom, sign into food places and restaurants and bars, vaccine and clinic. Oh, sign into food places and restaurants and bars, vaccine and clinics. What do you mean sign in to? Oh, okay. Meaning, oh, are we still live? Oh, Crown V. Yes, we're still live, Crown. Yes, this is not Memorex. This is not almost live. This is not a repeat. We are still live. We're still hanging out. Yeah. We do this. We've done this every Saturday night. Not every Saturday night, but we've had a few in the last month and a half where we've done these Saturday night lives. And the Breakfast Club is always here. There's a core that seems to be here. Yeah, and this is it. We're the core right now. And in fact, there's a couple others that hang around too that aren't here right now. Like somebody was saying, Lish isn't here. Jason, I haven't seen Jason, but that's okay. I mean, we saw like who was it? Frog Pond School. He usually comes and goes. He doesn't stick around too long. There's a few that come in. I'm back to hang out then. All right, there, Crown V. Crown V, what's up with the birthday cakes? What's up with that, huh? So it sounds like Crown V, you probably had some things to do. You went off and did your thing, and now you're coming back to hang out then. What is with the oh, it's like, oh, those are king crowns. Okay. Oh, Crown V. All right, got it. All right. I did not get the shot. I did not get the shot, not judging anyone else. But I didn't like the whole thing. It was spooky to me. I kept to myself. I did the same thing. I never got vaccinated. I refused it. I had a bad vibe about it. I really did. Like my intuition, I must have been. Something told me don't do this. I kind of saw through it for what it is. I almost saw that it was manipulation. It was like they wanted to inoculate the masses, and I didn't do it. I had a bad vibe about it, and it turns out there were a lot of ill side effects. Remember, they first of all they said one vaccination was good. All right, and then they said you need a booster after 6 months. Then you heard that some people were getting sick because of the shot. They'd get the shot, and all of a sudden they'd come down with and get the sickness. And then you started hearing about people getting sick anyway after they were vaccinated. How many times did the president, Biden, that is, how many times did Biden get it? And how now you got to figure the president is probably the most protected, inoculated person, in the country. He has to be, and they got to keep him. They got to keep people away from him. And now he's vaccinated, but he's still got it, even with the vaccination. What does that tell you? And that was what was happening. Some people were having ill effects. Some people were having many strokes. You heard about people having, nervous side effects from the viruses, the excuse me, not the virus, the vaccine. Yeah, exactly. So I never took it. Funny thing is, my ex-wife and my son, they fell right in line. Yeah, they did that, and they thought that was the thing to do. I refused it, and of course, I got the whole gaslighting. You're selfish. You should. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? I got every time you didn't do it. If you go to the doctor, go for a checkup, and your doctor would say, "Would you like to get a vaccine today?" And I'd say, "No, I refuse the vaccine." And they'd give you a sideways look like you was something wrong with you. I'd get that kind of a, look. Yeah, they tried to gaslight you into thinking you were crazy for not doing it. I saw right through that, and I still said no. And know what I used to say to justify it? I'd say, you know what? A woman has a right to choose what she wants to do with her body. We were told that is the woman's right. She can do what she wants with her body. Well, I'm going to say I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-choice right now. And I'd say I have the right to do what I want to do with my body. And I choose not to get a vaccine. Yeah, I didn't like that, but that was my stance on it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if they got the right to choose, it's their body. Well, it's my body too. Hey, that's the way I used to say it. I said that to my doctor too, and she gave me like how dare you look like this guy's freaking ass. Oh, excuse me. I could tell the look in her eyes was she didn't like it, I didn't mask. I didn't distance most of Montana rebellion. Haha. Oh, Crown V from Montana. Well, gosh, it's so spread out up there, and that's a very big state up there, isn't it? That's a big old state that we didn't mask. Didn't. Hey, listen, I only masked when I felt I had to. I mean, if you went into a clinic or a doctor or a hospital, you had to. There were certain times it was mandatory. They would tackle you and arrest you if you didn't have a mask in certain places. So you had to go into like clinics and things. You had to do it. Okay, doctors or dentists, certain places were like they wouldn't they wouldn't they would tell you not to if you weren't going to wear a mask. They'd ask you to leave, and if they didn't, they'd call the cops on you. So yeah, there was it got that severe. So you had to at some point. But typically I didn't like to. Montana is a big ass state. Yes. Yeah, well, it is let me see. One, two, three. It is the fourth largest state area. Is it the fourth largest? You got Alaska, California, Texas, and I do believe Montana is number 4. I'm trying to think. I think it's got to be. As far as area wise, it is the 4th largest state area wise. I don't think population wise, but correct me if I'm wrong. If I remember my geographic location in my mind, I told you, I got this map in my mind. I told you that, right? I think that's what it is, right? It is the 4th. I work in the food industry. Oh, you do? That's right. I think you told me that, Vamp. You work in a like a cafe or something like that. You work in a cafe, right? Like coffee. I think you would mention that you work in like a shop or something, right? We had a lot of land and very few people. Yes, 100%. Yes. Aren't the Grand Tetons up there in Montana? Yeah, the Grand Tetons. As a matter of fact, if I remember right, somebody told me, maybe it was you, that told me Grand Tetons is French for large, tits, because they look like a pair of breasts. So they call them the Grand Tetons. Hey, it's fitting. That's what I heard. Yeah, they kind of resemble, yeah, a pair of boobs, so they call them that. Is that right? I think they're up there, right? Oh, hospitality. Yes, hospitality restaurant. Okay, it is a restaurant. I said cafe or something like that. Okay. All right. Baja, I never taught you that. Oh, but it's true though, right? The Grand Tetons are in Montana, right? But you didn't teach me that. No, somebody else mentioned that. I heard that somewhere. That's what it means. Think about it. Teton. Grand, like large tits. uh, hey, there's Justina. Hello, Tom, and hi all. We have Justina come on welcome into the chat. Justina, how are you? We have Yellowstone Cowboy. We're talking a little bit about everything. We're just kind of talking right now. Now, Justina, hi, it's good to see you. 1978. Now, listen, if anybody has a heartfelt question, some kind of concern, something bothering you, hey, we can always ask that. Right now, we're just enjoying each other's company right now. And sometimes I think it's good just to relax a little bit. We've been doing that too, right? I'm laughing so much right now, T-Tones. Hey, uh, I can't, maybe if it wasn't you who said that, it was somebody. Somebody told me that. That's what it means. Okay. All right. INFJs have an emotional photographic memory. LOL. Uh, Emotional. Yeah, they can remember. In other words, they can remember the emotions they felt. Yeah, I think so. They remember what somebody else. Usually, being that they're introverted, excuse me, being that they're extroverted feelers. Sometimes they remember the emotion photo. That's an interesting photographic memory of emotion. So they remember the exact emotion that was going on at a certain time, a certain place, how somebody reacted. They remember how somebody felt, maybe because it's extroverted. So they remember how somebody was affected by something in the past, photographically. I mean, sometimes we're triggered by smells, by sounds, by sensations. We are triggered as human beings that immediately bring us back to certain things. Like, gosh, if your mother made a homemade apple pie and it was a comfort food, every time you smell apple pie, you think about, mom's kitchen. Let's just say that's a photographic memory, like a scent. That is a extroverted sensing thing, right? But you're saying it's an emotional memory. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. See, listen, personality pill. You start saying stuff like this and put this into content. Yeah, you're going to have a different twist. You're going to have your own unique way of expressing your personality pill, as I would say. So, yes, something I came up with a while back. Yeah, no, that's interesting. A photographic memory. Yeah. Oh, wow, mind. Say more. Personality pill. Photo. Hey. Oh, by the way, Crown V, you do know that Personality Pill is now a brand new YouTube channel. Just so you know, I'm gonna give a little plug to my friend Jethro here on his new channel. He's gonna make some content, and he can tell you a little bit about that. But you can check out whenever he's up and ready. Maybe he can tell you more about that. But there you go. All right. Crown V, personality poll. You are brilliant. why I love all my INFJ's friends so much. Yeah, no, that was a very profound statement. Yeah, just like having a now. Once you said that, it resonated. I thought I see what you're saying, and there's been times I've remembered. I've had photographic memories, like you said. You might see somebody or remember a certain event where an emotion, a very strong emotion, was present, and you never forget that. What the way it felt. Now I told you that story I had when I was changing the tire, and that driver kind of walked up and he was standing behind me, and I told you the story, right? If you remember that story, it happened like 30 years ago, and it was the first time I remembered feeling like an emotion wasn't mine. I felt like it was a frightening, very frightening emotion. It scared me. It actually made my skin crawl. And I looked at the guy. I never forgot that. I have a photographic memory. Whenever I think of that, it's like I never felt anything quite like that in my life. And that was like one of the most alarming things. Like this guy had gotten away with literally, like with unaliving somebody. Like he got away with it. And he was hiding a deep, dark secret. And I just remember thinking, oh my God, I didn't want to turn my back. And that was a photographic memory because I could think back to that and still remember, you know. And it was just a feeling, and nothing happened. It was just a vibe that I had. So yeah, emotional photographic memory, that would make a good yes, it would be. Yes, I'm not going to steal that either, you know, even though I'm tempted to, but that's your thing, man. Listen, that's your niche right there, man. You got to that's a good one, you know. Oh wait, Blaiskin. Hey, Blaiskin's back. Hey Tom, question. Not sure if you saw my last message from earlier, but have you thought about making a Discord server for your community? It's basically like a big group chat that anyone can join. Yes, I have. You know what? I have my good friend, Personality Pill Jethro, who's actually said that I need to go on to gosh, Yard StreamYard. He said I could do that on StreamYard. There's an app I could get. I'm gonna have to do that. Listen, there's so much I got to do right now. I've actually got a lot of things I want to do. Right now, I did get a computer. I got a screen. I want to get another monitor eventually. I need to get a microphone. I need to get um, a webcam. There's a couple of things I got to get. I got to get a set of like speakers, earphones. I mean, I still got to like do some final touches on the computer. So when I do that, I'm going to be able to plug in the microphone, plug in the webcam, so the whole computer is going to do this. Now, I'd like to start streaming these lives right through the computer itself. And so when I do that, I'll be able to do all that. And I'd like to get the StreamYard thing. So again, these are things I have in the works in the process, but I'm still in the point where I watch finances. I got to make sure that I have enough of bills. Now I'm looking online, like Amazon has some things, like all these things are online. You know, sometimes even like department store have like I could get a pair of speakers at like Walmart, or something like that. But eventually I want to get all this stuff. Yeah. There's a lot I gotta do. And you're absolutely right, but I'm glad you brought that up. See, there's somebody else is telling me the same thing you told me, Jethro. Okay, I got to do that whole thing with the StreamYard. So I'm going to have to look into that. I would think that would be awesome that I could talk to you and then you could talk on your phone and I could hear your voices. I'm actually looking forward to hearing your voices, believe it or not, and hearing you back, getting your input. Yes. Um, you got to bear with me. Please be patient with me when I finally when I finally get a when I finally get comfortable and I'm gonna buy these things and start putting that stuff together. And like I've had a lot of things go on in the last month where I've had to watch finances, watch my bills and things, and so once I get situated a little bit, I'm gonna splurge a bit too. All right. But thank you. But you're absolutely right, though. All right. Awesome. Congratulations, person. Yeah, personality. I'll check out. Uh, uh, oh, did I miss? I missed a few comments. A few things were being said up there. Did I miss a few? I missed something. Oh. Uh, Something about it's been scrolling up pretty quick. I noticed it must have scrolled up pretty fast or something. Because all right, where are we? Uh, yeah, I know. There's so many things I need to do here, but okay. You could make a video explaining the concept. Oh yeah, that's right. About the photographic emotional memory. Well, deep stuff, man. Deep stuff. No doubt about it, you know. How I came up with the photographic memory, remembering objects and things. Emotional photographic memory would make a good video. Absolutely. Yes, there's no cure for personalities. Saint Saint Passios. Oh, Justin, who is Saint Pastinos? Okay. All right. Let's see. All right, Crown B personality pill. You're so brilliant. Yeah, that's quite an. I tell you, that was a yeah. Now, see, that's what I mean. Now, that's like very original, and it's very deep, and actually, see that tells you like your emotional intelligence as well, and it's also showing how deep your your mind and how it processes things. And once you said it, though, here's the thing about this, Jethro, is once you said that, it's like, oh my gosh, you're right. That's a brilliant deduction because I've experienced that. And I think we all have. That's why it's resonating so much with this group right here, is because we're all seeing it, saying, "Man, that's deep." You know how you just expressed that. Hey, he's gonna do all right. You know, like I said, hey, maybe someday we can collaborate. You know, sometimes you can collaborate with other content creators. I don't know how that works, Jethro, but you know, maybe, like I said, man, you can always, if you want to start using bits and pieces of what I say, and you know, just say, hey, this is from INFJ Experience. Tom guy said this. Hey, well, I kind of agree, but I'm gonna, you know, like the whole, you can comment on my stuff, you know. I mean, anybody could do that as long as they just say, hey, you know, where it's from. You know, just give me a little credit. I'd be okay with that. I'm not going to be the type that's going to, you know, throw a copyright issue on anybody. You know, I'm not going to say you can't use my material and fight it, you know, unless they slander me. I mean, if unless they're not nice to me, I would hope they're at least kind. If they're pleasant, kind, and you know, and they work with me, that's fine. I mean, obviously, if somebody's not nice to me, you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, so I'm easy like that. I would be easy like that. I really would be. You know, can somebody recap the emotional photographic memory theory? I just got back. Listen, listen. This is where we need the whole Jethro thing, man. Now, this was personality pills idea, and let me see. He said something about the photographic memory. He had an idea that personality the INFJs have a photographic memory. Like we remember, like we have just as there are certain photographic memories that visual things, sight, sound, feels, sensation, tastes, even smells. I mean, there's certain things that bring us to certain memories in our life, certain times and places by smells, by sight, sound, maybe even the sound of an ocean. Maybe when you were 3 years old, the first time you went to an ocean, you heard that ocean, and you moved away and you never seen it for 40 years until you came back. But once you went back to that ocean, you never forgot it. It brought you back to being 3 years old. That sound of it. Maybe the smell of the ocean breeze, and all these things came back, and it zoomed you back into that memory when you were 3, when you remembered it. But he's saying that okay, listen, it's not my idea, it's Jason's, but excuse me, not Jason, Jethro. Uh, Basically saying that it's the emotional memory. If somebody had an emotional, let's say, response, or maybe you had a certain emotion that was inflicted, or maybe even somebody else's. Maybe you detected one either by empathy or something that you remembered. I mean, something might trigger that where you had a photographic memory of the emotion you remember having or feeling at that moment. Yeah, wherever it might be. This is very similar to the sight and sound one, to the senses. And now again, that's our good friend Jethro. He seems as though he's the one who he came up with that. And he says that's going to have to be one of those things he's going to have to talk about on one of his channels. Yeah. On his own channel, on Personality Pill. So, but that's very profound. So I thought that was a profound comment that he made, no doubt. Blaiskin. Okay. As INFJs, it's not unique to just me. But that's why when I said it, Tom, you explained it pretty well. Well, thank you. Thank you. Listen, we have the same set of functions here, guy. You know that. We all do. So we kind of know how we think. This is the advantage of who we are. Okay? We all think very similar. So we know this stuff. And if I explain it well, man, thank you. Okay? But right away, once you said those words, I knew exactly what you meant. And I think we all did. I'm going to say more than likely we all did. It wasn't just me. Gosh, all of us did. Okay? Hopefully Blaze can, that's basically what it was. That's basically exactly what he meant by that, Okay, occasionally for me, it sounds, a sound or smell or something will trigger a memory, but I can't quite remember the memory. Anyone else had that happen to them before? Sometimes I think that, the mind's funny like that. The mind can be funny, like where you might have a partial memory of something. You'll know you tasted something. I remember one time I had this memory back when I was a baby. There was always I didn't know it at the time, but there was always a funny taste. I remember like tasting something odd, like a peculiar taste, and not quite an understanding. And then my mom had mentioned that when we were babies, she used to feed us cod liver oil in order to, like, it was supposed to help with it was something like one of those older, like, back in the 60s. I mean, I guess when I was a baby or a young toddler or whatever, it was supposed to help with the development of the brain, of the nerves, of nervous system. It was supposed to help. It was a certain ingredient, like the amino acids, the fatty acids, something that my mom knew. Okay, and cod liver oil is good. I mean, fish oils. They talk about fish oils now. But I remember tasting something odd, not knowing what it was, but having this memory. Then my mom told that story about she used to give us cod liver oil. And I think it wasn't just me. It was all me and my brothers. She started doing that. And that's what, I think in an eyedropper. She'd take cod liver oil. If anybody's tasted cod liver oil, it's not a very pleasant taste. It's think about it, cod liver oil. It's just the whole idea. Just the sound of it don't taste good. But she was feeding it to us kids to help us. And I still remember not knowing what it was, but later on it clicked into my head what that funny taste was. But see, now maybe that's what's going to answer that, because I remember having a taste, but it wasn't until my mom told me as I got older that's what she did. And then I said, that must have been it. And since then, I've tasted cod liver oil. Says that's it. That's the taste. And then it solved what now if she never told the story, I might not have figured that out. Okay. And kind of like that. Maybe it's on that idea. Okay. Maybe something happened, but it was never explained. And at the time you were seeing it, maybe you were 2, 3, 4 years old, you weren't understanding it. You weren't comprehending the memory didn't click with you because the sensation was there. The sense, either with the smell, the sight, the sound was there, but the grasp of the understanding of the moment was not, because of your youth. Okay. So you didn't form that memory, that bond, because of that, but you still remember the smell. So you might remember the smell, but not remember the memory because you were too young to comprehend the event. How's that for an explanation? Huh? Sorry, listening while I'm doing some chores, late chores. Oh, that's emotional photography memory makes people feel weird, like makes people feel weird, like they think, why can't I remember what the INFJ remembers is just how we are and what we're good at. Okay. Yeah. All right. Blaiskin, exactly. Uh, it always gives me goosebumps when help collective thoughts. Yeah, we're all in on this. We're all sensing this stuff. And it seems we're all like in unison in this kind of thinking. Yeah, that's see, Jeffro, you really just tapped into something, didn't you? All right. Okay. Gave you the goosebumps. I didn't quite get goosebumps, but I'll tell you, I'm like jazzed up a little bit with what he said, you know? Uh, like Saint Germain liquor, because the flavor is reminiscent of something in my early life. Is that the taste of licorice? Yeah, that's a liqueur, like licorice, and it's a liquor, right? It's like a schnapps or something. Remember peppermint schnapps? And then there was also another schnapps that was like licorice schnapps. I never liked the taste of licorice myself. Licorice is one of those things, either you love it or you hate it. Now, my mom used to like licorice, and I've known people that love that flavor. I never was a big, I never was big on that, but I know what you mean. That's taste of licorice is unique. Remember they had the little twizzle sticks of licorice? I never liked them, you know. I used to like the red ones though, you know, the Twizzlers, right? I think they called those Twizzlers. Yeah, that's it. Me too. Washing dishes seems like a pretty good explanation too. Okay, Blaze can say like that, huh? Okay. You know, again, you ask a question, and I'm going to piece it together the best I can as to figure out why that is. Okay. So, Saint Germain is elderfield flavor. Oh, elderflower, not licorice. Okay. What is elderflower? I don't know if I can't picture what elder. Now, see, that word should trigger a memory of a flavor, but I don't know what elderflower is. But I never really got too much into alcohols like booze. When I go to a bar, I usually drink beer. I'll drink an IPA, like a real like potent beer. You know, like these local breweries. I love local breweries around here in New Hampshire. Where we got like Stoneface, Dogfish Head. There's a bunch of them. They're all local microbreweries. I don't know if they're big. I'm not sure if they're big around the country, but I used to like those. But I'm not really much into liquor. I never really got too much into like whiskey or I just never liked it because I just know what it does to my insides. I got Irish blood, so when I'm Irish blood trying to drink liquor, it doesn't mix well with my blood. So I took Saint Germain to church for Easter one year, and my priest loved it. Ha ha. Oh, okay. Hey, you know what? Did you have that as like sometimes they do the what is it the mass? It used to be years ago. They used to do the wine mass where they used to give you a sip of wine and the host. Then they just dropped the wine and just went to the host. But for a while there, they would do a sip of wine as representing the blood of Jesus, and then the host to represent the bread, which is the body. But they eventually dropped the wine from the mass. Yeah. So I wonder if like that Saint Germain could have been substituted for the wine in the mass. Just curious, you know. Saint Germain is only about 20% alcohol. Only 20%? I know, compared to like 35% with like vodka. What is vodka like? Vodka's very high. Yeah, I know some alcohols are very high. Now, 20% is still high alcohol. And that's still enough to get you buzzed. But I know compared to other alcohols, 20% isn't like a lot. Usually wines, even heavy wines are like 14, 15, 16% alcohol. We're talking about like heavy wine. But still 20%. That's potent though. Not as potent as like whiskey or anything. What is whiskey? What is that, like 35%, something like that? We have red wine and bread. Oh, you do have red wine and bread mass. Okay. 40 plus is most of, maybe it's certain churches do that. Maybe um, they don't offer the wine to children. Maybe it's like, maybe by law they can't do that to, like pass it around to children. I haven't gone to mass in many, many years, but I remember going to mass when I was a kid. And it just seems to me like maybe as a kid they can't do the wine to a child, for obvious reasons. But maybe as an adult, if it's an adult mass, they still do the red wine and the host. Maybe that's it. Most liquors, I should say. 40% more for most alcohol. Okay, Justin. All right. We have okay, got that. Saint Germain. So it is 40% in most. So 20% is only half of that then. Yeah. So it's a little bit more watered down. Yeah. Uh, the last time I did drink hard booze though was for Christmas. One of my nephews got me some uh, bourbon. He got me a bottle of bourbon. I took it home. I thought I'm not really much of a drinker, but of course, as me, I got it in my freezer. I throw it in my freezer, right? And it don't freeze. You put alcohol in the freezer, it just stays nice and chilled though. And I drank small amounts of that bourbon. Man, it almost gave me a headache. I'm not really much a drinker. I didn't really enjoy it that much. I drank it. I got a little buzzed, but it wasn't like, it wasn't like I was liking the buzz. For some reason, I didn't really care for it, but I did drink it anyway, just because. I go to Russia. Oh, I go to a Russia Orthodox Church. Children communicate. Oh, you did mention a Russian Orthodox Church before. Okay, all right. Children commute, but just a small amount. Oh, okay, all right. They do. All right, all right. I mean, I know. I used to go to a Roman Catholic church. I mean, when I was younger, growing up in my hometown, uh, there was a church, St. Jean's. It's not even there anymore. But when I used to went to Catholic school when I was really young, and I used to go there, and I had my first communion as a kid, and I was like 6 or 7 years old. But again, no, I don't remember the wine. I don't. Maybe Massachusetts had certain ordinances. Growing up in Massachusetts, and maybe that certain town or that state couldn't do that. They had, they couldn't serve. They didn't allow it. Maybe it's a state thing. Maybe I'm used to Massachusetts Catholic churches, and they don't seem to have. Um, I could be wrong, but maybe that was it. I don't know. Today is Sunday. Here are like my call to Xena core days with basically check in and change. The litter box sits on top shelf so it catches any loose litter, occasionally pee and oh gosh, talking about oh, you got a cat? Her name is Xena? You mean like the warrior princess Xena? Oh yeah, that's your cat's name, huh? Blaiskin, I also used to go to a Catholic church. Haven't been for about 6 years though. Okay, yeah. Um, you know what? It's so it's not like I said. My opinion about churches. I think there's a difference between religion and spirituality. I think a lot of times, as long as you hold your commandments in your heart and you live a good life and you abide by the word of God within your heart, you can be spiritual and not have to go to a church. I believe that. I think we can be spiritual as well. I think church and religions are for the masses. It's almost like to appeal to some people need that structure though. I mean, extroverted types, I think, especially, I think that's more of an extroverted thing. Like I said, it's all about the choirs and the oration of the voice and the congregation of the church. There's something about that whole aura that somehow that stirs up certain people. That whole extroverted sensing brings forth a certain feeling that I think we can get internally with introspection. I think INFJs and other introverted intuitives, I think we have that certain way where we find the same inspiration internally, spiritually. Okay. That some people have to need the church to feel, like I said, the whole aura, the choirs, the church organs, all that stuff. Yeah. That's to appeal to masses. That's in order to stimulate a certain feeling in you. Yeah. In that extroverted way. But you can do that spiritually. You can do that within yourself. Certain epiphanies. Have you ever had these epiphanies? I have them quite a bit. Sometimes spiritual ones, sometimes just intellectual ones, certain epiphanies where you just have a thought or you feel as though a quiet, subtle knowing, a voice just told you something. And I say to myself, that's God. God just whispered something to me because it's just right. It makes sense. And it wasn't like a thought, it was just a internal understanding, like just a knowing that it was the right thing. I mean, I can't put it into a specific um, example right now, but that's how I think we communicate. And that's how I think our internal soul listens. And again, I still believe that because INFJs are so alone. I've said this before. We're alone for a reason, and I'm going to say it again. We're alone because we were meant to find God internally. He left us alone. He leaves us suffer in our sadness and our loneliness and our depression in the depths of our soul to find him. I'm convinced of that. We're chosen in some way. I don't think we're chosen like we're better than anybody. I'm not saying that, but we were chosen to find God in that way and be enlightened and find him. And that's why he leaves us alone. And someday he's going to tell you that. Someday in the depths of your and now, Jason, as you're going through your soul thing, and you said you're kind of going through a certain dark night of your soul, and you're going through some internal strife, as you might say. During this time, being alone and not knowing yourself, where you are during these isolating moments, that's going to happen. Now, I don't want to give anything away. Maybe I'm giving away the punchline, but this is an epiphany I had. Why am I so alone? Why me? Why do I suffer? Why do I cry? Why do I feel this way? Because I want you to find me. This is God's quotation. God said, because I want you to find me. That's why I left you alone. That was an epiphany. There's an epiphany for you. Okay? And that's what I think we do. All right. I've told that story. Maybe I could tell. I don't think Blaiskin, you never heard anything about that, but that's what I think about that. Okay. I want a black cat myself. Would probably name it Salem. LOL. Salem. Oh, you mean like Sabrina, the teenage witch? Who was it? Was it Samantha from Bewitched? Somebody had a black cat named it Salem after like the witch, right? Because it was a black cat, right? I'm committed to one with a broke up. The next to find self love again. Tom, church and religion can be aggravating and challenging, but I believe it can be the body of our inner spiritual life. God, yes, that's right, Justin. If you're in the right church, that is, many are not good. Yes, some of them are very woke. Some of them follow that whole new age. They bend the rules a little bit, and they, Episcopalians and certain Baptist churches. I've seen some of these other churches that seem to, they deviate a little bit. I mean, the Catholic Church is supposed to be the one that stays as traditional and as authentic as possible. I mean, and then all these other denominations, all these Protestant ones went against the Catholic Church. And that's why there's so many different denominations. I know what you mean, though. And some of them, I think, steered off the path, and they're just kind of being more inclusive and things like that. Yeah, I know what you mean. You're right. Like Salem. But also Salem means peace. Don't you mean shalom? I think you mean shalom. That's Salem. I think you mean shalom. Like that's in I believe shalom means that's in Arabic or Hebrew, and shalom means peace. But you're close. It's not Salem. Shalom. Is that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what you're getting at, Justin. Okay. But Salem was that's Salem, Massachusetts. The black cat represents the bad luck, like the witchcraft. Yeah, that's what and of course, Salem, Massachusetts, which was next to the hometown I was born in. No, excuse me, not born in, but lived in. Yeah, Salem, Mass was all part of that whole Salem witch hysteria back in 1692. And of course, yeah, it's got that whole aura behind it. There's a whole bunch of cults up there too, a bunch of occults up in Salem, Mass, too. Okay, no doubt. Jerusalem means city of peace, I believe. Uh, does it? Maybe it means that. I know Jerusalem. Yeah, that's the holy city in Israel. Yeah. In fact, that's where Jesus was crucified. That was that whole thing. He went to Jerusalem for the Passover, and he kind of went there knowing that he was there to die, right? Yeah, he knew. Shalom is correct Hebrew. Yeah, that's what I think you meant there, Jason. It's shalom, which is peace. But you were right though. It means peace. Yeah. I don't know how I know this stuff. I sometimes I just hear little things through the course of my life. And sometimes you might have heard that 25 years ago, 10 years ago, you heard that, but it's still there photographically. Sometimes you just, that's one thing that I had a video. Did you ever see that video I got? INFJ's How We Just Know Things. That's one, I think I had that about 7 or 8 months ago. And I think it got 700 and something views. I mean, it's not, it's one of the, it actually is one of my better viewed ones that I had. Yes, Salem is derived from shalom. Same. Oh, so it is Salem. It's actually the same. Like you could say shalom is the same pronunciation. Okay. Look it up. I promise. LOL. Oh, things just click. Yes, they do. Absolutely. Yes, exactly. All right. Oh, we're coming up toward midnight. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's already getting close to midnight. I'm already having a marathon. I seem to do these marathon what do you call it? Live broadcasts, don't I? So well, that's awesome. Well, we have 6 watching. Only the strong survive. It seems like the real core. The strong really hang around here, you know. Well, you know what? I tell you though, you know this little click that's coming in here now. Blazekin, yeah. I don't know who else is around. I'm not sure. Blaze can stick around. I'm not sure is who else is still around here. We got Vamp is in the house. We got Jason. I'm thinking Jethro's still out there. Maybe he's quiet. I haven't heard much from what's oh my gosh. Who is it? Oh, he broke his ribs. Oh my gosh. He said he was resting his ribs. He had to, maybe that's what it is. Um, uh, why is it I can't think? Oh, I got a lot of things going on here. I haven't seen, he must have taken off. Oh, Crown V. I don't know if he's still around. Um, so Justina just said hi. Okay, she said hi, and I don't know if she didn't stick around. Yeah, there's a couple people that come in and they say their hellos and they don't have to stick around. We're not the marathon ones. um, yeah, I haven't seen. Uh, Gosh, why can't I think of his? Oh my gosh, I'm just checking some of the. I'm scrolling backwards. I'm trying to get some of the what we were talking about here. Okay, so who am I? Hidden harp. That's it. I'm sorry. Why couldn't I think of? I couldn't think of it at the moment. Why is it? I had my brain freeze going there. I haven't seen harp. Harp must have gone on. I think did he say he had the? He went on to do something else. All right. Harp. That's it. Yes, harp. You actually said that. Yep. Went to Brooks. Oh, Brookski. Oh, Brooks. Oh, Brooksy. Okay. Oh, is that what he must have mentioned that earlier? I must have get into talking and I didn't see that. Sometimes I'm looking at the camera and you know me. I just start shooting my mouth off, you know what I mean? I like to talk sometime. I was probably in one of those moments, you know, and then he probably said that. And, well, okay, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, well, Harp must have tick off. Yeah, I hope his ribs get better though. You know, he broke a rib or something like that, cracked a rib or something. Yeah. So, all right. Well, people, we've been here for it is almost midnight now. I'm thinking that it's midnight here in the Eastern Coast, but the further we get inland, it's probably 11:30, it's probably 10:30 and 9:30, depending on where you are. So it's probably a little bit earlier. But right now it's oh, brewski. Hey, brewski, isn't it like brewski? That's basically that's beer, right? He went to get a brewski. Okay, a brewski, got it. Yeah. Fractured ribs. Yeah, he did that fractured ribs. That's right. Brewski. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, back in the early 2000s, I don't know. You ever heard of Teddy Bruschi? He was a Patriot. He was a linebacker for the New England Patriots. And, he was the guy who won 3 Super Bowls back in the old days. And you know how many people were calling their dogs Brewski? That was a real common name. Everybody was naming their dog Brewski after Teddy Bruschi. So when I see that name Brewski, it's like, yeah, but it was Brewski, like it was a Polish name, like Brewski. And yeah, he was a linebacker for the Patriots. You might have heard of him, maybe not. But that was back in the day when the Patriots, the early Super Bowls that they were winning back in the 2000s when they won that with Tom Brady. And he was part of that Patriot defense. They called it the Homeland Defense. It was because the Patriots. Yeah. So sometimes I think of that name Brewski, and I think of Teddy Bruschi. I think he's on ESPN. He's a commentator. I know. I don't know if anybody's much into football, but I used to be. Get into the Patriots way back years ago, but not lately. Not too much lately. Because I've had so many other things I do, you know what I mean? But that's beside the point. Okay, too much small talk going on here. We don't talk sports, right? Yeah. Tom, you will turn into Art Bell after midnight if you continue the talk show. Oh, is that what I will? Oh, you want to talk about like aliens and space and Area 51 and what exactly are they hiding in Area 51? It seems as though that since 1948, these aircrafts crashed there, and but I believe that there were aliens in there that they have frozen and cryogenically frozen. It's actually been documented. There's been witnesses have seen this. Yeah. Hey, west of the Rockies, you're next. This is Jay. What are you going to say about that, Jay? And then all of a sudden, well, yeah, you're right there, Rod. There's some aliens there. In fact, my cousin's grandfather once said he walked in there and he was delivering some frozen popsicles, and he saw them. He saw those aliens. Yeah, they were like frozen, like in some suspended, what you call animation. Well, that's really intense. Now, does your grandfather? You see, he goes on and on. It's like there's this massive hole that doesn't have a bottom, and people throw their coins down there, and nothing ever seems to end. It's like it's a bottomless pit. Yeah. Well, they ended up covering it up, and they actually. Oh yeah. Okay. Enough of Art Bell. Hey, you said I was turning into Art Bell, so I figured, okay, I guess I got to do my best Art Bell impression over here. You know what I mean? You didn't know that this guy could do impressions, did you? Well, I got to jazz it up a little bit, Hey, hey, they don't call us the chameleon for nothing, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know. I jump into these different characters. I don't know if that's part of a chameleon or not, or if it's just an ability to have the, little bit of a, I don't know. How was my voice? I don't know if it was quite that, but if I remember right, I've listened to Art Bell and, but he's a little bit out there, you know what I mean? But did you listen to Art Bell, Justin? You know what's up, LOL. I have listened to him. I used to do like these night calls. I mean, I still work at night, but I used to do like I used to work at night doing like on-road tire emergency breakdowns. And sometimes I'd be flipping around, and I liked AM radio, and I'd listen to Art Bell at night, and yeah. Oh, actually, didn't Art Bell die, and then George Norrie took over? That's what it is. Art Bell is he's from like the 90s or early 2000s, and I think he ended up having leave the show, and then maybe that was George Norrie's voice. Maybe that's what it was. I can't remember. Maybe I confused the two, but maybe that was who that was. Yeah. See, I kind of know that one. But yeah, he talks about all that like woo-woo stuff, I guess. You know? I mean, part of me wants to think it's believable, but I'm kind of weird like that. My mind, and I think it's like this, my mind is very out there. And I think we all have this deep out there mind. But when it comes to the physical, tangible world, it's kind of funny. It's almost I turn like I mean, I think, is it possible there are aliens out there? I say, yeah. As vast as the universe is, I think it's true, but we have no proof. We've never found these things, you know. But I mean, I like to see proof and concrete evidence too. But I have the capability of thinking that it's possible. I know how deep my mind goes, and I know how deep it is. But I'm not willing to believe that in the real world yet, unless I see proof. Unless, this whole aliens thing and other planets. I mean, hey, it's definitely possible. But yeah. And subscribing Crown, yeah. I would wake up getting really ready for school in the morning, and my dad would be passing out on the couch, and Art Bell would be playing Weird Start to the School, LOL. Yeah, but didn't Art Bell, he was on from midnight to like 4 in the morning. He was on late night, and he had those, and he always used to say, he never told you the state. It was always either east of the Rockies, west of the Rockies. He would never generalize where you were calling from, like to keep these, it'd always be the first name thing, right? But that was how they divided it, east or west of the Rockies. I don't even know where he was broadcasting from, but I don't know. My mom was into that stuff. My mom was, I told you, my mom, she was a little different than me. I think my mom used to believe in the possibility of aliens, and I don't know if she believed in Bigfoot, but she always used to think that she always had that mind for like space. Like she always like the mysteries of like space and stuff like that and aliens. But hey, again, I'm open to the idea, but I need proof. I need to see actual evidence. And I mean, if Roswell and Area 51 have these things out there, then they better show it. They keep saying they got all this, and there's a reason why Area 51 is so heavily guarded. I mean, something's definitely going on up there. I mean, it's all protected. They don't want you near it. In fact, we talked about this before, but there's by no doubt something's going on. But again, they're not going to let us in on that. Whether or not back in 1948, that so-called weather balloon that crashed was really some like alien spacecraft that went down, and they got alien bodies up there, and they did these autopsies. Have you ever seen those alien autopsies where they actually have like these whole records of people dissecting, like taking the eyeballs out, and these aliens all had these really large head and these kind of like serpent eyes, you know what I mean, like the aliens, and they had like 3 fingers on each hand, whatever they look like, the pale skinny bodies. And you see these, and there's actually these videos, but of course, everybody said they were hoaxes. They were just all fabricated. And it's easily possible that they were just, they were making this all up, but it looked like old black and white footage of them doing these autopsies. I mean, again, it's all speculation. I mean, was it hoaxed? It's very well possible, but somebody got them out there. I tend to believe, again, it's like, you got to prove this stuff to me. I'm as vast as the way I think, and I know where my mind goes in this tangible, concrete world. I still want proof. I mean, I don't know. That's me being logical. That's me being practical. You know what I mean? I believe in angels and demons, not convinced of aliens. Oh, Genesis, believe it. Yeah. Angels and demons. Yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, I know usually, I know one thing. I know usually demons, it seems as though, I mean, there definitely is a dark side. I mean, you could call it, I mean, Carl Jung called it shadows, shadow functions. There's always different different words for the dark side of our character, and what makes us decide to do certain things or go certain ways. And you know what I'm saying? Um, of course, years ago they always believed it was demons and devils and Satan or whatever else. I mean, that's a good way of saying that something enters our mind. We have certain dark thoughts. Yeah. And of course, psychology doesn't call it that. They just call it certain, like I said, it was the shadows, that the dark impulses in our life, things that we repress, things we try to hide within ourselves. But are they demons? Yeah, it's very well. I mean, that's what they are in certain other, that's what they're labeled as in other beliefs, right? Yeah, that they're just evil thoughts. But somehow it always works in our mind. Yeah. I mean, our mind is subject to as much as it's subject to the good, it's subject to the bad as well. And we see how bad our mind can go. There's no doubt about it. All that alien stuff tends to be occultic. Yeah, I could see that. Blaziken, Genesis saying, pretty sure I saw an angel one time about a month ago. Really? You think you saw an angel? Well, so Blaziken, so you think you saw an angel. Now, did this angel have, like, let's say, wings? Was it kind of glowing a little bit? And did it try to save you? No, I'm only kidding. I'm just doing my Art Bell impression. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I'm not making fun of you. No, really. So, when you see an angel, I mean, what is it? What was that like? Tell me, you think you saw an angel? Um, and was it during a moment um, were you asking questions? Was it an epiphany? I mean, did you literally see an illuminated figure? What? I mean, just curious. Yeah, I didn't mean to go all Art Bell on you. I was just being funny. Okay, you got to remember, I have a funny side to me too. Um, I I don't know if I've ever actually seen anything like that. I mean, I see stuff out of the corner of my eyes every so often. Sometimes I swear it's like I think there's things that are just always stay out of sight. Like you ever see something out the corner of your eye, or your peripheral vision, and you look and it's not there, but you swear you're seeing it. It's like and just as you go to look at it, it hides. It's like it goes behind something. And it's like, well, like, it's just got to be an optical illusion, or it's just the way you're seeing it. But I see things out of the corner of my eyes, and I always have. And I swear things are like ducking behind doors or going behind bed frames or just going around the corner, like they're just out of your sight. I see those all the time. And again, I wonder if it's just, you know, we're seeing shadows because it's easily explained. It's just illusions or optical things. But I can't really prove it, but it was an angel, kind of just an uh, illusionally type of thing. Saw this one person who I could tell was actually an angel, but I can't really explain it. Really, really. Um, I mean, sometimes I think I wouldn't be surprised if every so often you hear stories about, angels do come down in human form. I mean, I heard stories about this. I mean, you hear like occasionally they can be just average people, or they could be just, in a, maybe wearing a cloak or like a jacket or something, and they perform something or they save something, and then they're gone. I mean, people like just appear, they're gone. You hear stories every so often. Again, I'd like to believe, because I do believe in a higher creator. I believe in God. I believe that somehow I think human souls. I think we're kind of in the middle between, like I think we're the middle ground, like we're the battlefield. In a sense, I believe that the fight between good and evil, between God and the devil, is fought daily in our human soul. we are the battleground. I've always believed that. In fact, I had a quote one time. I had one of those, like, it was almost like a philosophical quote. And I actually put it on a meme, and it was before I knew. You know that picture of me sitting there, like, as an, if you look, there's a picture of me, right? I was 20 years old, and I have if you look at the, INFJs just know things. There's a picture of me, and I'm like sitting, and I got my hand on and I got that stare, and I'm looking right at the camera. And I remember thinking, oh my God, that was 20 years. I was 20 years old and I had this stare. If anybody saw that, I had that. And I put a quote that the battle between God and the devil, the battle zone is in the heart and spirit of the human soul, or something to that effect. I can't remember, but I did put that out there. I said, I believe that we are the battleground. We're the war zone between good and evil. So I think occasionally, I think we have, occasionally, we have demons. We also have angels that come down and try to guide us into the good light. We know that there's evil. We can sense the evil. We can sense our thoughts going in bad places. But occasionally we have to be pulled in from the good. Our proclivities are going to pull us into the good. So why wouldn't there be angels? So yeah, why is the bad? I don't understand it. Okay, what are you talking about? When I was younger, I used to animals. Oh, okay, let me see. What are we talking about? This is a term in orthodoxy for thoughts that come from demons. Logosmy, I believe it's called. Oh gosh, Genesis, Justin, you know a lot of good stuff. I can't really prove it was an angel. Okay, I saw that. Hebrew 13:12 seems to indicate that God sends angels to earth disguised as humans. Yeah, I would say that's a possibility. Although, well, you can't prove it because, yeah, they fit right in. They'll blend in. Fox. When I was younger, I used to animals. You think when Vamp? You think animals were like um, sent down as angels, like posing as like animals? Is that what you mean? Okay. And yes, indeed. They weren't there. Oh, they weren't there. Okay. Oh, you mean like out the corner of your eyes, you thought you saw animals that weren't there? Okay. Why is there a battle at all? I don't understand. Oh, are you talking about that? That was like I said, that was a philosophical quote I came to like back years ago. If you look at the whole idea of the battle between our soul, in other words, I mean, look, we have proclivities for good, and we have proclivities toward bad and yeah, evil in our soul. And we can see the evilness. We see it every day, but we can also see the good proclivities that human beings have. We see both of these play out in different people all the time. And what I'm saying is also occasionally we can see the temptations within our own mind. Now I get tempted, and I think we all do. We get tempted to do certain things in our mind. Like we're tempted and we're enticed to do things, but we also have a conscience that tells us no. So it's almost like we have a battle in a sense going on within ourselves. We now as our personality type, we know we have our own individual battle with our functions. And we know we're pulled in two different directions already. We have a polar mind. Okay. We have a polar set of like almost like negative um, uh, positive charges within and that's the confusion that we have. And we're the one personality that has this is the INFJ. Imagine having you ever heard of centripetal force? Centrifugal force is that force that everything emanates outward. Like you take that bucket of water and you swing it around, right? And that force keeps the bucket of water in, right? And it won't fall out. But you also have you ever heard now that you have centripetal force, which is the opposite force. That's that whole pulling in, like a whirlpool. A whirlpool goes down and it's sucking in, but it's a swirl, and it always turns into that whirlpool. Like a black hole is a centripetal force. Like it's probably in a sense. I mean, it's a an extreme form of centripetal force is a black hole, but usually it's pulling things in, and it's almost like a drain in a way. Imagine having these two polar conflicts in your soul at all times. Now that's what the INFJ is. We have these. This is our confusion, and I've described this before another time. Is that's what we have. A lot of times we feel as though we have centripetal and centrifugal forces within ourselves. I guess you could say it's almost like that's a battle between good and evil. You have certain forces that are, but depending on your proclivity and depending on where you can lean more to the good, and you could start calming down. It's calming down our mind. We become more peaceful. The more peaceful we get, the less these things pull on us. We don't feel these conflicting pulls anymore. I don't know if I'm getting deep with that. I don't know if I'm running away, but Blaze I don't know if, hopefully I'm answering your question. It was more just a philosophical term. Okay. It doesn't have to be taken too literal. It was more just like a way of putting things. Vamps, that's interesting. Okay. It's probably why I'm drawn to helping animals when they're down. Okay. Because there is free will to choose. Okay, Justin, free wills in the angelic realm and in ours. Absolutely. Yeah. We have the free will. Well, God gave us that free will. Yeah. But that was the whole idea, how much he loved us. He didn't want us to be just like have no will where we just were obedient to him with mindless. That would have made us, that wouldn't have given us any kind of direction. We would have been mindless and directionless, just under his command without us questioning it. He gave us free will for that reason. But the thing is, we had one temptation. And in the Garden of Eden, we had the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But we also had the tree of eternal life. Why didn't we choose the tree of eternal life? Somehow we were tempted. The serpent, which is the slyest of all, tempted us on that. It goes back to that old fable. It might sound like a fable, but there's a lot of meaning to that, right? There's no doubt about that. Hey, my question thought. Okay. Here's my question, though. Okay. Blazekin. To a degree, I think we were limited. We are limited and weakened. I believe we have to learn to exercise it toward the good. Yes, Vamp, some people say animals talk before the fall of mankind. Huh. Do we really have free will, Blazekin? Question. Well, oh, you question that, Blazekin? Do we really have free will? In Christianity, the way I get to heaven is to accept Jesus Christ before death. Yeah, that's how it's said. That's how it is written. Yes. And that's how it, yeah. Basically, now accepting Christ, I think there's ways of, I think that sometimes I think we get caught up in the whole image in the name of Jesus. We a lot of times some Christian denominations can get caught up in the whole, the whole Bible quotes, like sometimes I think they throw around a lot of, quotations and scriptures and things, and they can throw around a lot of, Christianity. I think there has to be a relationship, a true relationship, an understanding where God is, guides us. And someday I think you have to have epiphanies as to who Jesus is truly within your heart, within your spirit. You'll see it. Now, again, I think a lot of it has to do with, finding a true, authentic epiphany of who Jesus really is and how you're guided by him. I think we're accepted, but I think he has to reveal himself to you. He even said on the Sermon on the Mount, blessed Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall attain mercy. Blessed are those who seek. Blessed are those who are persecuted for my sake, for your word should be great in heaven. He had all these metaphors as to saying that, but he also, one of the most profound thing is blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God. Now that one means a lot, because blessed are the pure of heart. Well, what is being pure of heart? I mean, basically, when you're finding peace in your heart, you're going to see God for who He is. Now, I said this on the last time. I mean, sometimes we're going to have certain epiphanies, and you're going to see you're going to see how God is one with Christ. Now, there was one time that I had an epiphany of this. It's like it was almost like, sometimes it all happens in our mind, in our realizations, in our epiphanies, and when we're searching, hungering and thirsting for righteousness. All I can describe is that, you talk about, feeling God's love. You'll realize that that the Father is not He isn't a powerful God, as you know, but also He is the same light as the Son. The Son and the Father are one and the same. As Jesus said, to know the Father is to know the Son, for we are one and the same. Now, what happened with Jesus is that He sacrificed Himself. He was destined to die. He was preordained to be crucified, as we know, right? But somehow you have to have a realization as to the depth of the love of the sacrifice and what that truly meant. Okay? But it has to be almost an awakening. You'll have to have an epiphany. I think words don't give it quite the sustenance. I mean, just repeating things in Bible and things, they can lead you somewhere, but they can't be just words. They have to be just like anything. An apple has to be eaten and digested before it nourishes your body. I mean, a Bible can be, we can look at an apple, describe what an apple is and everything, but unless we digest it, it doesn't do anything. I guess my point is there's an authentic realization that we find. And I think a lot of it has to do with our suffering. Because God suffered. God is a suffering soul. And how do I know that? Because His Son suffered. His Son suffered on the cross. And God and the Son and Father are one and the same. But it has to come to a realization. You have to see somehow it has to resonate with you. It has to touch your heart. You have to feel this love. I mean, actually, it has to enter you where you actually start feeling the pain for God. This is when this is what happens with saints. You know that saints actually begin to, they almost invert backwards, where they become so pure of heart. They see God that their suffering, their tears are no longer for themselves, for their own pain, their own, they're for others around them. They're so pure at heart. But they start crying tears for God. They start actually suffering for the sake of Christ Himself. This is the realization when you realize it, when you start feeling the pain of God and knowing the suffering that He went through, the lone soul that He is on that cross. See, this is the transformation, but it has to be felt in your heart. It really does. You have to have that epiphany. I mean, I guess that's the only way I can describe it. Yeah. So it has to go beyond the words. It has to be that. But again, Blaiskin, a good question. But a lot of times that's going to take your own realizations. And as we are the suffering souls, typically, introverted, intuitive. I'm not saying we're the only ones that can see that. Anybody can. It depends on the path you take. I mean, but that's why we're set, that this is one of the reasons why we're alone. That's why we suffer. We're supposed to find these things. Okay. I hope I explained that right. These are some of my own experiences. These are what I've seen in my own soul at times in my life. I felt magnificent forms of love, almost like beaming sunshine, like warmth. Like God visited me. I felt like I was visited once. You want to talk about being visited by aliens? And I'm not saying that. God himself actually comes down to visit us sometimes. Sometimes when we're at our lowest point and we may feel like we're empty and vapid, that sometimes through the course of that, he may come down for a couple hours or so and we feel like we're warm, like we're basking in something. Well, we feel like there's an internal sunshine in our heart, in our spirit. It's touching something. And then these revelations come to you. He'll start showing you his heart, his true core of who his whole soul is. And you'll see that lone suffering soul. You'll feel it. You'll know. And when you feel that, you'll never forget it. And tears may start flowing because you feel sorry in a sense for God. You feel like he's, like that your tears shine back to him because your heart became as pure as Christ's was toward him. This is the true epiphany you got to find in your heart. Yeah. And it's, I'm sure maybe it's written some scripture that's it's described that certain way, but you'll feel it someday. Hopefully you'll understand that that's what it is. Okay. How do you believe heaven is obtained? Do you believe in the whole oh, I don't understand the actual qualification of how I can relate to time itself. Okay. And then how time relates to free will. All right. I don't believe in the whole transitional Protestant belief and just accepting Christ and then all of a sudden being guaranteed heaven. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly, Justin, what you just said is what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, it's just not as easy as all of a sudden, getting a quick baptism, saying a quick prayer and a hallelujah, and they say you're saved. I know what you mean. I think that's, I don't believe that either. I think it takes a lifetime of continuing to discover, of having epiphanies like that, of always searching in your heart. And it takes a lifetime. You don't just have it instantaneous. It's not just handed to you that quickly. I believe you're absolutely right. Yes. Blaze can also, it's up to you to choose your own path, religion, and spiritual beliefs. For myself, like I keep an open mind and spiritual mind to everything to understand. Very good point. Now, listen, I think that there's I think certain religions have a certain piece of the truth. I mean, I think Jesus is the pinnacle. I think he's he's exactly what they said. He was the foundation. He was the pinnacle. His crucifixion was monumentous. I mean, when he died. And I think it just is, I mean, even though it was frozen in time, even though it was just in that time, 2000 some odd years ago when he was actually crucified, I think it was cemented. It was actually like a focal point, like a fulcrum in a sense, in time, a ripple in time that is universal. Yeah. It, it's almost like even though I think a lot of times I think this is where our mind goes. You can actually see the depth of where that is. Somehow you have to see the magnitude of what that crucifixion was. And it's far deeper than just somebody suffering and dying on a cross. It goes to a deeper magnitude of how truly deep it was and how it touched each and every one of us. And that was the salvation back to eternal life. That was the ultimate sacrifice that Jesus was, that the Father was willing to do. So yeah, that was an ultimate sacrifice. Yeah, but again, it has to resonate with you deep in your heart. You have to feel this. Someday you'll see it. Hopefully you will. I mean, but again, it's now the part of our awakening, part of the suffering that we go through. And it's only through, I'm telling you, sometimes this pining and this unsure where you are and these bouts that I talked about during our awakening. These moments may just happen to you when you feel as though you're not sure where you are. You're alone. You're vapid. You're in these dark souls of the night, and you're suffering, but you're forging on. You're gonna see these things. what I'm trying to describe. I tried to put it into the best words I had, but this is like an entire, what I tried to translate into English into words is what happens in your heart. You'll see these things. And this is how, blessed are the pure of heart, for you shall see God. When you're on these paths, that's what I'm talking about. You will see that God is that, you'll almost see the transfigured suffering of Jesus and know that that's the Father as well. That suffering soul that's there. Yeah. And right when you can't not help but to just like you get watered up. You can't help, like you feel like you can't help but to shed tears. And they're not for you. All I can say is those tears are not for you. It's for him. Yeah. That's all I can describe it as. It's becoming selfless. Yeah, it's become as selfless as God was. Back to him. Again, his image shining back, becoming as selfless as God is, and so beaming that love back to God. That's what our soul is meant to find. That's how deep our love is that we can find. Okay, 3 watching. Oh my gosh. Everybody's going away. What happened? Everybody leaving? 4's watching. All right, okay. All right. I went a little too deep with that. All is confusing me. I want to believe, but also difficult. I'm not sure if genuine or not. So I don't know. If someone like me can get to heaven or not after death. Oh, listen, Blaiskin, we all have a lot to learn. Okay, there's so much to learn, and you got a whole life ahead of you again, and it may seem like a little bit confusing. And yeah, listen, there's a lot of things you're being told. I mean, you just listen to this guy on a YouTube channel talking about that stuff. Listen, man. But maybe someday you'll hear what I say. I mean, it's not going to register right now. But you're going to be on your own path someday, hopefully. But, you know, but again, you might stumble and fall, but along the way, but eventually, hopefully that's where you're going to be led, that's all. Hidden Harp. I'm almost free from work. Oh, Harp, you're back. Yeah, we missed you. Oh, yeah, that's right. You work on Saturday nights. That's right. Harp's is back. He's almost getting out of work. Well, it's 12:30 my time to 12, 11, 10. Oh, yeah, it's 9:30 your time. You're on the West Coast there. You are west of the Rocky Mountains. Okay. Yay for Hidden. Yes, yes. Good for you. He's getting out of work. Sounds like he's getting out at 9 o'clock his time, that is. It's at 12:30 my time. Actually, that one 12, 11, 10 o'clock. Yeah, he's got the late shift either way. Genesis, I hope so. I have gotten to admit about the problem probably about 10 times per day. All right. Lord, I believe. Help me unbelieve. I pray this every day. It's in the Bible. Look it up. Lord, I believe. Help me unbelieve. I pray this every day. It's in the Bible. What do you have a passage? Do you have a book in like a passage? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Is that a psalm or something? That almost sounds like a psalm. Is that what that is? I don't know if that is or not, but but anyway, so Mark 9:24. So it says, Lord, I believe, help me unbelieve. What do you think that means? I'm sure that's translated into something. Lord, I believe, help me unbelieve. Okay. I wish I had tacos. You're always hungry, man. That's right. You talk about food. It's always after work. You talk about eating. You always start talking about that stuff. Didn't you say you were fighting your brother last week for tacos? Your twin brother come over and you had to hide them from him? I remember that story. Yeah, last week Harp was saying that. He's got a twin brother. Yeah, who's got a completely polar opposite personality to him. That's what he says. He's got like ESTP. Yeah, like Yeah, imagine that. Identical twins with polar opposite personalities. Tacos sound good right now. Yeah, those sound good. Oh man, I'm gonna start getting all hungry. I haven't eaten in hours. I've been doing this live, and it's hey, I told you, like usually with me, it's not the breakfast club, it's usually a midnight snack. I did say that earlier. Yeah, now you're starting to make me hungry over here, Harp. You know? So uh help thou mine unbelief, meaning he has faith, but he also has unbelief and he needs help from God to believe adequately. Uh, yeah, and that's from Mark, huh? Okay. Oh, so you just looked that up then? You just looked up that whole passage and then you got that. Okay. Even faith is a gift from God. Yeah, even faith is a gift from God. It has to be because faith has to be revealed to you. Yeah. I guess part of what I was saying, that whole story I said was a moment of faith for me. Is like, I mean, I think I had that epiphany one time. I think that's where faith is revealed. It also dawned on me too that sometimes people ask, how does faith work, and how do you know you have faith? How do you believe in God? Um, let's see. I think I might make my first video for my channel soon, and it's probably going to be kind of crappy, but it might do it anyway. I'm still trying to. Hey, listen, Jethro. Uh, listen, you put out whatever you got. I'm gonna watch it. Okay. I'm gonna be looking for your first video. Okay. I really am. Okay. So I don't say it's crappy. Don't put it down, man. Just be yourself. Look, get in front of the camera. Have you ever used YouTube? Uh, uh, if you got on your YouTube app, you should have the editor where you could go in there and you could, even if you make little mistakes like pauses, or maybe you say a sentence you don't want to put it in there, you can cut little things out, little bits out, little stutters, little coughs, hesitations. You can cut things out, out of your video. I don't know if you use the editor or not, but I use that. If you notice, you see my videos, I cut them up sometime. But hey, listen, don't worry about that. Just put something out there. You get into the camera, you talk about something, and just speak your mind, man. That's how you do. Listen, I look at some of my earlier videos. Have you ever seen some of my first videos? Now, I just got in there and I just said, I think I came up with the inaugural, I think, my inaugural channel, the first video. I didn't even edit it. I didn't know how to use editor yet. Don't worry about it, man. You just you just do what you got to do. All right. The introduction, first video. Um, yeah, you just go and start talking on a camera. Sometimes I tell you, I get some of my best inspiration. I just kind of think of things while I'm working. And sometimes I have these whole grand things I want to say. And then by the time I get home, I forget half of what I was gonna come up with. But I still remember the concept. I have to just say, okay, remember the concept, what it was about. And now I don't write a script. Maybe I should. A lot of times the way I talk here, and I talk into the camera, the way I'm talking to you right now, that's how I do my videos. I just have an idea or a concept and I just talk. That's all. And again, I mean, I'm still to the point, I'm still I'm hoping someday I see I see Jay Scott, I see Wenz, these YouTube, and of course, I see Frank James. I see these people with like hundreds of thousands of views, 50,000, 40,000 views. I'm like, how do you do that? Why can't I do that yet? What's it going to take for me? And then I keep thinking, well, is it the thumbnail? Is it the amount of subscribers? But then you look at the subscribers and they've got tens of thousands, a million plus subscribers. And I'm thinking, is that what it's going to take? So, but bottom line is, listen, all I can say is, Jethro, man, just put them out there. Don't think they're going to be crappy. Don't tell yourself that. Just speak your mind. Let your I mean, I don't want to call it, experience. With me, it's experience, but you let whatever it is you have within you, you have good knowledge, you know who you are. And if you want to be more encompassing to all different personalities, if like say you say, okay, you want to cover the other personality types, that's great, you know. Um, and if you have a really good study on the MBTI, just let it come out, man. That's all. Just let it come out. Introduction video first. Okay. Yep. I love food. Okay. Personality pill. I'll watch too. Yeah. Yeah. Let's. We're gonna check out. We want to check Jethro's first videos out. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. You know, hey, we want to see what each other look like. Everybody knows what I look like. Gosh, everybody knows what I sound like. I mean, someday I'd like to hear. I'd like to see what we all look like. I don't. I've never seen anybody. You know, that's okay. You know, yeah, just be you. Exactly, man. I mean, listen. I think above all, that's who I am. I mean, I try not to be anybody. I told myself right from the very beginning, just be yourself, just be you. Okay. And what gives you this advantage to this niche? It's me because I have this personality and this is my experience and this is just who I am. And I'm going to just base it on my own life, my own mind, and how I think of things, and that's what I do. Okay. Um, is it working for me? I mean, a little bit. Yeah. I mean, it's built me up a little bit. And but the thing was too. I mean, I chugged out a lot of content. And I look at some of my videos and I sometimes I cringe at them. I'm like, why didn't this only just barely get 100 views? And this one only here got this many views. And you know what I mean? Sometimes you're going to get frustrated with how many views you get. Oh, another thing too, Jethro, I'm not sure if you got your settings right. When you go into it, there's certain settings you want to have on. Like when you go into your setting up your videos, you have to make sure you put, for instance, make sure you put the one that is not made for children. You want to hit no on that because if you're not, you'll never get monetized. You got to make sure that's the first one you hit. And then there's some other like lists of things you have to have set right in order to get the algorithm just loaded right. And when you load videos, hopefully what you do is you download them to your computer. Don't just hit the little plus button on your phone and send them the internet. There's a way of doing that where you go into download. You want to make sure there's a create button up there. There's a create button in your upper right hand corner. It's got the little plus and it'll say download video. But you want to make sure that it's in your computer or your laptop or whatever it is, that it's downloaded there. And that when you hit that, you go into your files in your computer and you upload it that way. And then you get the whole description thing. You can add the title, you can add your description right there as it loads up. And then it goes through the checklists. And then you got to make sure don't send your video right away. You got to wait at least 24 to 48 hours. The algorithm has to figure out what it is. It has to see it. And make sure you get some decent thumbnails. Make sure you get a thumbnail that is catchy. You know, one that is it's gonna be catchy. You know what I mean? Something that's gonna just draw somebody's attention in, and the titles have to be good. You know, this is something I'm still learning. This is what I think are some of my drawbacks too. I mean, I'm starting to see some of my titles and my thumbnails. I think I have to work on them. You know, I thought they were good, but sometimes they do pretty good, sometimes not so good. So I'm still in the process of learning that too. Again, if you can watch a lot of like tutorials, like on YouTube, just go to some of these content creators and even type in like, what's the best thumbnail? They'll coach you along, or like what settings, how to get your settings just right. There's a lot of tutorials in there that'll help you out, you know? So yeah, there's a lot of things I had to learn, you know? And these are just some of the things, and I still have a lot to learn as far as that goes too. But the Crown V stubbed to my channel and left a comment. I don't know how Crown found it, but I appreciate it a lot. Well, he found it because he probably hit personality pill, man. He hit what your handle is. He probably searched it on his web thing, and there he is, and he just left a comment. I mean, I'm sure that's it, man. All I have to do is just hit personality pill and hit search, and your channel will come right up. I mean, that's all it takes, you know. So Genesis, I made the police video list for your YouTube content creating. Who is going to use it for for his podcast? Oh, all right. See, with me, I just have it right on my my subscription list now. It's in there. Just look for look for your icon. That's all I do. So, Jethro, gotcha. Yeah, just be you. You know. All right. Again, just be yourself. I can't say try this, try that. You know, just be you, man. Jethro, you know what you want to talk about. I just had an introduction. I just told a little bit about myself, how I found out I was an INFJ, and I just described, my first introduction into the MBTI. I just did that on my first one, and I just was myself. I talked. And then I did a second one, same thing, and I just went from there. So, but again, I think you'll do all right. You know, the best thing you can do is just make sure you just sound coherent, you sound cogent, and you sound believable, and above all, that you're down to earth, and that you have some knowledge. And from some of the things you type in there, you'll be all right. You'll be all right, So, Genesis, thanks. Yeah, Jethro, gotcha. Made a police video. You mean as in the band, the Police, that kind of thing? For your YouTube content creator, who is going to use it for his pod? Oh, by the way, did you know Justin also has his own channel too, right? I've seen Justin's channel. Like I said, he's got a lot of guitar riffs and stuff. He plays the guitar. I've seen his channel. I've checked them out. Yeah. So I think actually do we all have a channel at some point? I thought some of us do. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, I know we definitely get some kind of. We have to have some kind of account here just to get onto YouTube, right? Even to make comments, you have to have some kind of a comment, right? You got to have some kind of an account, I would think, right? So, yeah, like I said, man, you'll be all right. And listen, don't expect miracles overnight. It's a slow growth. Again, trust me, it took me 10 months. I'm actually surprised I made it over 1,000 subscribers. I mean, I did. It took 10 months. But the thing was, what kept me going the most was, not just the subscribership, but also, just like the comments, seeing people reoccur, and getting to feel like they were old friends of mine, like reoccurring, and you get to know them. You got to know them a little bit. You had kind of a friendship, like I am right now. Again, it turns into that. And it turns out you're all a clique right here with a BC, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's what's going to keep you going. Is you're going to have help out there. You really are. And eventually, I mean, you'll go on your own. You're going to meet your own. You're going to have your own subscribers. You might have us. You're going to have some that subscribe to me over there. Okay. I mean, somebody might see what you're getting a little plug here. I never had that. I never had anybody have given me a plug, But you're gonna have. I'm not saying that's gonna. It might. But I mean, you're gonna get a little notoriety there. So, yeah. But you're just gonna see it. But bottom line is this, man. Just don't give up. Don't give up, and just try to make your videos a little better. Just make them better, and make sure you edit them. That's all. Look them over a bit. And just understand that if you got a good message, and you'll see the thumbs up come up, that's all. So, honestly, I can't remember how across this channel, but it in the end, I'm still here. Oh, you can't remember how you found this channel? Is that about this channel? Can't remember how, but you ended up here. Nope. Yeah. I'm sure at some point you'd probably stumbled across it, or maybe it was in an algorithm, right? Maybe it was a video or something, right? Yeah. Hey, but bottom line is you're all here, right? So, hey, I'm just a small time guy, I'm trying to just make a living here. And I've been here 5 hours. I can't believe it. I really can't. So it's another marathon here. Hey, listen, I have 8 watching, 9 watching. Listen, would you people allow me to go use the restroom? And could you let me, I'll be right back. And don't go anywhere. All right. I promise I'll be back in like as quick as I possibly can. Okay. So this is a brief intermission. Okay. Excuse me, just a minute. All right. No. Okay, I am back. All right, I am here, back in the chair. Okay, you got to see the back of the chair, didn't you? Hey, y'all stuck around. Thank you for all hanging out with me. You didn't abandon me. That means a lot. I left here at 9, and there's still 9. Thank you. You're well. I said I'd be right back. Okay. No, that's awesome though. So I need to take a long break too and go wash the strand off, off of me. A long day. No, that's fine. Definitely. Yeah. I can't believe I've been here for 5 hours. If I wasn't out doing this, what would I be doing? I probably, if I wasn't doing this live, it's a Saturday night, it's my day off. I'm thinking, well, either I'd be just doing nothing or I'd be like going out and I'd want to go to like maybe go to the restaurant and hang around a bar and just drink a couple beers. And sometimes I do that, but I don't know about this late. I don't carouse like I used to, and I don't go to clubs anymore. I do, but what else would I be doing? You know what I mean? I'd rather just kind of save my money or just like kind of hang out and hey, and go here on the YouTube. That seems to be what's going on. But I'm glad you did. Okay, what is it? All good, but I'm glad you did. Okay, honestly, I can't remember how across the channel. All right, so I know what I got to work on here, though. All right, yeah, I definitely got to work on some. I got to work on advancing this thing. So that's twice, though. I'm gonna have to go ahead and eventually, like I said, stream. Oh, another thing, Jethro, if you're still out there too, I believe some of the requirements for going live. I think you need a minimal of 50 subscribers. I think you got to get past the 50 subscriber mark, I believe. And at that point there, you have to, you can enter in your subscription thing and then it makes you wait 24 hours. It has to make sure that you're in the system or something like that. Yeah. Welcome back. Okay. Oh, you talking about me, Vamp? Yes. Actually, I've been here for about a minute. But yeah, so Jethro, yeah, so you need 50 subscribers. Then you could get like you could go live. And if you go live, man, I'll definitely Oh, Genesis has gone to have a shower. No, I saw that. I saw that. Harp, Jethro, I want a personality pill that turns me into an ENTJ for about a year. An ENTJ. Whoa. Oh yeah, you want to be a because he wants to be a Chad. That's what it is, right? That's Chad stuff right there. I'll bet. Making all those, planning all those dates, going out, extroverted, intuitive thinking. Oh, that's like Chad material. That's what he's trying to do right there. How much are you selling them for? Oh my gosh, hidden hops. uh, um, yeah, that's a good question. He wants to know what the how much the personality pills are going to be costing, huh? Hey, did you notice on his profile, it's half red. I made that comment to him, right? If you look at his pill, I said he made that, right? I says, hey, where'd you get the pill? He says he made it, right? I said, now was it half red? Was maybe it's just coincidence, but it's a half a red pill. So I didn't know if that had anything significant or not, But I'm sure that it almost looks like a Tylenol. Remember Tylenols? Looks like one of those capsules. That's what it looks like. So uh yeah. So okay, bottom line is let me see. I think mostly this whole chat has been, hey, I'm showing 1.02 subscribers. See, that's another thing too. Every time I go up 10, I've noticed this since I've gone over the 1,000. Every 10 subscribers, it goes up a point zero, like one. Now it's 0.02. So now it's probably into the 20s. You know what I mean? Like 1,000 plus 20. So if it goes up 1.03, then that'll be into the 30s, and it'll stay there until it gets to the 40s. It's funny how they do the counting now. So I do notice that that's how it goes on. So I'm just checking. I think somebody must have recently has subscribed. So that's kind of cool. Let me see. What are we now? Hey, it is now 20. It is now 10:20. When I started, it was 10:18. So went up two in the course of this broadcast. So that's why it says now it's like, yeah, 1.02. So that's how they it's funny how YouTube changes it like that. It goes into that kind of thing. Okay, where are we again? I'm trying to find the live again. Where are we? There we are. Okay. Get to the live. All right. 6 are watching now. All right. Let's see. You know what, Hidden Heart? You gave me an idea. I could teach people how to take a different personality pill. LOL. Oh, all right. Gosh. Yeah. Jethro. Yeah. We're all curious, man. We're all curious about that. About your channel there. No doubt. Yeah. The cost just a sub. Hidden Heart. Yeah, that's all it takes. Oh, I see. When you subscribe, you took the pill. Hey, there's your catchphrase for you. When you subscribe, you take the pill. Ooh, hey man. All right, you didn't hear that from me. I want a quarter every time you use that. I'm only kidding. I'm only joking with you, man. It's something to think about. Hey, cool catchphrases, man. You know, listen, I think deep down, each and every one of the INFJs, they have a certain showmanship about them. Hey, but yeah, chameleon about you. Um, I notice sometimes I don't know. Like I said, I used to look at myself on these videos. I'm like, damn, I feel like I'm too stuffy over here. I gotta loosen up a little bit. Especially in these lives. I gotta be myself a little bit. I'm taking that. Hey, okay, yeah. What did I just say? I can't remember. When you subscribe, you're taking the pill. That's it. There you go. Hey, that could be a thing when you ask for a subscription. Hey, when you get your shirts, man, I'm going to buy that shirt. How's that? Because you're going to put that on your t-shirt. When you subscribe, you're taking a pill. The personality pill. That's I don't know where you came up with that, but that's interesting. Yeah. Hey, see, it's catching on already. See, it's catchy, man. Yeah. So, oh my gosh. Well, I'll tell you, people, I've been here for 5+ hours. Is everybody still having a good time here? Is everybody getting bored or because I mean, listen, I only want to stick around. I got 7 watching right now, and I like talking like we are. I think we're really what I think I like about this is how loose this clique gets. This club is getting, because I love the way you communicate with each other. I've said that before. It's like you see each other come back. I see it, and you seem to like these lives, and I do too. But let me know as I randomly made that picture. Yeah. Oh yeah. You know what, Hidden Harp? You gave me an idea. I could teach people how to take a different personality pill. Oh yeah, the whole pill thing, right? Exactly. I told you, like it's half red, and it's half red and half white. It looks like a Tylenol. You know. Now, what is the blue thing supposed to be? It's not. I mean, you got the pill in there. I see the tablet. It's like a capsule. But what is the blue part? I just wanted to mention before with the shower comment. I like to go get uh, stinking clean when I have a shower. Just a laugh. Stinking clean when I have a shower. Okay. Oh, oh, stinking clean, yeah, stinking clean. Yeah, it's kind of a paradox, right? Yeah, you'd think you wouldn't clean when you were. Yeah, yeah, but typically you smell good from the soap, right? You would think, right? Um, yeah. No, but no, you're gonna do all right. Like I said, I mean, what little I've already known. Listen, I what little I know from my own YouTube venture here for 10 months, I can tell you that that's all I do, and I'm kind of a low budget guy right now, as you can tell. I mean, I still have so much to learn, and there's so many things I got to put together. I'm still on my phone here, and I'm talking through the phone, so I'm still keeping it low budget, but eventually, I mean, when I get around to it, I'm gonna have to. So I had to draw out the word and use that color. Okay. Oh, oh, I see. So when you ended up putting it in the circle, so it was probably bigger than that, right? And then it was like, so the color is actually the word part that only get condensed into the circle. Is that what you mean? But you got the pill in the middle of the circle part, right? Yeah. Hey, what's going to be your banner? Now you have you can put a banner in there. Like if you look at the top of my channel, you got that long rectangular banner that's in there. When you do that, I mean, I put like a vision of space. It's like a colored like cloud, almost like a nebula or whatever in mine. But you got to come up with a banner, a cool one. I mean, you could either spell the word personality type and make that, or you could come up with anything. But that banner is supposed to be that it's like I said, it's that long rectangular shape image that's right on the top. That's supposed to draw you in. And I guess you go with whatever. You like I said, you could spell it out or whatever. Yeah. But just make sure you'll have to kind of fiddle around with it a little bit and how you want to do that banner. But that's all part of your whole. Maybe you already did that. I'm not sure, but I didn't see that. If I remember, I think I looked at your channel before. In fact, I'm going to look at it right now. I can't remember if I saw the banner. Maybe I did. I don't know. I have no idea what this is about. Yet I clicked it down during the conversation, I guess. Three doors down fan. Three doors down fan. Hello there, three doors down fan. Okay, you are new to this. This is about well, we're right now. Well, the channel is the INFJ Experience. We talk about personality types here. Right now, we were talking about just establishing a new channel. One on the chat here, Jason here. Excuse me, just Jethro. Excuse me, Justin has started a new channel, and we're just talking about that. So hi everyone. So Three Doors Down. Now you happen to be in the introverted, intuitive type camp, or yeah, welcome Three Doors Down fan. Yeah, Three Doors Down. Hey, don't they sing that song Kryptonite? Was that them? That song Kryptonite by Superman. Yes, that is that the one. That's their hit song, right? From like late 90s, I believe. That's Three Doors Down. Okay, I believe so. Welcome, INFJ Experience. Welcome to the INFJ. Yes, awesome. Yeah, so that is their hit song. See, I don't know. I did know that, right? See, sometimes the recollection is right there. I haven't heard that song in years either, but I knew that was them. I took the picture uh, from uh, from Google, and I changed it to draw over the word original picture banner things. I'm gonna have to look into that. No, yeah, bro, like I said, you can't see it when you go into your editing. Look into your main page, edit your channel. You're gonna see your image picture, which is the round one, the pill, but you're also gonna see that banner one. Okay, but that's very important because that's going to define your channel. That's the color image. If, like I said, you look at my channel, you have mine just that image of space. Okay, but great band, Three Doors Down. No, I do like that song Kryptonite though. I mean, I don't know, I'm not sure if they have another hit song or not, but yeah, that's a good song we got there. Three Doors Down. That's cool. Here Without You also. When I'm Gone. I must have heard those as well. They have many. Okay, they have many. Okay, I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm not like a huge fan of theirs, but I do know that song Kryptonite. Okay. I mean, but do they still tour? Are they still an active band by any chance? Are they still doing things? And let me ask you this: are you in the band? Maybe it's your band? I don't know. You could be. You're here on YouTube, and the lead singer just passed away. Oh, did he? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Oh, just passed away then, huh? Oh gosh, just passed away. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, yeah. Did he have a did he have a rock and roll death? If you know what I mean. Sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes for some reason it's no, I'm not in the band. Oh, I was only kidding. I didn't think you were. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. Oh, of cancer. Oh, did he? Yeah, like Eddie Van Halen died of like 3 or 4 years ago. He had like tongue cancer and it spread, and yeah, he was some about the rock and roll lifestyle. It's sometimes these guys, yeah, they have like tragic young lives. Like you got Blaine Staley of what was it, Alice in Chains. I mean, there was quite a few of them that ended up dying young and stuff like that. Some of them die of overdoses and things. Live hard, yes. Live hard, yes. So that's one of those things. It's almost an occupational hazard. It's like you got to figure too. It's an enduring lifestyle. It's a very tempting lifestyle to go on the road. You get groupies, roadies, and sometimes you're lured into certain things. You're always getting temptations, and I guess sometimes these people they fall right into it. They just get into these lifestyles and they can't get out of it, and they go down bad. They make bad choices, go down bad roads, and it just spirals. Yeah. So I think some of these rock stars, they get their act together, some of them. I mean, you would think, for instance, Alice Cooper. You would think he was the type, if you look at Alice Cooper, here's somebody that actually, he surprises me. You would think the guy would have been that kind of reckless guy. I mean, he's all kind of weird looking. He's painted. He's like, he's gothy looking. But you hear the guy talking in an interview, and he's right down to earth. You would have thought he was a junkie or something, but he did battle with alcohol. He was an alcoholic back in like the 70s, maybe early 80s. He battled with alcoholism, but he became sober. But he said he never did drugs. He was not a druggie, but you would think he would be. But he's still alive. The guy still tours though. So some of these guys surprise you, and he's one of them in particular. Is Alice Cooper. And I got to tell you, early on when I was a kid, I never liked Alice Cooper because he was so creepy. Turns out when I heard him talking, it's like he's very like cogent and down to earth. He's clean cut now. Yes. Okay. You talking about Alice Cooper? Well, I mean, he still has the long hair, but he does have long hair, unless he got a haircut. Maybe I don't know that. Yes. LOL. Okay. I'm not sure, but I don't think he's done a personality test. But people say he's an INFJ, Alice Cooper, and I wouldn't be surprised. He's got a certain magnetic personality about him, and he's hard to read because when you see him, you think he's a certain way. You think he's one of these belligerent rock and roll types, but when you talk to him, you realize how down to earth he is. He does a DJ, right? He does this radio show. He's a DJ at night, and he does his own like show at night as a DJ. I meant drugs, etc. Yeah, right. Yes, right. That he is clean cut. Yeah, he says he hates needles. He never did drugs, or I mean, maybe I don't know if he tried them or not. I mean, Ted Nugent said he's never done drugs. I mean, he was part of the Amboy Dukes. He's gone solo. He's another guy. You'd think this guy's as reckless, as crazy as anything. Turns out he's clean cut. He says he never was a druggie. He's a guitar player and everything. Again, you'd think he was living a reckless rock and roll life. But I mean, he seems like he's pretty well got his head together somewhat. Some have addictive personalities, others just clean cut. Yeah, I guess it all depends. I mean, some of these guys get their act together, even though they're rock. Just because they're a rock star doesn't mean that they're all gonna go down that path of destruction. I mean, some do. It's just a fortune some do. Excuse me. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad you stuck around here 3 doors down. So I could talk about music and musicians all night. Haha. Ted thing was woman. Ted thing was woman. Oh, what do you mean, Ted? Like, what do you mean, like Ted thing woman? What do you mean, like his long hair? What are you talking about? Oh, women. Oh, okay. He wasn't a drug. Oh, he was into the womanizing. Okay, got it. I get it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's a groupie type. Maybe he likes his women. You got to figure these rock stars, man. They have their pick. It's like they got these people that these women follow them, and they do that. It's almost like they just have their pick. And but yeah, I could imagine. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of different rock stars. So 3 doors down. What led you to the channel? Was it random, or are you on an algorithm? Do you subscribe to any like personality types? Are you into like the MBTI by any chance? Just curious. Do you know your personality type? Just curious. I'm just asking questions. So, and not only that, what do you got for a profile picture? Good question. Hey, you got a cat. Looks like is that your cat? Looks like you got a cat for your profile. I'm just curious. I mean, it looks like maybe that's your personal house cat. Maybe. Okay, you're not sure of your. Okay, so you're not really into the personality. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about that. We're going to treat you more like a rock fan. I was just trying to figure out what led you here. Maybe you just stumbled across it. But yeah, we'll talk. We can talk a little bit of music with you. Yes, she passed away 3 years. Oh, sorry to hear about that. You lost your cat. Yeah, a year ago. She was my angel. Oh, okay. All right. Probably algorithm. Okay. All right. Yeah. So. But yeah, I mean, is that like your number one band right there, 3 doors down? Well, it sounds like you're like way into music. Hey, listen, I mean, that's one thing. I mean, as far as like rock and roll, classic rock, I'm sure there's some like this, there's a draw to that. There's no doubt. What do you support the MBTI? Oh, we have somebody else coming on in here. We got Big Money Sacks. Hello there. We have somebody else, and they also have a cat for a profile picture as well. What? No, why do you support the MBTI over the Ocean Big Five? Oh, okay. Well, because I discovered my MBTI type, INFJ, back about a little over 4 years ago, and it resonated with me. It deeply resonated with me because having the INFJ personality is a very complex, very confusing personality type. It's a very polar personality. And typically, INFJs have a very, very rough life, as far as emotionally, spiritually, because we tend to have bouts of great loneliness and sadness and depression through our life. And I have had that. And everybody on here as an INFJ has had that. Now, once I discovered the type, I realized that this was it. It resonated with me because of these drawbacks. And being that we're rare, I gravitated to it, and I wanted to understand more about myself. So I started looking into the INFJ personality, and it helped me understand a lot about me. I felt like I found the answers I was looking for. I could never figure out my personality, and I had a rough life. I've had a tough life emotionally through my life. And I finally figured it out. So I support it because it helped me understand myself. That's my answer. Bottom line. Now, there's nothing against the what is it? The five? Okay, the Big Ocean Five. I've never actually taken that one, but I've gotten so much out of the MBTI. It helped me understand. Now, that was designed by Carl Jung, like almost 100 years ago. He pieced together the personality types in such a way. Myers-Briggs made it to 16, but it's helped me along, basically. Okay. That's definitely me, polar. Okay. Logical people like the Big Five. It's scientific, makes them feel good. Is that what it is? Okay. So here we go. Jethro, you're going to tell me a little bit of. Listen, I'm not sure what that is, but big money. That's so awesome to hear. I'm glad you were able to find something that helps you out. Okay. Well, yeah, it helped me out. I mean, but now, why is it that you support the Big Five over the MBTI type? What is it that draws you into that particular genre? Excuse me, personality thing. Now, ha ha ha, the personality. Well, that's what this is. I mean, bottom line is that's what it is. But we're talking a little bit about what we're talking about. So, Vamp, welcome. Big money's back. Big money sacks. Yes. Yes, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. But now we have oh. Yeah, but you asked me a question, I gave you the answer. Now I can say that most of us because we have the INFJ personality type, I'm not sure exactly if the Big Five uh, covers that one in particular, but everybody that most of us that are on this channel, the ones that resonate here, especially the ones this core that we have, we're very linked. We found a click, and we seem to all have a very good LinkedIn mindset. Bottom line is, so we're tight. We're tight. We found a tight knit group, and we're resonating together, and we know who we are. We got 8 watching. Now I know you big money sacks, and I know the Three Doors Down fan. I know you're new to this, but yeah, we just we click. We have a click because we kind of recognize our own patterns and how we think alike. Look, we're not the same. We're not the same people. We have our own unique set of interests and beliefs and creeds and things like that. But we identify to how we think alike, and we recognize it. I'm serious. We really do. Personality build. The Big Five is very scientific, but if I'm being honest, it's too broad. Like Vamp said, MBTI is more accurate. Okay. See, I'm glad you're out here to help me out with this, people. Thank you, because I didn't know the answer to this. I don't have any knowledge of what the Big Five is. I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it. Okay. I know little bit about a lot of things, but I didn't know about that one. I spend a lot of times. So Big Five is a bit more based on modern psychology. It has some stronger studies. It's different, but I think it serves a bit of a different purpose. Okay. Okay. Serves a different purpose. So modern psychology. Okay. Now, when you were talking modern psychology, like what kind of modern psychology is in beyond Sigmund Freud? Or obviously, that's not. Now, I thought he was considered the grandfather of modern psychology, and I know Carl Jung, kind of him and actually Carl Jung actually worked with Sigmund Freud early on. He was like a mentor because he was older. He was an older mentor. But Carl Jung started branching off and he started going into his own directions. That actually was um, almost like he was actually deeper than Sigmund Freud in some ways. In fact, in some ways, Sigmund Freud kind of distanced himself because of that, because he started getting into the deeper aspects of the MBTI, and he started looking more into the. He got really deep into the introverted intuitive mindset as well, and how deep their mind goes, and how the and Sigmund Freud never quite got into these. Okay, so yeah, they went into different direction, but okay, but when you talk about, so are we talking about the Sigmund Freud, or is it even more modern than that? I'm just curious. Personality, okay. Big Five is scientific. Okay. The Big Five is logic. Okay. People needing to prove the MBTI is intuitive, needed proof. Okay. Big Five is logical people needing proof that MBTI is intuitive, needing proof. Okay. So they don't quite believe in the introverted intuitive. They're not really seeing it. They're not really seeing that. Okay. Um, well, again, I'm not sure what the Big Five is. I'm not sure who exactly designed this. Um, Again, trying to describe an introverted intuitive's mind to somebody that does not have that kind of mindset is like trying to describe an abstract art gallery they have no access to. Okay? That's basically it. If I'm going to try to describe to you what introverted intuitive is to somebody that doesn't understand it, it's like something they will never see. They can't have access. You're trying to tell them what this art gallery is, all these abstract paintings and this way of they connect and somehow they're all linked, yet they can never see that. So again, how are they going to prove something they can never see? Because their minds work that much differently. And we know this. Okay. That's what okay. Team logic versus team intuitive. I hear that Jung was too esoteric, and Freud wanted to keep away from anything too mystical. That's what it was. That was the divide between Freud and Jung. Exactly. Yeah, he did kind of deviate a little bit because he was into the mystic things. He was starting to see that mystic side. But I do believe Carl Jung was an introverted intuitive. In fact, he was, I believe, it said that he was an INFJ. I think he said that that's what he was. But he was able to, but his mind deviated that way. Not deviated. I shouldn't, that's a wrong word. His mind went that way. He was an introvert, intuitive, and he saw the fact that he could see the different types as they were. He saw the types that were, there were some people that were extroverted, some people introverted. He saw the different dynamics and different personalities, and he saw how there was so many different types of people that nobody was just one particular type or five types, and they boiled it down to 16 types. I mean, that was the Myers-Briggs did that. I believe Carl Jung actually devised 8 of them, and then it was taken a step further beyond that with the Myers-Briggs. Okay, I'm finally free. Hey, all right, exactly, Janet. Okay, so we got, hey, looks like Justin's got out of the shower. Okay, so Team Logic, yeah. Again, I'm going to have to get the audio going. This is going to be so much deeper than you typing and me responding. I'm actually looking forward to that now. I'm going to have to figure out how to do that. I will do that. I'm finally free. But anyway, yeah, but it's good to. Okay, where is Big Money Sacks? Is he still out there? You still out there? Okay, so we got Genesis, but pure logic is bizarre. Freud's view was so logical that it sounded bizarre and frankly perverse. Oh, yeah. Uh, he also Freud was all about scientific thinking. Yeah, he was all about how he didn't see the depth in he didn't see the extra dimension basically that the mind has. Sigmund Freud was very much into seeing the patterns, the brain waves, the connections of certain hemispheres, how they thought. He also, he had the whole the concept of consciousness being the it broke down into three: the id, the ego, the super ego, and the id. Yeah, and how that all broke down into the three. And, and I mean, there was no concept of anything higher, no creator, no. Of course, there was no God in his idea either. Too, I think the concept was no, definitely Carl Jung believed in the added dimension, that introverted intuitive dimension, that realm that circulated around that rare mind, because he could see it. Okay, he saw these things. He studied them. He studied his own mind, and of course, he had other empath types that he was counseling, that he was advising along the way. But he saw his own mind. He saw these dimensions because he was part of it. He was one of them, and he mapped it out the best way he could. So, but that's some advantage that Sigmund Freud didn't quite have. He didn't have that other dimension of introverted intuition. And we see it because we are it. And we see it as plain as we can see it on this channel. Um, Now, the Big Five obviously talks about modern psychology. It's more scientific, as you said, Jethro. And okay, so I'm going to have to take your word for it. And I don't see them offering any more questions here. I don't see them offering any. So Big Five is a bit more based on modern psychology, stronger. I didn't see any more. LOL, the personality. Oh, hopefully they're still stuck around. I don't think they're here anymore. Okay, because we started getting into talking about psychology and stuff, but yeah, not everybody's a big fan of MBTI. Obviously, I've had a few others. There's the Enneagram. Now I would imagine that the Enneagram's got to be close because you've asked me about that too, Harp. You talked about the Enneagram thing and asked me if I've taken it, and I haven't, but I do see it on the YouTube when I go to INFJ. That's also another test. So I haven't yet. So the personality type, and you're all invited. The personality pill. Jung went so far into his intuitive that he seemed mystic, but he was going in and out of the abyss to bring back information. He was special. People can't even begin to understand. I've listened to his audios. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like he saw that other dimension, and he wanted to study that as deep as he could. So he went very much into his own introversion. In fact, I was actually seeing some other videos too that he believed, he lived in Switzerland. He was a Swiss and he stayed there. But during the 20s, he needed to, he knew the importance of the introverted intuitive going to like as serene as natural settings as possible. He had an escape about like in his own countryside escape. He had his own cabin or something that he retreated to. And when he wanted to go into his isolation, he isolated himself many times in order to find his own introversion. And he went, but he also wanted to get out into these serene places that had um, complete natural settings. The trees, the lakes, the ponds, whatever it might be. So he had no influence from anything, structured, nothing. And that's where he found so much of his alone time. But during his alone time is when he explored. Yeah, I did see a video on that. Maybe you saw the same video I did, Jethro. Yes. Uh, thank you, Jeff. I've taken my Instagram. I know my tripod. I know how I am. Other systems like Sosona and objective personality. I, uh, I'll have I'll have party for you hidden in Australia, and you're always invited. Oh, we're talking about parties now, Ed. That's what we're talking about, huh? Yeah. See, Jethro. I mean, see, I can see you know a lot about the MBTI. This you know a lot. Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, I think we're all very knowledgeable, but yeah, I think I'll be curious. I only know what you type in these responses, but yeah, you're gonna have an interesting a take on your own channel. There's no doubt about that. So that's good. But one of the things that I never forgot is that even Carl Jung had a hard time quite understanding the intuitive mind. He said it was an irrational function that could not make a decision. That was how it was written one time. He described it that way. It just was very abstract. That had patterns, symbols. Um, that were just random, and it seemed as though it just continued. From what I know, from my own understanding of the intuition, is that it never stops, and it's almost subconscious where these patterns, these shapes, these things compute subconsciously. In other words, you're not thinking of them. A lot of times you're not actually putting them to thought. Like when you put something to thought, I mean, obviously, I think a lot of our thoughts have to do and revolve around what we see, our tangible things, okay? And our descriptive codes. Now, naturally, I mean, we're always associated with our tangible, with what we see, and a lot of our thoughts resonate around that. Not resonate, but they emanate from these tangibles. Sometimes our memories are things, because these are visual memories. These are memories. These are visual thoughts that we put in. These are where some of our thoughts come from. But when we're trying to decipher something, when we're trying to come up with a deeper concept of it, it translates these images and these concepts into the introverted intuitive, and it changes it into these abstract symbols. Yeah, you know what I mean? It doesn't actually. It's almost changed. It's like it's transmitted, almost transformed into the introversion in order to be deciphered. And then all of a sudden, these things have shapes, symbols, and they just kind of start doing the whole pattern recognition. And it takes a little while to decipher, of course. I mean, I've described that before. I still need to work with I still need to work with the heck is wrong with my shoulder, but I keep putting it off. Oh, you got a shoulder ache? My cat can do cuddles and give me better cuddles. Talking about cuddling your cat? Okay, Vamp, huh? Yeah. Thank you, Jethro Vamp. I've taken my Instagram. Okay. Uh, I'll have I'll have party for you and hidden in Australia. I'll have to party with you for you in Australia. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You're as far away on the other side of the world as you could possibly be, Vamp. You're like on completely another world, you know? I mean, like, the funny thing is you're like in another world. I mean, literally as far away, but you're right here. It's what blows my mind. Yeah, you're all way down over there, But you know, but it'd be something else. Yeah, imagine what it would take to go down to Australia. I don't know. If I ever win the lottery, let's. I would have to make it huge on YouTube in order for me to start traveling. I tell you what, if somehow in just some remote possibility, say I make it big on YouTube. Hey, Jethro, personality pill. We got to make it big. Maybe we get so big on YouTube, we can quit our jobs, and then this will be our job. And then we can get so, let's say then we could start buying plane tickets. Hey, we could fly places. Hey, we're gonna go visit Vamp down in Queensland, Australia. Whoa. Hey, listen, I can't promise anything. I can't promise that, but hey, if it ever comes down to that, and we get that big, with that big on YouTube, hey, yeah, then we'll have to go to Australia. But I'd have to quit my job first. I'd have to be that big, you know. Just big dreams. Come on, those are big dreams, huh? Quit our jobs, yes, Tom. Hey, you know what? But obviously we got to do it rationally, and I think we are. I obviously I got to keep my full-time job, but these are just big dreams. But you hear about that. YouTube it can do that. Sometimes you hear these success stories, but again, it's like we can make it. You think so? You think so? I would like to think so. I'm thinking someday, like I said, I'm pushing retirement. I'd be happy just being able to get past the finish line, finally retire, and then maybe have this channel as passive income, or maybe just income itself. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do. Yeah, but that should come down to it. We can make it. Well, like I said, don't give up. Don't give up, and just like I said, no, but all I can say is, Jethro, like I said, man, make sure you learn as much as you can, and like I said, there's plenty of tutorials out there on YouTube. Now, listen, I was actually even considering maybe someday even taking one of those courses. Sometimes you get these content creators that actually will teach you how to like story tell, and how to put together videos, and how to use your apps like your Da Vinci's and things like that, and how to even use AI. I don't know how far you want to go, but there's so many possibilities out there. I'm hungry. Yeah, Hidden Harp, you're always hungry. You want tacos, huh? We got Tally Ho 2125. I have a high imagination. I see images when I'm quiet and close my eyes. Things are in circular patterns. I connect D concepts in a circular pattern. I am highly curious. I am learning. Okay, so you're seeing things. Okay, so you're seeing images in circular patterns. Okay, now let me ask you this: when you see these circular patterns, are they just images, like things to look at, or are you getting like insight from them? Because your intuition it should be, you're not just seeing patterns and things like that. Maybe you're seeing these patterns, but there's got to be a deeper meaning to this. Like when I see these things too. I think in circular motions as well, but they all have a meaning behind them. To me, I equate them to, let's say, the circular motions in all of physics and how they emanate from that. Okay, now I'm talking to you, Tally Ho. Is that everything that we know. Molecules, solar systems, galaxies, circular motions, even circulatory systems. Everything revolves in circles. Everything that is life based or movement based is all in circles. It's just the way everything is built. See, it has to resonate to being a deeper concept of what you're looking at. Hopefully you're seeing that. Okay? So it has to have something beyond that, an understanding. It has to relate to a something deeper. Yeah. So these circular patterns, yeah, that's cool. I like learning. Well, if you like learning, just understand that you have a certain way of thinking. We've been given a certain gift, a certain mind that is. Now, let me ask you this: do you believe you're introverted, intuitive, Tally Ho? when you have these high imaginations and things like that, it sounds like, are you, I wouldn't say just INFJ, but are you have an intuition then? And you said you have a deep inner mind and deep inner worlds. And this is where you see this stuff. I sent my original story of my personality. Okay, I think that's all he said. Okay, I'm hungry. Yes, I'm in the worst when it comes to injuries. It's like I don't always recall the leading up to the events. It happens. Yeah. Oh, Hidden Heart. Go get something to eat. Is it too late to eat? I know you're not supposed to eat after 8 o'clock. I know you're into bodybuilding and stuff. Is it too late for you to eat? And but if so, okay, tally ho. Yes, I have intuition. Um, it was pretty social most. Social most. Uh, okay. Meaning you're like when you have intuition, you social intuition, like you're able to piece together what people are doing around you. You can see like beyond. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, because I do some similar things like that. You can hear somebody's story, see patterns in like what people are doing, and gather information based on them. Yeah, I think we all have a version of doing that. All right. Yeah, but okay, Vamp Fox, tally ho, are you creative by any chance? Okay, yeah, so you're gonna ask the question by Vamp Fox. See, we like to talk to some of these to some of the new people in here. We'll ask you questions. Yeah. My life, okay, my life, but now needs some alone time. Okay. So yeah, it sounds like you're introverted. If you need alone time, you've got some introversion things going on, and you seem like you got an imagination. Now, are you an INFJ by any chance? I mean, something led you to this channel? I'm just curious. It sounds like you mean like right now, like you're done with this? I don't know what you mean by alone time. Well, that's okay. I'm not sure what he meant by that. Creative. It's never too late to eat because stomach never close. See, we're all talking about different stuff here. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, see, we steer into all these different things. See, I'm very reactive to what I see on this on the ticker over here. Tom, I sent a chat up there. You missed. Oh, I sent a chat up there. You missed. Oh, you did. I sent my original story. Okay, did I miss something? Okay. So I found out what the personality type was being on purpose, not taking the test and watching videos instead of the first. Oh, is that what I missed? Okay. Right. Personality type. Had things in common with the INTJ. I knew it was an INFJ. I knew I was an INFJ. And I took the test and I was an INFJ. My personality original story. Oh yeah. Okay. See, see, I think we have similar. Yeah, we all had stumbled across it in some way. But you said you discovered it too by YouTube and watching videos and then figuring it out like I did. I think a lot of us find our type because of this, you know. So, my memory is terrible. I remember every bad thing that ever happened to me in perfect detail because I know what I don't want to experience again. Oh, you remember all the bad things about your life, huh? Yeah, I get that, Harp. Hopefully, you don't relive them, though. You can have memories of them, but you got to get to the point where you see them without reliving them. I've talked about that before, okay? Somehow we're supposed to be objective to these things and not keep resenting them, not keep reliving them, because these keep you down. These keep you shackled to them, okay? You got to be freed by them. They have to be forgotten. I mean, not forgotten. I mean, you want to remember them, but not have them affect you. They have to be, you got to be shackled in that way. Look at them objectively. And again, I've talked about those different things. So I found out what's personality type. I was purposely oh yeah, watching videos. Yes. The person, I had one thing in common with the INTJ. Oh yeah, testing was it. Unfortunately, I don't experience things. Quit our jobs, yes, Tom. We could make it. And then Tally Ho had a comment in there. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Listen, I tell you what. Man, like I said, you do what you want on your channel, but I mean, listen, no, you can tell your story. Tell your story how you found it, and just be very candid with everything you're talking about. you know, and also, I would think you just want to tell the story about how it kind of moved you along a little bit. Yeah, and of course too, you have to offer insight, which you do, because you say things all the time, like that whole thing about the photographic memory with emotions, deep stuff. I mean, you got to throw that all in there, definitely. Tally Hill. Oh, okay. Let's see. Me off. Message retracted. Oh, well, life, but no, I need some alone time. Thomas, send a chat up there. Okay. Hopefully I caught all that chat. Tally ho, I will get downloads. I wake. Okay, message retracted. Me off. What is me off? Okay, Vamp Fox, even alone time. Even with alone time, I would still doodle on a piece of paper, but I don't if it's the same. Okay. I got ideas fully formed out of the blue. Oh, okay. All right. When Jethro gives me a personality pill, I want I want to be in purple. Purple, huh? Why do you want a personality pill that's purple? What does that mean? Huh? Yeah. Hey, back when we were kids, yeah, there was this stuff they sold in the street. Yeah, like they used to call that purple microdot mescaline. Yeah, that was the street stuff. Yeah, they used to take it like they'd cut up little pieces of spaghetti, they'd soak it in there, the dope, and they'd call it mescaline. All it was like rat poison and stuff. Oh yeah, it was bad stuff. Yeah, they called it purple microdot. That was a personality pill. Yeah, that'll change your mind a little bit, but don't go that route. You don't want to go down that route, though, do you? I woke up from a sleep with ideas too. Well, you're being vague. You want to tell us a little bit about your ideas, Tom? Tom and everyone have a good night, Jenna. Oh, yeah, it is getting late, isn't it? It is getting very late. It's almost 2 in the morning. I know. I keep hanging around here. Yeah, I know. Hey, Jason, Justin, excuse me, Justin, take it easy, man. It was good. I'm glad you hung around as long as you did. It's my favorite color. Oh, okay. Purple's your favorite color. All right. That's good. I used to have favorite colors. I used to like red and black. Used to. I mean, they don't really mean that much anymore. Hey, go figure. I got red. Look at that. This side over here is more like a dark blue. Look at that. I got one sleeve red, one sleeve blue. You know, um, I used to like black. I used to dress in black a lot, but I got off of that for a while. I think I was in my shadow phase. I used to dress in black when I was younger. I went through the black phase. Yeah. INFJ's creativity brain are potent at night. Yes. You think so? Vamp, I think you've said that before. Yeah, the creativity. I've been building this for a long time in the background, is why it seems the way I do. Knowledgeable, express my powers to burst out and force and move very quickly when I do. Uh, oh my gosh, purple is amazing. Yeah, building this for a long. Now, what do you mean building this for a long time? You mean knowledgeable? I've compressed my powers to burst out and force very quickly when I do. Okay. Yeah. Before 2020, I woke up with a desire to read about Nikola Tesla. Okay. Tally ho, you sound like yeah, it sounds like you just kind of reach for random bits of information. But although Tesla, yeah, that was he was deep. He was a very brilliant dude. Yeah, he was way ahead of his time. That guy. Yeah, unbelievable. Person building all this knowledge for about 7 years. Oh, okay, all right. Gonna get French fries from Burger King. Oh yeah, that's right. It's you're in a different time zone. I forgot. You're 3 hours behind. I was gonna say where I am. I don't think Burger King's open anymore. I woke up needing to read about reincarnation. Oh, okay. Ah, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, that sounds like a yeah, sounds like a tally ho. I mean, you sound like yeah, you sound like you sound like an INFJ or something. You definitely have introverted intuitive. I know you didn't tell me, but I love purple hidden purple hearts now, huh? Hey, the old purple heart. Hey, that's one of those, that's a medal that they give from the army. Yeah, the purple heart. I had a purple hair for more than 5 years. Oh gosh. Yeah, yeah. So, well, okay, we got six watching heart. My family and friends judge me because I only go the French fries and not a meal. Okay, all right, awesome. Oh my gosh. Well, I got to tell you, people, it is getting late here. I'm wondering if, let me see, I want to check something here. Oh, it's going on over 6 hours. I've been here. This is like this is one of the long, it's getting close to it anyway. Yeah, we're still at 1,020. So we picked up 2 subscribers tonight. So whoever those might be. And, well, I got to tell you something, people. It is getting late. Yeah, I've already been here 6 hours. I can't believe it. I tell you, the time goes by. It seems like every time I do this, you can tell it's like I draw these on longer and longer. I got to tell you because I think because of the click we have right now, because of this tight knit click, you keep me, you keep me inspired in a way. I don't know if inspired, but just you know. Uh, I kind of guess I like hanging out with you. And I feel like we're getting more tight too. We know each other now. You ever noticed that? Now we're getting to know each other's history a little bit. I mean, we know some of the stories we told from previous um, lives, and I try to remember each and every one of your stories, and it looks like, and I love the relationship you have together. So, have you ever dipped your French fries in ice cream? I tried that. Hey, I've done that stuff. Jethro, absolutely. Uh, came in late and just found you. Okay, so tally ho, did you just stumble across this channel? Hey, I'm isolated with no family, so lonely. This is fun. Okay, came in and just found you. All right, tally ho, you got people here now. One time I accidentally dipped the chocolate sauce in this. Now, tally ho, did you want to talk a little bit about something? Do you listen? Listen, you know what? If you want to try to tell us a little something, you can. Something on your mind, something we can help you with. I'm just asking. Listen, that's what we're here for. You got to understand something too. I mean, we try to understand ourselves, and I think in a lot of ways we've had between all of us. I mean, I've lived a pretty good life. I'm not a perfect man here, but I think I've had a lot of different things go on in my life, and sometimes I can kind of explain things a certain way. If you got something you like to talk about, when is the next live? Well, that's a good question. Um, I mean, I'm going to try to start next Saturday night for sure. I think I'm going to start. I might do these as a regular occurrence. I mean, there might be a time here and there I can't make one. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm not already planning for that, but I think I'd like to start doing these on Saturday nights, these lives. All right, for sure. And usually I started this one at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I've actually started at 7 o'clock at night, and I just happen to keep going until now. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. It just happened to go on 6 hours. So, but yeah, Saturday Night Live. I actually said that when I made that connection a couple of times. Yes, I did. Saturday Night Live. No pun intended there. Yeah. But if you like this, did you subscribe to my channel? If you listen, if you'd like to, if you like to subscribe, you can. And if you want to learn more about the INFJ personality, listen. Also, Personality Pill. If you see that one, he's starting a new channel. That's Jethro. He's a brand new content creator. And if you want to check out his channel, I think he's going to start whenever he's making content. I think he's very new, but I'm just giving him a plug. And plus, you have me as a content creator. I have a lot of different videos that you might find interesting. If you want to check out some of my content, okay, no pun intended. So yeah, so I mean, yeah, if you wanted to check that out, though, tally ho, I like that tally ho. Hey, I was almost wondering. I mean, with a name like that, you probably are. You're not from the United States, are you? You're from another country. With a name like Tally Ho, are you from England or maybe not England? Yeah, you probably are from England because you probably got up early morning. It's early Sunday morning. Are you from the British Isles by any chance? With a catchphrase like Tally Ho, and plus you're speaking English. The way you are pronunciating your English, it's a possibility. I could be wrong. Maybe you're from the United States, but I'm going to say by the time. Okay, American. My name is. Oh, you don't have to give your whole name. You don't have to. You could just. You don't have to give your real whole name. You know. But okay. No, okay. But you are American. American. My name is. Okay, got that. All right. Um, like I said, you can do an alias last name just for your own protection. Okay, I'm trying to help you out a little bit here. Hopefully that's an alias. Don't put your whole name out there. Okay. I mean, it may be perfectly innocent, but you just never know. All right. Listen, I'm telling you that, so you know you got nothing to worry about here. Okay. Use an alias last name, guy. Okay. Now that's what my last name is. I'm thinking most of us do that. Okay. Vamp. LOL. No, that's cool. Okay, so I got that wrong. So you're from America then. Okay. All right. Something tells me I'm trying to think. I mean, you're searching the web at 2 o'clock in the morning. You're probably from the West Coast. I mean, again, hidden harp. I'm always pregnant. Oh gosh. T is for Terry. Terry Allison, middle name. Won't give the Okay, good. All right. See, that's good. All right. So it's your first and middle name. All right. All right. Good. I'm glad you told me that. So, and it could actually be pregnant. Oh, you two got a conversation going on of your own, don't you? Okay, I see that. Talking about being pregnant over there. There's so many things going on at the same time. I'm just trying to watch. Yeah, but like I said, if you want to talk about something, do you have a concern, Tally Ho? Listen, you have me, plus you have a you have a lot of us that will chime in and help you out with whatever you'd like to talk about. Yeah, you said you were feeling lonely and things like that, and feeling isolated and alone time. I mean, listen, I mean, chances are, I mean, that's part of your growth sometimes, but at the same time, I mean, it can really cause us a lot of angst, and it can cause a lot of depression too, and it could cause us to make a lot of bad decisions in our life, feeling like that. So, I mean, it's all in how we handle it. Sometimes I think the best way we can deal with things like that is just to face it head on and just see it for what it is. But I can tell you right now, though, there is isolation was part of growth in my hindsight. Okay. Intuitives are usually lonely. That's right, Jethro. Yeah, exactly. But you did mention that earlier. And that's one thing about being an introverted intuitive, especially NFJs. Now, I can't say especially. I mean, I think all of us feel a sense of loneliness from time to time. Um, INFJs describe their loneliness like even being around other people, they still feel alone. They could be in a crowded room of people and still feel alone uh, because we're so isolated in our own mind. And most of our life, I'm going to tell you right now, a majority of my life, I've felt as though I'm totally solitary. In fact, even now, not this second. I'm kind of up talking to you. I'm talking to you people out there. I mean, technically I'm alone in my house. I am. I'm alone in my house, you know. But I don't feel alone. I mean, I'm talking to you here but I guess my point is that majority of my life I've felt very isolated and very alone, and it devastated me for most of my life. I mean, I think it did. I think a lot of us have gone through that, but you learn to deal with it. You learn to accept it, and eventually you have to learn that it is part of your growth. And when you start accepting that it's that you were led this way for a reason, that your loneliness is actually your part of your growth, and to set you on a course of deeper understanding within yourself, and actually ultimately to find completion and salvation within your spirit when you find a relationship with God, basically. Now listen, I mean that's basically what it is. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? I was thinking the same thing. Tally ho! You sound like an INFJ. Jethro was thinking the same thing. Be honest with you, I'm just love. Oh, okay. Me out. My mom loved. My mom loved me, but she couldn't figure. Okay, I was lonely my whole life. Still didn't like it. Yeah. Okay. Tally ho. Okay, so did Tally Ho say me out? Did he take off? Is that what it was? He sounds like an INFJ then, huh? Yeah. Uh, in public. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we've had a lot of people kind of pass through here. Yeah, it's almost like we have people pass through, don't we? You know, sometimes they show up and they add a few things and then they go away. You know, yeah. You know, it's like some of yeah, we're all here, and then some just pass on through. Oh, hey, Tally Ho, you're still there, huh? Uh, if typing fast, the chat cuts me. Okay. Oh, okay. Off. Cuts me off. Okay. All right. I get that. All right. No, but you felt lonely your whole life. Yeah. Listen, that you come to the right place. You know, this is. I think we're all part of this group right here. Okay, and that's something that you're going to find in common is that we as INFJs, we all feel like that, and most of our life. But again, it's just a matter of understanding who you are, and just dealing with it for the course of your life. You're going to find out that one of the greatest one of the greatest things you're going to find is that your your solitude, your emptiness, your loneliness someday will transform into your uh, greatest reference of wisdom, your greatest reference of wholeness. As strange as that may sound, you're gonna find that out. I mean, if you're to that point now, then great. But when you forged on long enough in your life and actually dealt with these things and faced them without trying to escape into the world from them, you'll find a sense of peace within your solitude, and you won't feel alone anymore. This is one of the beauties of it. I think that's part of our evolution as INFJs, as this type. Um, so you've been left alone for a reason. You've been left alone to find something deeper and greater than uh, than most. In a way, you have a chosen mind. As painful as it is, as isolating as it is, there's benefits to it. So, yeah, but that's all I can offer is that, yeah. Now, okay, I don't know if he's still there or not, but yeah, that's all. You know. Well, we have 5 now watching. Started 6 hours ago. Oh my goodness. Well, I got to tell you something, people. It's turning on 2 o'clock in the morning, and as much as I hate to leave, I mean, I'm having a good time. I think we're all clicking so well here, and I can honestly tell. I sense the core, the Breakfast Club here. I sense is very, very strong and united. There's a sense here. I can't describe it, but we seem to we like each other's company out there, people. I want to thank you all for being my friend. I'm gonna call you friends of mine. I really am. Even though we're, yes, see you Saturday night. What time? You seem nice. Well, I just made, I just made it home. Well, gee, see, okay, I just made it home. All right, Hidden Heart just made it home. Listen, so we could do next week, tomorrow's next Saturday night at how about 7? How about 8 p.m. We're gonna do 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna do that. Okay, we're gonna do another live. All right. So like I said, I'm gonna try to make these Saturday nights a regular thing. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you stuck around here, Tally Ho. Now, like I said, I encourage you, if you want, like I said, subscribe, please, and check out some of my videos. You might find some of them informative. And I talk a lot about how we deal with loneliness, how we deal with depression, and how certain things. I mean, there's a lot of different videos I try to cover. And I'm a small channel right now. You look at some of the content I have. Some of it doesn't have thousands and thousands of views right now. Don't get discouraged by that. I think deep down though, there's some good gems in there, gems of information. Okay, so yeah, I can just say I got a lot of different content out there that might help you out a little bit. And not only that, you'll get a little bit more of an insight into the channel. Okay, and like I said, check out Personality Pill too. When he's ready, I should. But yeah, he's gonna. Okay. I'm gonna have French fries and a milky. Yeah, Saturday night. Yes, BD. Okay, all right. Well, you got the rundown on that, Tally Ho. Hey, let me ask you one question. You're from the United States. What state are you from? Just a vague state. You know what I mean? I'm from New Hampshire. I always tell people that. I want to tell you where I'm from. I'm from the state of New Hampshire, the Granite State up in the northeast part of the United States. Just curious where you're from, Tally Ho. So, I don't know. Just a vague question. So, yeah, we have 5 watching. So we're down to 5 watching. That's okay. Oh, Atlanta, Georgia. Oh gosh. Okay, Atlanta. Yeah, there's actually a few. I've seen a few people from Georgia that have passed through here on the algorithm. Yeah. So, thank you, Tom and friends. Yes, thanks, Vamp. Yeah. Okay, I want to thank you all people too. Like I said, Alpha Spaghetti, Georgia, actually. Oh, okay. Alpha Rigetti. What a name that is. That's quite a mouthful to say that. Alpha Reddy? Boy, that's quite a name. Okay, so I've actually been here 6 hours, and so we're gonna sign off only because of time. And I'm thinking people gotta stretch their legs and walk around a little bit, and maybe go eat some French fries and some milkshakes and stuff. So it got me hungry too. Well, people, I want to thank you so much. We're gonna do this again next Saturday night at 8 p.m. And yeah, we're gonna check out the Personality Pill as well. I'm interested because I want to see Jethro succeed here. All right. Well, people, thank you so much for sticking around. I want to thank you for making this channel what it is. And people, I love you all. I do. I love you from the bottom of my heart. You're growing on me. You really are. I got a click here that I just that I'm getting to know. You're being very, very close. It's a funny feeling I got. Like you're close friends, you know. And I want to thank you for being out there. Okay. So, all right. Until the next time, people. Everybody have yourself. Everybody take care of yourselves, and everybody. I want you to, you know, live the best life you can, and above all, think everybody have a wonderful rest of your day. I know I always say that, don't I? Right? All right, people. All right, until next time. Thank you so much again. All right.